Chapter 340. Facing Jing Chen, who rushed over without any explanation as soon as he heard the letter, Yu Shu's heart warmed. She secretly thought that she did not treat this silly boy well for nothing. Let's go, let's talk on the side. Yu Shu saw the two bodyguards following Jing Chen closely and pointed to a secluded place on the side of the road to avoid being seen and heard. If you really said it, I will have big trouble recently. Yu Shu stopped and whispered to Jing Chen, I want you to lend me the yellow frost stone for a while. On the first day of the first month, she and Jing Chen met at Wangji Tower to discuss the matter of teaching. When Jing Chen sent her back, he reminded her to be careful and said that her face was strange. It was not a lie. Jing Chen's eyebrows became a little nervous. With a pair of good eyes, he looked at Yu Shu's facial features and complexion. When he saw a mass of gray covering her nose and gallbladder, he knew that she was in trouble. He wanted to say that he would give her the yellow frost stone, but he could not bring it out at the moment. Seeing his hesitation, Yu Shu asked tentatively, What's wrong? You didn't bring it with you? Jing Chen shook his head and showed a difficult expression. I just gave the adversity blocking stone to Shimmy the day before yesterday. She has a disaster to hide from recently. Jing Chen did not hide it and confessed the whereabouts of the yellow frost stone. When Yu Shu heard it, she knew that it was impossible for her to borrow the treasure to hide from danger. Although the yellow frost stone had a magical effect, it could only protect one person. If it was given to her, what would happen to Jing Chen's little Shimmy? The two were silent for a moment. Yu Shu was the first to laugh dryly. Before Jing Chen could speak again, she pretended to sigh and said pitifully, Ha, what a coincidence. Forget it, first come, first served. After she finished speaking, she looked at Jing Chen. Seeing that he wanted to say something but hesitated a few times, he finally apologized to her. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry. Junior Martial Sister's calamity was predicted by Uncle Master before she left the mountain. To be honest, she entered the human realm to experience the calamity. In the letter, Uncle Master entrusted me to protect her and gave her the yellow frost stone to wear. That's why I couldn't give it to you. Hearing Jing Chen's words, even though Yu Shu had already accepted it, her eyes still darkened and she felt a chill in her chest. She thought to herself, her safety was not as important as the safety of her junior sister. Friends of life and death could not compare to childhood sweethearts. Let's not talk about first come, first served. People's hearts were always biased. She could understand Jing Chen's dilemma. If they were in each other's shoes, if the ones in trouble were Jing Chen and Yu Xiaoxiu, what would she do? What she didn't want, let alone others. However, there are still many auspicious treasures in the princess residence. I'll go back and find them for you. Is that okay? Yu Shu raised her head and looked at Jing Chen's guilty face. She wanted to say no, but she couldn't bear to criticize this honest person. She squeezed out a smile and said, That's good. You have to find a few more for me. I'll tell you first. If you break them, I won't return them to you. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't blame him, Jing Chen seemed to be relieved. He nodded and asked with concern, Do you know what disaster you're talking about? Do you know what kind of disaster it is? Hearing that he only asked now, Yu Shu restrained her expression and said calmly, Actually, it's not that serious. I'm already prepared. I'm still confident that I can deal with it. That's good. Jing Chen said seriously, You know that I'm a sinful person. I'm afraid that I'll bring disaster to you. You should be careful. Although he had the 10,000-year funeral oration of the Da and imperial tomb, and it wouldn't affect his body, he still couldn't rashly move his Dao heart. Once there was love and hate, it would be full of evil. Yu Shu looked away from him and pointed to the guards and carriage not far away. She said, Don't you still have to enter the palace? Go quickly. Don't delay. Jing Chen's mind was pure and didn't understand the fickleness of human emotions. He didn't know that his attitude had cooled Yu Shu's heart. Okay, then I'll go first. I'll come find you tomorrow. Jing Chen and Yu Shu walked back to the carriage one after another. Before he got on the carriage, he remembered to say to her, I've copied Sherfu's Chaotic Sky Divination book. When the astrolabe is done, I'll send it to you. Yu Shu didn't have the mood to be happy about these worldly possessions. She smiled and watched him get into the palace-style carriage. He was escorted by the guards and left. Turning around, she entered the courtyard. Another night of tossing and turning. The next day, Yushu sat at the dining table with a pair of dark circles under her eyes. Zhao Hui saw her and said with distress, "You child, how many times have I told you not to stay up too late at night? I know you work hard, but you can't tire yourself out. Your father said it right, no matter how great one's ability is, it can't compare to a healthy body." After talking about Yushu, she went to scold Yundo, "You little girl, don't you know how to persuade your young lady? If she suffers at night again, turn off the light for her. Do you hear me?" Yundo looked at Yushu and didn't dare to agree. Using the excuse of going to the kitchen to get some soup and rice, she quickly ran out. Yundo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She said to Yushu, "Look at how smart she is. She only followed you for a few days and she already knows to look at your face." Yushu laughed, "Didn't you ask her to listen to me?" "She's not looking at my face, she's looking at your face." Zhao Hui glared at her. Fortunately, Shen Nanny came in with the food. Difangji interrupted and saved Yushu from Zhao Hui's nagging. As a doctor, health was important. 3 meals a day had to be on time. The He family usually had breakfast around 7 in the morning. Thus, when the servants cleared the dishes, the sun had just risen. Yushu went back to her room to catch up on sleep. Just as she was about to lie down, she heard from outside that Jing Chen had arrived. She yawned, got up, and went to the front to meet him. Because Jing Chen had to appear at the Shuangyang Association in the morning, he asked someone to carry the things he brought for Yushu to the living room. He gave her some instructions and left in a hurry. This time, Jing Chen had sent a total of 3 rare treasures. One of them was a 2 feet tall guanyin sitting on a lotus. It was said that it was a spiritual item that had been blessed by an eminent monk who had saved the world 2 dynasties ago. There was a long sword with jewels and pearls on its scabbard. It was said to have been equipped by a general who protected the country on the battlefield 100 years ago. Later, it was dispelled by an enlightened master. It was a treasure to ward off evil. The last one was a set of calligraphy set with sandalwood. It was said to have been written by the first Zhuangyuan during the founding of the De kingdom. With a stroke of his brush, the Wenxiu star in the sky shone brightly. It was said that the Zhuangyuan was the reincarnation of the Wenxiu star. This treasure was full of righteousness. These 3 treasures were all priceless. They should be the few treasures left in the princess's mansion. They must have been picked out by Jing Chen and placed in front of Yushu. But it didn't make a greedy person like her happy. It was fine if she didn't understand it. Just like a person who didn't understand medicine, he didn't know how to prescribe the right medicine. Sometimes, a dose of 1,000 gold was not as good as 2 grams of licorice. It was the same for seeking good luck and avoiding evil. Not to mention the value of these 3 treasures, 2 of them were used to attract good fortune, while the last one was used to ward off evil. Even though it was useful, its effect was minimal. It was incomparable to the yellow frost stone's ability to ward off evil. After using these treasures, she naturally had to return them. Fearing that they would be damaged, Yushu carefully moved them to her room. According to the feng shui, she hung the Bixia sword on the south wall and the Zhuangyuan's calligraphy on the north side of the desk. As for the guanyin statue, it lay quietly in the treasure chest and was put on the shelf. It was easy to invite a god, but difficult to send a god away. It was better not to look for trouble. Chapter 341. The 12th of the 2nd month was the flower festival. The unmarried young ladies in Anling City often went to the outskirts to play on this day. They brought carefully cut and woven flower paper and colorful ropes to hang on the branches of flowers to pray for the blessing of the flower god who was in charge of marriage and fertility. Yifangji and his wife moved to the capital for the first time and didn't know the local customs. In addition, Zhao Hui was pregnant, so it was inconvenient for her to go out and socialize. They didn't interact with the neighbors. Therefore, although they had a daughter like Yushu, they didn't prepare anything. The 12th of the 2nd test was the day the results were released. However, this test was feng shui. Yushu didn't participate in this test at all, so she didn't care about it. On this day, Yushu stayed at home as usual and didn't go out. Unexpectedly, when the sun rose, Shuirei came to the door. Yushu, who was about to go back to sleep, had to get up from the bed. She looked in the mirror and adjusted her clothes. She put her hands in her sleeves and moved to the front yard. Shui was invited to the front hall by the maid guarding the door to serve tea. As soon as Yushu went in, her eyes lit up when she saw him. Shui's attire today wasn't as luxurious and gaudy as he usually was. He wore a bluish-white silk robe with the lapels on the left and right, and the length only reached his knees, revealing a pair of brown deerskin boots on his feet. His sleeves and waist were tied up tightly with smooth leather straps. His jet black and glossy hair was tied up high and matched with a green and white silk scarf, and a strand of hair scattered down from his temples caused him to have a full forehead, dense brows, and bright eyes. As he stood there casually with a hand on the green-sheathed short sword at his waist, every single move he made actually surpassed the heroic Confucian heroes in books. "Big brother, why are you looking for me so early?" Yushu went to greet him. She muttered in her heart, "Dressed so flashily, I don't know where you are going to play." Shui grinned, "I guess you don't know what day it is today." "Sure enough, go change into some light clothes. We are going for a spring outing. Jinxuan is outside in the carriage." Yushu actually knew that today was the flower festival, but she was not in the mood to go out and wander around. She didn't mention the paper cut and hanging flowers in front of Zhao Hui, but she didn't expect that Shui would come to call her. "You also know that I'm in great danger tomorrow, so I don't dare to run around blindly. Besides, I don't have the mood to play." Yushu scratched her head and said embarrassedly. Shui saw that her eyes were pale green. It must be because of that disaster that she couldn't sleep at night. Thinking of the purpose of today's visit, he would not let her go. Fortunately, he had already thought of how to persuade him. "You have been practicing Yi Shui and have read many books. Don't you understand that life and death are already determined? The principle of not worrying about fate? Let me say something unpleasant. If tomorrow is your doom and your time is coming, will you die of depression, or would you rather live a happy life? It's better to be happy than to be worried, and it's better to be open-minded than to be narrow-minded. I thought you were an understanding person, and you've always been free and easy. But now you are stubborn." After listening to Shui's words, Yushu was confused for a moment. She was trembling with fear these days. She couldn't help but reflect carefully. She didn't know how long she stood there, and then she came to her senses. She looked up and accidentally saw Shui with a smile on his face and open-minded eyes. Suddenly, she had a hint of understanding, and her eyebrows slowly relaxed. Although she couldn't be completely happy, her delicate and intelligent face finally recovered 70% of her usual calmness. "Big brother is right. The disaster hasn't come, but I'm already scaring myself. Look at me, I'm such a good-for-nothing. I've made a fool of myself in front of you." As she said, she raised her hands to Shui, thanking him for his enlightenment. Otherwise, with her poor state, when the disaster came, how could she have the energy to deal with it? Shui saw that the worry between her eyebrows had disappeared a lot, and he knew that his words had an effect. He didn't try to comfort her anymore. He smiled and walked out with his hands behind his back. "Go and change your clothes. We'll wait for you outside." Yushu didn't refuse this time. She went to the backyard and said something to Zhao Hui, and then went to comb her hair and change her clothes. Shui came on a horse today, so he was dressed lightly. Feng Zhaomiao also came with him. The two of them trotted in front to open the way, while the two girls, Yushu and Shui Jinxuan, sat in the carriage behind, drinking tea and talking. This was the second time that Yushu had met Shui Jinxuan. Only 10 days had passed since their first meeting. Shui Jinxuan was still shy and weak. She sat there without making a sound, as if it was the first time that she had met Yushu. Fortunately, Yushu was thick-skinned and patiently got along with this quiet little sister. She talked about some innocuous anecdotes. In less than the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Shui Jinxuan made her smile and called her older sister Yu in a soft voice. There were not only the two of them in the carriage. There was also a little maidservant who served Shui Jinxuan. Her name was Qing. She was 12 or 13 years old and had a very pleasant mouth, which was the complete opposite of her young miss. Miss Yu, the young miss, treasured the folded paper that you gave to her last time very much. However, we saw it and begged several times, so the young miss only let us play with it twice. The rest of the time, we put it in the sachet at the head of the bed and don't let us touch it. When Yushu heard that Xue Jinxuan cherished the gift she gave her so much, her heart was moved. She turned to look at Xue Jinxuan's red face and thought it was strange. Shouldn't the daughter of the Xue family be pampered? She might not be as arrogant as royal Princess Xiwen, but she shouldn't care so much about a small gift, right? Xue Jinxuan didn't know that Yushu was puzzled and felt a little nervous from being stared at by her. She was afraid that she would laugh at her for being stingy, so she lowered her head and explained in a low voice, It's because the paper is thin and brittle. I was afraid that if I left it outside, they would break it, so I kept it. Yushu secretly scolded herself for thinking too much. She didn't want to scare her, so she quickly withdrew her gaze and said in a light tone, It's not something valuable, so it's not worth it for you to keep it so carefully. I also know a lot of interesting things. I'll give them to you later when I make them. Xue Jinxuan couldn't hide the joy on her palm-sized face. She nodded and dawdled, asking Qing to take a bag behind her. She took out a new magenta-colored pouch and handed it to Yushu with both hands. Her eyes were full of expectation, but she couldn't say what it was. Fortunately, Yushu was a wily old fox. At a glance, she guessed that this was a gift from the east, south, west. But she still asked, Are you going to give this to me? Xue Jinxuan nodded shyly. Spoke for her master very tactfully, Miss Yu, this is a flower embroidered by Miss herself. She took the 5-colored silk that was bestowed by the palace and wore it as a fortune coin. There are flower beads on it. Miss, you should pick a good branch in the spring forest to hang it. When the goddess of flowers sees it, she will definitely like it and bless Miss Yu to be safe. Yushu squeezed the exquisite embroidered pouch in her hand with a happy expression. She thanked Xue Jinxuan and praised her for being careful, which made Xue Jinxuan blush a little. Seeing that Yushu had put away her gift, she secretly thought that she wasn't annoying, so the anxiety in her heart disappeared. Xue, who was walking in front, had good hearing. He heard the faint laughter in the carriage, and his mood also improved. He shook the reins in his hand, turned his head, and said to Feng Zhaomiao in a clear voice, There are fewer people on the street in front. Let's race for a while. Win or lose, we'll do the same. Let's go. Chapter 342. There was a spring forest in the east of the city. It was full of natural and wild grass and trees. As soon as they entered the forest, they could see bright purple and red flowers on the branches far and near. In this fake scenery, there were many beautiful figures. The whispers and giggles of girls could be heard intermittently in the forest. Yushu held Xue Jinxuan's little hand as they strolled leisurely in search of a suitable place to hang flowers. From time to time, 1 or 2 young girls who were in the throes of love would stop in their tracks and sneak a peek at the figures behind them before shyly covering their handkerchiefs and running away. Yushu turned around to glance at Xue Rui and Feng Zhaomiao who followed behind them from a distance, and she couldn't help but want to take a few more glances at them. One was a man with a brilliant and heroic bearing, and the other was a young and lively youth that came for a stroll in spring, and it was extremely pleasing to the eye. After wandering in the forest, Feng Zhaomiao found a small hibiscus by the side of the road and encouraged Xue Jinxuan to hang the red flower paper on the branches. Yushu took a fancy to an old humpbacked elm. She stood on her tiptoes and hung the colorful string that Xue Xiaomei gave her. She tied a dead knot and put her palms together to worship the flower god, regardless of whether it worked or not. When Xue Rui saw Yushu take out the exquisitely woven colored rope, he glanced at his younger sister with slight surprise. He'd specially given this colored rope to her a while ago for today's use, and it was only a strand of it that was 60 grams in weight. He never imagined that she would give it to Yushu, who he'd only met once. Well, I see that the sky is very clear today. Why don't we go to the spring river and watch the fun? Feng Zhaomiao suggested when he saw that the 2 girls had worshipped the flower god. There were too many girls in the forest, and he felt a little uncomfortable. He didn't want to wander around anymore. Xue Rui saw through his thoughts and asked his 2 sisters with his eyes. Xue Jinxuan naturally had no objection and turned to look at Yushu. Yushu didn't want to ruin Feng Zhaomiao's mood, so she nodded in agreement. Thus, the group of people retraced their steps out of the forest. He got on his horse and rode towards the Spring Wave River not far from here. Yushu originally thought that the number of people who came to the Twin Sun Association today would not be as many as the day of the dragon raises its head. It was still a sea of people, stretching as far as the eye could see. Before getting off the carriage, Qing'er helped Xue Jinshuan put a short cloak over his head and covered his loose pockets, so that they wouldn't be seen by those lechers outside. Seeing Yushu's naked face, he tactfully took out a fragrant handkerchief from his bundle and handed it to her. Yushu shook her head with a smile and declined. She wasn't a precious person, but a guest. She was a person who had entered the world and was particular about freedom. She didn't need to hide her face, and it wasn't like her face was shameful. Xue Rui and Feng Zhaomiao led the horses to a tree and tied them up. Leaving the coachman to look after them, they brought Yushu and the others to the riverbank. Yushu heard the beating of drums in the distance. She asked curiously, "Isn't it the Flower Dynasty today? There are still so many people here. Aren't they going to the outskirts for a walk in the spring?" Feng Zhaomiao looked up. Grinning, she said to her, "It's only today that it's lively. Don't you know that there's a subject's results from Taiching Bureau? The nobles are all betting at Qiongyu Pavilion, waiting for the top 3 to come out." Yushu was puzzled, so she looked at Xue Rui, and the latter explained to her in detail. It turned out that before the Twin Suns meeting began, the princes had already inquired about the examinees who were likely to pass the exam in every subject and drafted a name list. Only when these examinees showed themselves during the Twin Suns meeting would they send someone with an invitation card to invite them to Qiongyu. With the Qiankuan 2 seats watching, at most 3 people would stay and place their name cards in Qiongyu Pavilion to bet. On the day the results were announced, an official would go to Taiching Bureau to copy the results and then announce it at Qiongyu Pavilion. It all depended on who had a unique eye and picked a good candidate. Then they would be able to show their face in front of that person in the palace. Yushu understood. Wasn't this gambling? Other people bet on football and horses, but here, they bet on people. Feng Zhaomiao couldn't help but interrupt. "Lotus Room, you still don't know, right? The junior martial ant whom His Ninth Highness invited to attend the meeting, on the day of the release of the rankings on the 3rd day of the new year, all 3 of them were on the list, and one of them was even in the top 3. Yushu was surprised. "She's that powerful?" Xue Rui's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "Miss Xue Yun is from the same sect as Daozi. She is a disciple of Mount Longhu's Tai sect. Her methods are extraordinary." As a student of Taisher Library, Feng Zhaomiao's face was full of envy. "Isn't that so? I heard that in Qiongyu Pavilion, she can use a mysterious black lot. She can tell whether a person is good or bad and whether they have a future." Yushu stroked her chin, thinking that Jing Chen had inherited Taoist master Huai Xian's turbid heaven divination art, and junior sister Xue Yun was his direct disciple, so it wasn't strange for her to have a mystical art. Thinking of this, Yushu couldn't help but remember her benefactor, Taoist Qing Zheng, whom she had no fate with. Her heart ached slightly. Both of them had been apprenticed to an expert, but she had only learned half of it. At this moment, there was a burst of cheers in front. Someone shouted, "They're coming, they're coming." The crowd suddenly rushed in one direction. Yushu didn't know what was going on. She held Xue Jinshuan tightly to prevent him from getting separated. "What's going on?" Feng Zhaomiao tiptoed and said excitedly, "The person who reported the results is coming. I'll go and see." After he finished speaking, he hurriedly leaped out. Xue Rui, on the other hand, did not move. He continued to follow by Yushu and his younger sister's side. He avoided the crowd and walked to a willow tree by the riverside before he stood still. He said to them, "We'll wait for him here. There are many people in front of us, so you 2 girls shouldn't push forward." Yushu nodded. She saw an artist making clay figurines and went to choose one with Xue Xiaomei. She didn't care about the situation in Qiongyu Pavilion. In the evening, on the way back to the carriage, Yushu leaned against the window. She looked at Feng Zhaomiao, who was riding on a horse. Feng Zhaomiao was talking about what she saw in Qiongyu Pavilion during the day. The officials copied the results and came back. They reported on the platform downstairs. There were a total of 60 people in feng shui who were promoted. They were from the last to the first. The officials took several name cards from Cheongyu Pavilion and compared them one by one. Guess what? Feng Zhaomiao suddenly raised his voice. His Ninth Highness actually came up with a number 1. At that time, Cheongyu Pavilion was in an uproar. That number 1 happened to be outside the pavilion. He was invited to the platform to talk. Because only His Ninth Highness hung his name card, he became His Ninth Highness disciple on the spot according to the ancestral rules. I saw that the other nobles' eyes were red with envy. How could they not be envious? There was a test every 3 years in Dian. The position of number 1 in 6 subjects was like that of a visiting flower man in the same hall. As a disciple of the current dynasty, if there were no accidents, he would definitely become a celestial commissioner in the future. He would be able to openly recruit him for his own use. Wasn't this a big bargain? Yu Shu muttered. She guessed that this was most likely due to junior sister Shui Yun. She had to admit that the little girl was indeed capable. With a flash of inspiration, she thought of something else. Her eyebrows suddenly smiled. With a gem like Shui Yun in front of them, Ji Xingxuan, who was by Lu Hao's side, would most likely be disappointed if she wanted to use this twin sun gathering to make a name for herself. Shui Rui rode at the side. Even though there was a smile on his face, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. The group returned to Wang Ji Tower to rest. Before the food and wine had arrived, Shui Rui found an excuse to leave first. Before he left, he asked Feng Zhaomiao to escort Yu Shu and little sister Shui back. Before the sun set, the twin sun gathering on the spring river dispersed. The nobles all returned to their own residences. Those who went back to their residences, those who went to eat wine. As night fell, in Ningwang Fu, the long corridor that led to the study was silent. Bang! A heavy object fell to the ground. It startled a few wild sparrows under the eaves. Trash! Lu Hao narrowed his eyes. Stepping on the broken pieces of the vase, he glared angrily at the scout kneeling a few steps away. You can't even do a small thing. I spent so much time investigating the list, but the higher-ups don't even have a candidate for the top 3. What's the use of keeping you? It was no wonder that Lu Hao would be angry. The cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. No matter how good Ji Xingxuan's physiognomy was, it was hard to pick a crane out of a nest of chickens. Therefore, even though he had some complaints about Ji Xingxuan, what he was most angry about was this group of incompetent subordinates. He had never placed Lu Tan's hypocritical younger brother in his eyes. But these 2 times, he had interfered and suppressed him. How could he not be angry? The scout leader was covered in cold sweat. He lowered his head and said respectfully, reporting to Wang Yi, there are too many guests participating in this year's De Yen examination. This subordinate was unable to investigate them one by one and missed some. Please forgive us, Wang Yi. You dare to quibble. Lu Hao grabbed the inkstone on the table and was about to throw it again. The middle-aged man standing to the side advised, Your Highness, please calm down. Listen to me. Lu Hao turned to look at the middle-aged man. His expression became much better. Mister, please speak. The middle-aged man muttered, Today's Twin Sons meeting was not only a missed opportunity for Your Highness. Looking at it, the other princes also did not get what they wanted. Only the 9th prince stood out. According to this situation, I don't think there is any benefit to this. Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Lu Hao's eyes lit up. He waved his hand to dismiss the irrelevant people in the study, leaving only the strategist. Then according to Mr., is there a way to solve this situation? The middle-aged man took 2 steps forward and whispered in his ear, If I may be so bold, after today's incident, the 9th prince has already angered everyone. I'm afraid that everyone wants to remove his right-hand man, but they are just watching from the sidelines for fear of arousing suspicion. Your Highness, why don't you make the first move and redirect the disaster? After whispering like this, a cold light flashed in Lu Hao's eyes. The corners of his mouth gradually curled up. After thinking for a while, he felt that this method was feasible. He looked at the strategist with approval and clapped his hands, shouting, Men. Asterisk 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 at the same time, at another place in the capital city, Shui Rui found the ninth prince Lu Tan in a guest house. Lu Yi, who was drinking alone under the moonlight in the pavilion in the garden, noticed Shui Rui's arrival, and he couldn't help but raise his cup and invite Shui Rui. "Cousin brother, quickly come and have a drink with me. Have you heard about the incident in Cheongyu Pavilion today?" Shui Rui stepped into the pavilion, and when he saw this cousin brother of his who'd always been steady had a complacent expression at this moment, Shui Rui's face sank, and he shouted right away. "You still have the mood to drink wine? Do you know that others have already schemed against you?" Lu Tan was shocked and immediately sobered up. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Cousin, do you mean that I was in the limelight today? But didn't you tell me that this twin sons meeting is a good opportunity? If I can gain some influence in front of Imperial Father, no one will dare to look down on me. Isn't that good?" Chapter 343. After today's double sun meeting, Shui Yun didn't go to the guest house with Lu Tan. Instead, she went back to the princess's residence with Jing Chen as usual. Lu Tan would come to pick her up the next morning. After the two of them had dinner together, the steward of the residence asked at the entrance of the dining hall, "Young master, the object you ordered people to make has been made. Do you want to have someone bring it over for you to see?" Jing Chen said, "There's no need to move it around. Where is it now? I'll go over and see." "It's placed in the west wing of the courtyard." Shui Yun asked curiously, "What did senior brother order people to do?" Jing Chen didn't mind letting her know, "I ordered people to copy Master's Universe Astrolabe." Shui Yun was stunned at first, but then she understood and revealed a surprised expression. She was very clever, so how could she not guess why her senior brother would spend so much effort to make the Universe Astrolabe? She knew that her senior brother wanted to teach the unique skill of their Tai sect to Miss Yu, but who would have thought that he would teach martial uncle Huai Xian's chaotic heaven divination technique, such a great skill, to a secular person? In a hurry, Shui Yun blushed and stammered, "Senior brother, this. Jing Chen seemed to be aware of Shui Yun's thoughts. He flicked his sleeve and stopped her words. His handsome face had an indifferent expression. "I know the rules of the sect. In the future, when I see the sect leader and master, I will ask for forgiveness. It's just that this is something on my mind. If I can't resolve it, it will hinder my Dao heart." Shui Yun swallowed her words. Although they were fellow cultivators in terms of state of mind, she was far inferior to Jing Chen. She could only guess one or two of his thoughts. She wanted to dissuade him, but for a moment, she couldn't open her mouth. Her watery eyes turned and she avoided the important point. "Since senior brother has a plan, I won't say anything more. But senior brother only ordered people to make the astrolabe. Has martial uncle's chaotic heaven divination technique been copied?" "I've copied it." "Then when do you plan to find Miss Yu?" "I'll be free tomorrow." Shui Yun nodded and said no more. She followed Jing Chen to look at the imitation astrolabe. Although her father was a Taoist master of the Greater One sect, martial uncle Huai Xian was a loner. Other than his direct disciple, Jing Chen, he had never shown any respect to his disciples. She had only seen the universe astrolabe in the old man's hall a few times from afar. The next day, Shui Yun dressed up properly with the help of the maidservants of the princess mansion. Then, she took her fortune stick and went to the dining room in the front courtyard to have breakfast with Jing Chen. She was waiting for Lu Tan to pick her up. Jing Chen happened to be on the way. The Dao cultivators were in good health. Therefore, the two brothers and sisters didn't talk much at the dining table. They had only eaten half their fill when they heard the news that Lu Tan had arrived. Shui Yun watched as Lu Tan strode into the dining room and asked curiously, "Why aren't you waiting in the car? Senior brother and I are going out now." Lu Tan shook his head and raised his hand to greet Jing Chen. He respectfully called him martial uncle and turned to Shui Yun, saying, "I'm here to tell youngest martial aunt. I don't need to trouble you today. I'll go to the meeting alone. You can rest at home for a few days." Shui Yun was puzzled. Why? It was inconvenient for Lu Tan to tell the truth about how Shui Rui had advised him to temporarily avoid the sharp edge yesterday, so he tactfully changed the topic. thanks to junior martial ants helped these past few days. It's just that the next subject's result will be the astrology. With 7th martial uncle in the capital, I don't lack this kind of talent, so you don't have to worry about it for the time being. Shui Yun didn't think much of it when she heard this. She smiled and said, "All right. It takes a lot of energy to sit in that building every day and smell the ambergris every night. I feel a headache. I'll rest for a few days and help you later." Lu Tan hurriedly agreed. Although he was a prince and was incomparably respected, the two people in front of him were his seniors, so he couldn't disrespect them. Shui Yun didn't go, so Jing Chen and Lu Tan went out together. Not long after they left, Shui Yun drank half a cup of morning tea and was about to return to her room to take a bath so that she could burn incense and meditate. However, she bumped into Jing Chen, who had turned around and returned. "Oh, why didn't Shi Xiang go?" Jing Chen said, "I just reached the door when I was stopped by people from the palace. I don't know when His Majesty will summon me to the palace, so I came back to change my clothes." The white robe that Jing Chen was wearing was not a big deal outside, but in front of the Son of Heaven, it was a loss of propriety. He originally didn't understand these rules. During his stay in the palace, a group of palace attendants intentionally or unintentionally reminded him, so he more or less knew about it. Shui Yun said, "You're going to see His Majesty? Then you won't be coming back tonight?" Even Shui Yun had heard of the emperor's love for Jing Chen. Ever since they moved into the princess's residence, Jing Chen went to see the emperor every 2 or 3 days. As long as he entered the palace to accompany the emperor, he would often stay for dinner. If the uncle and nephew chatted late, they would be directly arranged to sleep in the palace room in the front courtyard. "I don't know yet." Shui Yun wanted to see Yu Shu, so she had an idea and said, "Shi Xiang may not be able to leave the palace today, but it's not that I can't send something to miss you. I happen to be free, so why don't I go on a trip for you?" Jing Chen thought about it and felt that it was fine, so he let her send the astrolabe and the copy first. He also told her, "When you see Xiaoyu, give her the copy of Master's Celestial Divination, and let her memorize the program first. The next time I see her, I can directly explain it." "Okay, don't worry, Shi Xiang. I will tell Miss Yu." Shui Yun smiled and studied it. She followed Jing Chen back to the room and took out the 2 copies. She disassembled the astrolabe, wrapped it in a silk cover, and had the servants carry it away. The 13th day of the 2nd month was the day that Yu Shu had long predicted that there would be a calamity. Because of Shui Rui's comfort yesterday, she had a rare good sleep. She stretched and got out of bed at dawn. "Yundo, go and tell my mother that I need to do morning exercises. I'll eat breakfast in the room and don't go to the main room." Yu Shu held a basin of warm water to wash her face as she instructed Yundo. She had made up her mind that in order to avoid the calamity today, she wouldn't go out of the house. She would stay at home to avoid the calamity. She wouldn't be able to see the pregnant Zhao Hui today. Yundo obediently went and came back with Zhao Hui's words after a while. It was nothing more than telling Yu Shu not to work too hard and tire her body. The weather today was warm. After eating breakfast, Yu Shu opened a window on the east side and took out the golden abacus that Pei Jing had given her from the box. She leaned against the coffee table by the window and fiddled with the abacus. She seemed to be playing and practicing, but no one knew that she was looking forward to the sun setting so that she could get through the day. Hearing a little noise, Yu Shu lowered her eyelids and looked at Kim Bao, who was trying to climb up her skirt to her knees. She remembered that Yu Xiaoxiu said that he had given it a bath last night, so she didn't shake it off. She let the little guy jump onto her lap, jump onto the coffee table, and directly pounce on the abacus in her hand. It rubbed the gold beads with its black beady eyes, looking very greedy. Yu Shu rolled her eyes and threw away the abacus to let it have its fill. Anyway, such a big thing was not easy to carry, so she was not afraid of it thinking about it. There was a series of footsteps outside the door. Yu Shu turned sideways and looked out of the half-open door. She saw Yundo standing on the threshold and whispering to someone, who seemed to be the gatekeeper. After a while, Yundo ran in. "Miss, a guest is here." Yu Shu only thought it was Shui Rui. She looked down and saw that there was nothing wrong with her clothes, so she didn't need to change. As soon as she took a step, she felt something on her back. She heard a haw, sound, and something hooked the collar of her clothes and jumped to her left shoulder. Yushu was not scared. She turned her face to look at Kim Bao, who was squatting on her shoulder, and reached out to take it down. Kim Bao noticed her intention. When she reached out, it took advantage of the gap and jumped into her loose sleeves. It showed its claws and hooked the material in her sleeves. No matter how many times she shook it, it didn't fall out. Ha ha! Yushu was puzzled. Why was this little guy willing to give up the golden abacus and suddenly stick to her? Because she didn't want the guest to wait for too long, Yushu didn't try to get rid of Kim Bao again. She was afraid that it would get angry and scratch her clothes. She folded her sleeves and took Yun Do to the front yard. When Yushu saw Shui Yun sitting alone in the living room, she was very surprised. Her footsteps paused for a moment before she walked in. "Miss Shui?" She looked around and saw a large wooden box on the ground. She was even more confused about Shui Yun's intentions. Shui Yun smiled and pointed at the box. She said to Yushu, "Senior Marshal Brother went to the palace. This is a replica of the astrolabe that he asked someone to make. I have nothing to do, so I ran an errand to give it to you." Hearing this, Yushu's eyes lit up. She thanked Shui Yun and walked into the box. She bent down to open it, but she heard Shui Yun stop her. "This astrolabe is scattered. Later, Senior Marshal Brother will need to put it back together. Miss Yu, it's best if you don't look at it in a hurry, in case you lose the parts." Yushu withdrew her hand and embarrassedly said to Shui Yun, "I was a bit impatient." When she heard Shui Yun's words, Yushu knew that the other person knew that Jing Chen wanted to teach her the secret technique of the sect. She must be familiar with the cloudy sky divination technique. She just didn't know if Shui Yun had learned this technique before. Yushu and Shui Yun didn't have much of a friendship. They had only met a few times, so there wasn't much to talk about. However, since the other person had come with good intentions to give her something, she couldn't just accept it and ask her to leave. Of course, she had to stay to drink a cup of tea and chat a bit. Thus, she personally poured a cup of tea and handed it over. She tried to find something to talk about. "I heard that Miss Shui was invited by His Royal Highness, the 9th Prince, as a guest to watch the twin sons gathering. Why are you free today?" Shui Yun held the teacup in her hands but didn't sip it. She often drank the true dew tea before the rain at the mountain gate. Later, when she went down the mountain to the capital, Lu Tan was attentive and considerate and served her the imperial tribute tea. Thus, she didn't like the tea that Yushu casually brewed here. "I'm not free. If I have nothing to do, then I must have a request. I came to see Miss Yu today not only to run an errand for Senior Marshal Brother, but also to ask Miss Yu for a favor." Yushu took a sip of tea and raised her head to look at the elegant young maiden. Her eyelids twitched. She didn't know why, but she felt that it wasn't something good. "Miss Shui, please speak." Chapter 344. Knowing that there would be a big disaster today, Yushu really didn't want to go out. However, looking at Shui Yun's expression, it seemed that there was a secret that she wanted to talk about. It was related to Jing Chen and couldn't be heard by others, which made her curious. After hesitating for a moment, Yushu still felt that her life was more important, so she tactfully suggested, "If Miss Shui feels that it's not convenient to talk here, why don't we talk in the bedroom in the backyard?" Her suggestion was good, but Shui Yun's pair of black and white eyes looked at her deeply and said bluntly, "The walls have ears. It's not that I don't believe you, but the matter of me being the senior brother is of great importance. Even he himself may not know it. What I'm telling you today must not fall into the ears of a third person, not even your family." Hearing this, Yushu was even more surprised. What kind of secret was it that even Jing Chen didn't know? She wasn't interested in Shui Yun's request, but she really wanted to hear this secret. To tell you the truth, it's really inconvenient for me to go out." Yushu hesitated and added, "I calculated that there will be a disaster today, so I'm hiding at home. Why don't we talk in private another day?" Hee. Shui Yun heard that it was because of Yushu, but she smiled and said indifferently, "It's really a disaster. How can it be avoided by hiding at home? In that case, I will also have a disaster in the near future, but I'm not as careful as Mississippi." Hearing the ridicule in her words, Implying that she was afraid of the slightest thing, Yushu curled her lips. So what if she was afraid of death? It didn't affect anyone. If Miss Yu doesn't want to talk to me, I can't force you. I was rash. As Shui Yun spoke, she suddenly stood up and was about to leave. Yushu hurriedly sent her off. When the two of them walked to the door, Shui Yun stopped and looked back at Yushu. She said with a hidden meaning, I'm willing to talk to you today, but maybe I'll regret it tomorrow. Yushu was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood what she meant. About the secret of Jing Chen, if she didn't listen to it today, she would never have the chance to know. Yushu felt as if there were two mice in her heart, scratching and scratching. She opened her mouth and held back, watching Shui Yun get into the carriage and be escorted away by two guards. Wait! The carriage stopped not too far away. Shui Yun opened her eyes. Her eyes, which should have been pure and untainted, were somewhat dark and gloomy. In the end, Yushu couldn't resist her curiosity, so she braced herself and sat in Shui Yun's carriage. Where are we going? The carriage passed a few streets. Yushu sat by the window and looked out. Kim Bao, who was hanging in her sleeve, seemed to be asleep. He didn't make a sound. The soft little ball with warmth made her feel at ease. There's a tea house with a quiet environment and good soundproofing. Shui Yun's voice was pleasant to the ear. There was a gentleness in her words. Yushu couldn't help but look back at her. This girl seemed to be a year older than her. The first time they met at Forgotten Opportunity Tower, she still had some of the liveliness of a young girl in front of Jingchen. Now that she looked carefully, there was a sense of steadiness inside and out. It was probably because her facial features weren't very beautiful. She didn't look like what Yushu had imagined. A female cultivator would have an otherworldly beauty. Why are you looking at me like that? Shui Yun met Yushu's gaze. Yushu said heartlessly, I see that Miss Shui is different from the cultivator I imagined. A cultivator shouldn't have no distracting thoughts in their heart. Based on her experience of reading countless people, this junior sister's thoughts weren't simple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lured her out with just a few words. Shui Yun blinked. Oh, then what do you think a cultivator should be like? Yushu said, like Jing Chen. She had seen all kinds of people, some good and some evil. But in terms of being clean from the inside out, Jing Chen was the only one. Shui Yun seemed to have guessed who Yushu would say. She didn't look surprised at all. She smiled faintly and said with pride, I can't compare with senior brother, what about him? Shui Yun didn't continue. Yushu didn't care and turned her head to continue looking at the road. After driving through another street, they actually came to the downtown area. The carriage stopped in front of a tea house. Yushu jumped out of the carriage first. Looking at the crowded and messy scene inside, she looked back at Shui Yun suspiciously. Could this place be called a quiet environment? Shui Yun didn't explain. After getting out of the carriage, she said to the two guards following the carriage, You wait for me downstairs. You don't have to follow me. The two guards were sent by Lu Tan to protect Shui Yun early in the morning. They looked very embarrassed. Miss Shui, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. If His Highness knows that we are neglecting our duties, he will definitely punish us. Shui Yun said, It's broad daylight here. There won't be any danger. Besides, I've been practicing martial arts and swordsmanship since childhood. My skills aren't inferior to yours. If something really happens, you can't stop me. The two guards looked around. It was indeed safe. Seeing Shui Yun's firm attitude, they hesitated and agreed. Then we'll wait here. If you need anything, please call us immediately. After saying that, they looked at Yushu worriedly, for fear that she would be a burden. Yushu felt depressed for a moment, then followed Shui Yun into the tea house. When they entered, they attracted the attention of many customers. Two young women coming in and out of such a crowded place without any cover on their heads could easily be thought of as having a poor upbringing. Being stared at by so many eyes, Yushu was thick-skinned enough and didn't feel unhappy. Shui Yun ignored them and called for the waiter to lead the way to the second floor. The second floor was full of small rooms. Yushu quickly discovered that Shui Yun wasn't lying. The waiter opened the door to a private room. They walked in. They could hear the noise downstairs a moment ago, but when the door was closed, it instantly quieted down. On second thought, the room was quiet and it was so chaotic downstairs. Even if someone stood outside the door to eavesdrop, it would be difficult to hear because of the noise. This was indeed a good place to talk in private. "Brew a pot of your best tea." Shui Yun casually handed something to the waiter. Yu Shu glanced at it and secretly clicked her tongue. It was actually a golden bean the size of a peanut. "Ladies, please take a seat. Please wait." The waiter immediately put on a flattering expression and bowed before leaving. Yu Shu walked a few steps in the study-sized room and tilted her head to Shui Yun. "This place is not bad. How did you know?" Shui Yun voiced out Yu Shu's doubts. "I asked Chong Yun if there was a good place to talk a few days ago, and he brought me here." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and thought that Shui Yun was already prepared to talk to her. She became more and more curious about the secret she was about to tell her and what she wanted from her. "It's quiet enough here. What do you want to say to me? Can you say it now?" Shui Yun walked in front of Yu Shu and sat down on a four-corner chair with a soft green silk cushion. She put her hands on her knees and raised her head to look at her. After looking at her for a while, she said with a somewhat complicated expression, "Senior apprentice brother's destiny is to rush to K to star. This time, he came down the mountain to find the person who broke his destiny. You should know all of this, right?" Yu Shu's expression changed slightly. She did know what Shui Yun said. This could be said to be the biggest secret she knew about Jing Chen. Shui Yun clearly also knew. However, based on what she knew before, based on Jing Chen's behavior, his little junior apprentice sister should not know these things. Yu Shu immediately became cautious. She was afraid that Shui Yun was saying this to trick her, so she kept her mouth shut and frowned at her. Chapter 345. Yu Shu vaguely saw her confused face from Shui Yun's faint pupils. Her throat moved up and down before she heard her own voice. "Great and disaster? What do you mean?" Shui Yun sighed and said, "Do you know why my senior brother was sent to my Tai Yi sect to be raised? Didn't the emperor announce to the world that Jing Chen inherited his mother's will to worship the three pure ones patriarchs and pray for the people of Den, so he was sent to cultivate?" This was the official statement. Yu Shu only wanted to know some things from Shui Yun, but she didn't want to be foolishly tricked by her, so she answered perfunctorily. In fact, the real reason, Jing Chen had told her in the grove. "Who knew that Shui Yun could see through her? You don't have to hide it from me. I know my senior brother's character very well. He disdains lying. You saved him on the way, and he has gone through thick and thin with you. He trusts you, so he will not deceive you. If I'm not mistaken, he should have told you everything about his life as soon as he regained his memory, including the fact that an imperial family sent him to Mount Longhu to protect his life more than 10 years ago because K2 Star didn't rise early." With her words so accurate, Yu Shu awkwardly cleared her throat and whispered, "Since you know, why are you asking me?" Shui Yun smiled faintly, "I just want you to understand that I know everything you know. I don't need to lie to you. Moreover, what I want to tell you today is something you don't know." Yu Shu nodded and let down half of her guard. Her legs were sore from standing and talking, so she took 2 steps back and sat on the chair opposite Shui Yun. She asked, "You haven't told me, what is the meaning of great and disaster?" Disaster, it sounded inauspicious. Once this disaster is mentioned, it involves a lot of things. I can't tell you the specifics. Shui Yun frowned slightly. "You only need to know my senior brother's fate. It is inextricably linked to the rise and fall of the Yin dynasty, so the Den imperial family must not let him die early. More than 10 years ago, with the agreement with my sect's grand elder, the sect leader and several elders changed his fate. Only then did they save senior brother." Miss Shui really likes to joke. With a hollow laugh, Yu Shu managed to maintain her composure on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. She thought to herself that if what Shui Yun said was true, then she had really heard a great secret. A person's fate could affect the rise and fall of a country? Logically speaking, this statement was clearly groundless. If it was the true dragon son of heaven, the life and death of an emperor could indeed shake the imperial court. However, Jing Chen was just the son of a princess in Yin dynasty. He didn't have any power in his hands. How could his fate affect the entire imperial court? Shui Yun looked at Yu Shu's face of disbelief and did not intend to explain. He said coldly, "This is the heavenly Tao. It's up to you whether you believe it or not." Yu Shu was deep in thought. She stared at Shui Yun's delicate and pretty face, trying to discern the slightest trace of guilt or nonsense. However, it was all in vain. Shui Yun's gaze was at the same level as hers. She didn't evade or blink and was extremely magnanimous. "Regardless of whether what you said is true or false, what is your purpose in telling me this secret?" Shui Yun said, "As I said, I have a favor to ask of you." Yu Shu's intuition told her that it wasn't something good. To be honest, she had already begun to regret going out with Shui Yun. She heard another secret that she didn't know was true or false. She made up her mind that no matter what Shui Yun asked of her later, she couldn't easily agree. "Go ahead, I'm listening." Shui Yun lightly pursed her lips and suddenly stood up from the chair. She raised her hand and bowed to Yu Shu. She solemnly said, "I want to ask Miss Yu not to have any contact with my senior brother in the future." Yu Shu expressionlessly looked at Shui Yun's solemn expression. She endured it and didn't stand up to leave. Instead, she asked, "Why?" Shui Yun looked at her deeply and said, "Miss Yu is a smart person. Since you know these secrets of my senior brother, you should know how dangerous it is for him." Before senior brother left the mountain, martial uncle repeatedly told him to remember not to rashly move his Tao heart and to maintain his nature in order to avoid Kidu Star causing chaos and harming the innocent. However, he treats you differently. According to my observation, every time he thinks about you, his heart can't be as calm as still water. His Tao heart is shaken and is in imminent danger. Senior brother himself also noticed this, so he repeatedly restrained himself. However, he was reluctant to cut off his relationship with you. He even violated the sex rules and deliberately taught you martial uncle's lifelong secret knowledge. It is enough to show that he already has fetters in his heart. Senior brother doesn't know that he himself is a great calamity, so he naturally doesn't know that one wrong thought of his can destroy countless people. If this relationship can't be broken, it will cause great harm. People of the Tao can't go against heaven and reason and damage merit. Therefore, I beg you to take the initiative to cut off your relationship with him and return him a clear mind. Only then can everyone be safe. At this point, Shui Yun acted as if she didn't see Yu Shu's dark face. She took a step forward, took out 2 copies from her bosom, and handed them to her. She said earnestly, "This is the celestial divination that my martial uncle Huai Xianzhenren spent 30 years to write. Coupled with the imitation of the universe astrolabe, even without my senior brother's guidance, you can still comprehend the truth on your own. In less than 10 years, there will be progress. I see that your root of wisdom is insufficient and your aptitude is limited, so I advise you not to be greedy. This secret knowledge is enough for you to comprehend for a lifetime, and it is enough to repay you for saving my senior brother. I hope that you will take care of yourself and don't pester him anymore, lest you harm others and yourself." These words were spoken clearly. It was reasonable, righteous, threatening, and enticing, and it was like a net that covered the heavens and the earth, causing one to be unable to avoid it. Agreeing to it was the best of both worlds, and if one didn't agree, then one would be shameless. Yu Shu's hands grabbed onto the armrests of the chair while her face was tense, and her gaze was locked onto the beautiful and elegant words on the cover of the book. She endured it over and over again, yet she was unable to endure it in the end, causing a trace of a crack to appear on her face. Her temper was bad to begin with, so how could she be willing to endure this kind of humiliation? She sneered right away and went straight to the point. "I actually didn't know when I became a vile person that seeks to repay kindness. Miss Shui really thinks too highly of me." Shui Yun's beautiful brows knit together when she heard Yu Shu's ridicule, and she was just about to say something when the voice of the waiter that was serving tea sounded out from outside the door. She paused for a moment, then placed the 2 copies of the book on the tea table beside Yu Shu's hand before turning around to open the door. The waiter came in with the tea, but he seemed to have sensed that the atmosphere in the room wasn't right, so he placed the tea down and said, "Please enjoy your meal," before retreating. Shui Yun closed the door and returned to the tea table. She skillfully set up the tea set, washed the cups, smelled the fragrance, and filtered the water before pouring out a cup of fragrant tea and placing it in front of Yushu. Then, she poured another cup for herself before sitting down in front of her again. She lowered her head and blew on the tea before saying apologetically, "It was my slip of the tongue. Please don't misunderstand, I didn't mean it that way. Drink a cup of tea and cool down your anger, then we can have a good talk." In her heart, she thought, it was indeed her who looked down on her. Seeing this, the expression on Yushu's face softened a little. She calmly thought about it. After all, this person was Jing Chen's junior sister who grew up with him. For her to mock her like this, it must be for Jing Chen's sake. Furthermore, she still had some questions that she didn't understand, so it wasn't good to fall out with her. Thus, she suppressed the idea of leaving, snorted, picked up the cup of tea and brought it to her mouth. At this moment, Kim Bao, who was in her other sleeve, suddenly became restless and bit her through her clothes. Yushu felt the pain and her hand trembled, almost spilling the tea. She put her hand down and touched her sleeve under the table to warn Kim Bao not to cause trouble. However, the little fellow didn't calm down and instead scratched around in her sleeve, making her feel a little annoyed. "Miss you?" Yushu didn't want Shui Yun to see that she was acting strangely, so she tightened her sleeve and picked up the teacup again. However, who knew that Kim Bao, who was in her sleeve, became more and more restless and moved around, wanting to come out. This abnormal behavior made Yushu feel a little strange. A thought flashed through her mind, and she suddenly thought of an unimportant matter. She followed the caravan north on a ship and saw through Qiu Biao's true colors on the way. That Bai Qing had put a knockout drug in the food that she prepared for them. At that time, they didn't notice it. Only Kim Bao's behavior was abnormal and he was as restless as he was now. Yushu lowered her head and looked at the teacup in her hand, and her pupils contracted. Could it be that there was a problem with this tea? Thinking of this possibility, Yushu instantly became vigilant. She still brought the tea to her mouth and pretended to drink it. At the same time, she quietly peeked at Shui Yun's action of drinking tea. In her heart, she didn't believe that this younger martial sister would drug her. It wasn't until Shui Yun finished the cup of tea in her hand and went to the pot to add more that Yushu secretly scolded herself for being overly suspicious. However, she put down the cup and didn't dare to take any risks. "Miss Yu, please keep what I just said to you a secret. For the sake of senior martial brother's safety, remember not to reveal." Her voice stopped abruptly. Yushu's eyes widened as she watched Shui Yun, who had been talking to her a moment ago, go limp in front of her in the next moment with a stiff expression. She fell on the table with a bang and fainted, motionless. Miss Shui?" After being stunned for a moment, the hairs on the back of Yushu's neck stood up, as if she sensed danger approaching. In the face of this sudden change, she didn't move Shui Yun. Instead, she hurriedly stood up from the chair. Without thinking much, her first reaction was to open the window and shout for the two bodyguards downstairs to come up. However, looking around the room, the two windows facing the street turned out to be skylights, which couldn't be reached at all. The soundproofing in this room was too good, and it was chaotic downstairs. Even if she went out and stood in the corridor and shouted for help, no one might be able to hear her. Yushu looked at the door of the room 20 feet away, and then turned back to look at Shui Yun, who had fainted on the table. Her heart swayed. If she ran down and shouted for help, it was difficult to guarantee that Shui Yun wouldn't be in danger. However, if she carried Shui Yun along, she was afraid that she would miss the opportunity to escape. She might be stopped when she went out. Damn it. Yushu took 2 steps forward and then turned back. She gritted her teeth and dragged Shui Yun out of the chair. She struggled to carry Shui Yun on her back. She glanced at the 2 manuscripts on the table from the corner of her eyes. She grabbed them and put them in her bosom. Carrying a person on her back, she rushed to the door and listened for any movements. She took a deep breath, kicked the door open, and jumped out. She was a step too slow. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she bumped into the people squatting outside the door. Her head hit the wall, and she fell backward. With a scream, she fell into a ball with Shui Yun. Ah! Yushu lay on her back on the ground with the back of her head hitting the ground. She saw stars and was dizzy. She saw two men carrying sacks outside the door, and they were obviously shocked. Why is there still one awake? Chapter 346. Shui went to the Supreme Court early in the morning. Thinking that there was nothing important, he excused himself and went back home to change into his official clothes. He took out a wooden box from the secret compartment at the head of the bed and hid it in his clothes. Then he asked Lao Chui to drive the carriage to the west of the city to find Yushu. Shui knew that Yushu would not go out today and would stay at home to avoid trouble. So when they went out for a walk yesterday, he didn't tell Yushu that he would come to find her today. But when he arrived at He Mansion, he didn't see her. "Mr. Shui, our young miss is not here. She went out." Yun Do, Yushu's maid, stood at the door and told him. Shui was surprised. He hurriedly asked about Yushu's whereabouts. "Do you know where she went?" "It's the young miss who came with young Master Jing. She came to give something to young miss. The two of them went out together. I don't know where they went." "With Jingchen? Shuiyun?" Shui was very confused. He couldn't figure out why Jingchen's junior sister was looking for Yushu. He also couldn't figure out why Yushu went out with someone on such a dangerous day. "How long have they been gone? Is there anyone with them?" Worried, Shui asked a few more questions. When he knew that Shuiyun brought some guards with her, he was more or less relieved. He thought that they might not be gone for long, so he went to the door and waited for Yushu to come back. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, yet Yushu still hadn't returned. As he watched the sun rise higher and higher, Shui grew more and more impatient as he waited. Right at this moment, a crow descended outside the living room and cawed a few times, and it was extremely unlucky. Shui couldn't help but feel a wave of palpitation in his heart, and he couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and bid his farewells before hastily rushing to the princess estate. When he arrived at the princess mansion, he happened to encounter a mess in front of the gate. 7 or 8 guards were gathered together like headless flies, all of them looking nervous. Shui got out of the car and vaguely heard the words "disappeared" and "can't be found." His intuition told him that something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and asked with a straight face, "What are you all crowding around here for?" Some of the guards in the princess mansion recognized the eldest son of the Shui family. One of them immediately stepped forward and answered, Reporting to Mr. Shui, Miss Shui from our mansion has disappeared. Daoist child has yet to return from the palace, and there is no one to take charge of the situation. Everyone is discussing how to split up and look for him." Hearing this, Shui's heart skipped a beat. Shuiyun is missing, then what about Yushu? Vaguely guessing a possibility, Shui's face immediately darkened. Who followed Miss Shui out today? Come out and tell me. Shui was now working in the Supreme Court. He was an experienced person, so he asked the whole story in a few sentences. It turned out that after Shuiyun and Yushu left the He family, they went to a tea house in the downtown of the city. After dismissing the servants, they went upstairs to talk. 2 guards were waiting downstairs, but they didn't come down even after a long time. When they went upstairs to look for them, they didn't expect that the 2 girls seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Shui's face turned gloomy and clear. With a hint of anger, his pitch-black eyes swept over the faces of the 2 imperial bodyguards on duty. Immediately, the back of their necks turned cold and their heads swelled up. They regretted leaving Shuiyun's side and repeatedly begged for forgiveness. If Yushu disappeared alone, it would be fine. However, it was Shuiyun who disappeared with her. Shui couldn't help but think that it was bad. Last night, he had advised Lu Tan that a tall tree would attract the wind and let him avoid the sharp edge for the time being. Today, something happened to them. They were said to have disappeared. There was an 80% chance that they were kidnapped by one of the masters of Cheongyu Tower. Shui was burning with anxiety. He knew that it was not the time to act up. With a cold face, he quickly arranged for them to act separately. You, quickly go to Cheongyu Tower and ask the 9th prince to come back. Don't alarm others. Wait in the mansion for Daozi to come back and tell him what happened. Old Shui, Take the token back to the mansion and bring a few experts out. The two of you and the rest of the people, follow me to that tea house. Worried about Yushu's safety, Shui Rui felt that the carriage was too slow. He pulled a guard over and mounted a horse. Then he brought 4 or 5 people and galloped to the downtown area. Shui Rui found the tea house with his men and showed them the Supreme Court's token. Without saying anything, he ordered his men to seal the tea house. He also sent 2 men to guard the front and back doors. He flashed a few shiny sabers. He didn't let any of the guests and odd job workers in the tea house escape. He led the guard who had followed Shui Yun this morning into the tea house. The shopkeeper nodded and bowed as he led the way up to the 2nd floor. The 2 guards were not stupid. When they realized that the 2 people had disappeared, they asked the shopkeeper to lock the tea house. No one was allowed to enter. Therefore, the tea house was still the same as when Shui Yun and Yushu had left. Shui Rui had investigated many cases, so he had a lot of means. After checking the tea house for a week, he found that there was something wrong with the cold tea on the table. He immediately asked someone to catch a rooster from the kitchen and drink it. After drinking the cold tea, the rooster staggered for 2 steps, then fell to the ground and fainted. Shui Rui's face was as ugly as it could be. He slammed his palm on the tea house heavily, showing his official power. The shopkeeper and the waiter were so scared that they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Your Excellency, please investigate clearly. How could there be something wrong with the tea? Our tea house is clean and has never done anything against reason and nature. Someone must have framed us. The guard kicked the waiter to the ground. Shui Rui ignored him. He pressed his hand on the table and stared at the 2 cups of tea. From the position of the tea set, he found some clues. The tea was poured by the person sitting on the right. Only 1 cup of water was missing from the teapot. The cup on the right on the table was empty. However, the cup he fed the rooster just now was not much empty. The cup was clean and there were no tea stains on the rim. Obviously, the person who poured the tea knew the tea etiquette very well. It must not be Yushu. Shui Rui racked his brains, and it wasn't long before he came to a conclusion that he didn't know whether he should be happy or angry. That little girl, Yushu, has never drunk this tea that was drugged. Shui Rui looked around the room and didn't find any traces of struggle. He frowned in confusion. While speculating, he slowly walked to the door and squatted down. With the light coming in from the skylight, he wiped the floor in front of the door and found that a layer of dust was gone. He then turned around and looked at the high windows in the room. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. He had a general idea in his mind. He gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. This troublesome girl, when did she learn to be so kind? Young master, I have brought some people here. Lao Chue stood at the door and reported to Shui Rui. Shui Rui stood up and pointed at the shopkeeper and the waiter on the ground. He said in a deep voice, "Take them away and interrogate them. Leave some people in the tea house to check the customers. Send some people to the back door to see where it leads to. Ask if there are any carriages or sedans passing by. Go now." "Yes, Your Excellency." Yushu and Shui Yun were taken away, tied up, put in a sack, and sent away from the back door of the tea house. Unlike Shui Yun, who was unconscious, Yushu fainted when she bumped into the 2 strange men at the door. She knew that she was no match for them, so she bit the tip of her tongue all the way to a carriage. She smelled the stench, but obviously she didn't throw up. The sack couldn't see the light, so Yushu didn't dare to move. She touched Kim Bao, who was curled up in her sleeve, and pricked up her ears to listen to the movements outside. However, the driver was very cautious and didn't talk, so she couldn't pry. In this current situation, after the panic, Yushu became much more clear-headed due to the stench. She calmed down a little and was able to think. Drugging the tea, it was obvious that the other party had planned this beforehand and was well prepared. They were definitely not human traffickers. So, the other party didn't come for her, but for Shui Yun. The first thing that came to Yushu's mind was that she had offended the 11th prince at the princess residence's banquet. However, she wasn't so sure after thinking about it. Shui Rui had once guaranteed her that Lu Hao and Lu Yi wouldn't do anything to her. Why would they want to capture her out of nowhere? Moreover, they even dragged Shui Yun along. Capturing her was not a big deal. After all, she was just a prostitute, and it was pointless to kill her. But Shui Yun was different. She was a disciple of Mount Longhu's Tai sect. She was Jing Chen's junior sister and the 9th Prince Lu Tan's martial aunt. Recently, she had been in the limelight at the Double Suns meeting. Capturing her was like poking the hornet's nest. If the target was her from the beginning, they should have picked a time when she was alone. Why did they have to catch her with Shui Yun? Yu Shu thought about it and still felt that it was more likely that the other party was targeting Shui Yun, and she was just the unlucky one incidentally. The carriage didn't move smoothly, swaying back and forth. Behind her, she could bump into another sack, knowing that Shui Yun was inside. She was angry and hateful. It was really a blessing, not a curse, and if it was a curse, she couldn't avoid it. She could only blame her curiosity. She didn't hide at home and actually ran into the muzzle of a gun. But fortunately, Shui Yun was caught, and someone would be anxious to find her. Presumably, by now, Jing Chen and Lu Tan already knew that they were missing and would definitely send people to rescue them. Yu Shu's heart calmed down a little, but the back of her head hurt. She closed her eyes for a while, then opened them again. She blamed herself for entrusting her own safety to others. The more she lived, the more she regressed. Immediately, he mustered all of his energy and thought of a way to escape. On the 13th day of the 2nd month, the wind was gentle and the sun was bright. In Cheongyu Tower, the princes were all seated. Looking around, only the 9th prince, Lu Tan, was missing a seat. When someone asked in the morning, Lu Tan only said that she had caught a cold yesterday and was bedridden. When the other princes heard this, they said a few words of concern on the surface, but in reality, they were sneering behind their backs, secretly thinking that Lu Tan was still tactful. When it was almost noon, the competition below the stage temporarily stopped. Everyone was planning to enter the tower to eat when a guard holding a waste token walked to the corridor with his head lowered. He moved in front of Lu Tan and whispered a few words. Lu Tan's expression changed instantly. Excellent Prince Lu Si was walking beside him and asked when he saw him, "What happened to 11th younger brother?" Hearing this, Ning Wang, Lu Du and the others also turned to look at Lu Tan. Lu Tan forced a smile and held his forehead. "I had a cold wind in the morning and now have a headache. I don't think there will be anything interesting in the afternoon. I will go back and rest first." The princes who were older than him said a few symbolic words of concern and let him go. Chapter 347. Shui Rui arranged people to investigate near the tea house and then went to Wang Jilu to wait for news. It was inconvenient to speak in the Princess Fu, and Wang Jilu was Shui Rui's territory, so there were no outsiders. When Lu Tan heard the news, he rushed over and was led to the elegant room. As soon as he entered the door, he asked eagerly, "Brother Rui, why is my Xiao Shirgu missing? Have you sent people to look for her?" Shui Rui held a cup of tea in his hand and shook his head without taking a sip. He said, "I have already sent people to investigate. Don't be impatient, sit down and listen to me." When Lu Tan came, he was sweating profusely, but when he saw Shui Rui's calm appearance, he calmed down a little and sat down next to him. "Quickly tell me what is going on." Thus, Shui Rui narrated the situation that he had discovered in the restaurant to him in a concise and comprehensive manner. "In the morning, Miss Shui went to look for my sworn sister. I don't know why, but she asked her out on a date. The two of them probably wanted to have a private conversation in the tea house. According to the imperial bodyguards, Miss Shui avoided them. The two of them went up to the 2nd floor for less than an hour, but when the imperial bodyguards went upstairs to look for them, they had already disappeared without a trace. I went to see. The tea they drank was spiked with a strong knockout drug. Even martial artists would find it difficult to resist. Miss Shui drank this tea, so she did not have the strength to resist and was taken away." Lu Tan's expression changed. His left hand on the table clenched into a fist. He was so angry that he laughed. "I'm afraid this is the doing of one of my brothers." After saying that, he was annoyed and slammed the table, saying in a low voice, "It's all my carelessness. I thought that they did not dare to do anything serious, so I did not send more people to protect Xiao Shirgu. Now that she has been taken away, If anything happens to her, even 10,000 deaths cannot absolve me. When Shui saw him blaming himself, he was also very regretful. If he had gone to find Yushu earlier in the morning, he could have stopped her at home and escaped this disaster. Calm down first. The most important thing now is to find them, Shui speculated hesitantly. I'm afraid that if we delay too long, they'll be in trouble. How can that be? Lu Tan was startled. If Xiao Shirgu is really captured by one of them, she won't be able to help me at the Shuangyang meeting. At most, she will be locked up for a while, but her life shouldn't be in danger. Otherwise, wouldn't this matter be blown up? Aren't they afraid that I'll report this to Imperial Father? Hearing his naive thoughts, Shui smiled bitterly. Your Highness, have you ever thought about how His Majesty would view you if you reported this to His Majesty? Lu Tan's face turned cold. Yes, if Father Emperor knew that he couldn't even protect a single person and wanted to go to the palace to ask him to make a decision, he would definitely think that he was incompetent. Shui continued. Moreover, they picked this time to make a move against Miss Shui, so they surely have the intention of throwing our attention away. I'm only afraid that in the end, the person they uncover isn't the person we're looking for. Lu Tan was bewildered. What do you mean? Shift the blame to others. Shui's eyes turned sharp. Lu Tan's heart sank. His back was covered in a layer of cold sweat. Gritting his teeth, he said hoarsely, What a good plan. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm destined to suffer this loss in silence. After revealing the crux of the matter, both of them were silent. Not long after, Lu Tan raised his head to look at Shui. His eyes were slightly red, and there was a trace of hope in his expression. Brother Rui, do you have a plan? Shui glanced at him and sighed to himself that he was still a young man who had yet to experience hardships in the end, and he lightly tapped his knees with his fingers. His fingers tapped on his knee as he said, Daozi is currently in the palace. At first, Lu Tan didn't understand and had a suspicious look on his face. Shui could only clarify. Miss Shui is Daozi's junior sister from the same sect. Since she's been captured, Daozi is the most worried about her. Let him go and ask His Majesty to make a decision. That's the best. Lu Tan suddenly realized, yes, there's also Martial Uncle. Shui nodded, and a sneer flashed across his mouth. Doesn't the mastermind want you to make a big deal out of it? You might as well follow his wishes. Lu Tan quickly understood what he meant. His eyes flickered and he said in a low voice, That's good. I'll take this opportunity to drag a few more people into the water. No one should think about watching the fire from the other side. Otherwise, they'll get used to stepping on me and look down on me. Shui looked at him approvingly. As a prince, although his cousin had many shortcomings, he didn't lack intelligence and courage. In the future, it might not be impossible for him to get what he wanted. There's no time to lose. I'll go back to the palace now and discuss with Martial Uncle. Lu Tan stood up. Shui reached out and stopped him. Wait, you can't go. There are many eyes and ears in the palace. It's better to wait for him to come out so as not to alert the enemy. Lu Tan anxiously said, Then wouldn't my Shirgu and the others be in danger? It'll only be one night. Tomorrow, His Majesty will have morning court, and Daozi will come back. Shui's worries weren't any less than his, but he was calmer. He knew that no matter how anxious he was, it would be useless. Shui raised his hand to touch his chest. There was a treasure box there. The thing inside was something he asked his grandfather for last night. He originally wanted to lend it to Yushu to avoid this disaster. Who knew that he was a step too late and she was already in danger? Thinking of Yushu, Shui's mood became restless again. He restrained himself from thinking about the worst and comforted himself. Her luck is very bad, but she's also very lucky. She's managed to escape several death traps, so there's no reason for her to die this time. But then he frowned and thought, when I save her and come back, I'll teach her a good lesson. If she continues to act tough, sooner or later she'll lose her life. Yushu didn't know how long she was tied up in the sack. On the way, the car stopped several times, but they didn't put them down. She had a splitting headache and didn't dare to fall asleep on the way. She was afraid that she would lose her life in her sleep and die without knowing why. The car stopped again. Yushu looked through the sack and squinted her eyes to see that it was dark outside. She heard someone whispering, "The goods are here, unload them. Put them in the cellar first. It's so smelly you do it." Then there was a wave of shaking. She was carried up and walked a short distance. She heard the sound of a lock being unlocked and was thrown face down on the ground. The sack under her feet was opened. She heard the sound of a knife cutting, but she didn't dare to open her eyes. She thought that someone cut the sack open and let her out so that they wouldn't suffocate to death. "Tie them up. Be careful that they wake up." "There's no need. My drug is very strong. They will sleep until tomorrow. They won't wake up even if they beat the drum." "I told you to tie them up. What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry." Yushu secretly scolded them for being careful, but she still didn't dare to move. She was tied up by her arms, gagged and carried to a corner. "Let's go. You guard outside. I'll go back and report." The footsteps left. It wasn't until the sound of a lock was heard that Yushu dared to open her eyes. She turned over and leaned her head against the wall. She looked around. Speaking of which, this was the second time she was kidnapped, including the time when she was captured by a group of wild Taoists in Yang City. She had experienced it once, so she didn't panic. She just thought about how to escape. She was in a cellar with a skylight above her. It was dark outside, it should be evening. There were some miscellaneous things piled up in the cellar. A few steps away from her, there was a person lying on the ground. She couldn't see it clearly, but she knew it was Shui Yun. Yushu moved closer to her, stretched out her foot, and kicked her leg. Shui Yun didn't move. Obviously, it was the effect of the knockout drug. With something in her mouth, she couldn't make a sound. Yushu twisted her body. Kim Bao, who had been hiding in her sleeve, squeezed out tremblingly. He tumbled on the ground and climbed out from behind her. "Haw!" Kim Bao stood on 2 feet, raised a pair of front paws, and tilted his head to look at Yushu. Perhaps he saw that his master was in a difficult situation. Yushu used the light to look at the blurry lump on the ground. Her heart skipped a beat. With great effort, she used the tip of her tongue to push against the lump of cloth in her mouth. She shook her head and spat it out. She took a few deep breaths and with her tongue hanging out, she whispered, "Jin Bao, Jin Bao. I know you can understand people. If you can understand what I'm saying, then go back and find someone to save me. Once I escape, I'll build a nest for you with gold." Yushu used the tip of her foot to rub the fluffy ball, and coaxed it with uncertainty. But she was destined to be disappointed. Kim Bao listened to her words, but he just circled around her feet and did not leave. Obviously, he didn't understand Yushu's call for help. With a wry smile, Yushu secretly scolded herself for being silly and whimsical. Leaning against the wall to rest, Yushu slowly regained her strength. It was quiet all around. The darker it was, the more frightening it was. Just when she was about to fall asleep, Kim Bao suddenly called a few times. Yushu immediately woke up. Vaguely hearing footsteps outside, she quickly bowed her head, bit the cloth on the ground in her mouth, and moved to the original place to lie down. The person opened the door. Through her eyelids, Yushu saw the light in the cellar. Listening to the footsteps, 3 people came in, one more than before. "Lord Bear, look, everyone is here. Rest assured, this subordinate is handling the matter." "Huh? Why is there an extra person? Who is that?" "She is with the little fairy. This subordinate caught her in passing. I don't know which one it is. Do you want to identify her? Bring her over for me to see." In a few words, Yushu already understood. Her previous guess was right. This group of people really came for Shui Yun. Knowing that she was implicated by Shui Yun, Yushu felt complicated. Hearing someone approaching, she did not dare to breathe too loudly. She pretended to be dead and was picked up and carried to the light. "Hiss, why is it her? Lord Bear, do you know this little girl?" "Yes, I've seen her. This person is TSK, you too look after her. I have to go back and report to His Highness." "Yes." Thus, Yushu was thrown back to the ground. She was bewildered. This Lord Bear's voice was unfamiliar to her, but he said he had seen her and said he would go back and report to His Highness. Could it be that the His Highness they were talking about was also someone she knew? She only knew 3 Wangye in the capital. One was Xiang Wang, one was Jia Wang, and one was Ning Wang. Who could it be? These 3 people stayed for a while and then left. Yushu opened her eyes in the darkness. She tossed and turned, thinking about the reason why Shui Yun was captured. Gradually, she figured out something. Shui Yun was captured most likely because she was in the limelight at the Double Sun's meeting. According to this, that Wang Ye could only be one of the people who participated in the Double Sun's meeting. If it was not Jia Wang, then it was Ning Wang. Shui Yun's little life could be preserved. If the other party wanted to take her life, they would have done it long ago. There was no need to delay. But what about herself? If she heard something she shouldn't hear or see something she shouldn't see, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't be silenced. Chapter 348. Yushu didn't wear much when she went out during the day. As soon as night fell, she felt so cold in this airtight cellar that she wanted to shiver. Yushu may have had a dull pain from hitting her head earlier, but she didn't fall asleep. Knowing that there were people guarding outside, she leaned against the wall and didn't dare to move. Instead, she tried to untie the rope behind her, but it became tighter and tighter. She almost strangled her neck, so she had to give up struggling. This night was extremely difficult. Yushu opened her eyes and looked at the small skylight above her head. She saw that the sky was getting darker and darker, and then there was a trace of white light. In the wee hours of the morning, when it was almost dawn, Jin Bao, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly called out again. Yushu shuddered and turned over to lie down in her original position. After a while, the door of the cellar was opened. From the sound of footsteps, it was still 3 people. Master Bear, it's almost dawn. What should we do with these 2 women? Has the master ordered? Go and bring that one over. There's no need to kill her. Just break the tendons of her hands and feet. Yushu heard them talking in a low voice. She was so shocked that her whole body stiffened. Before she could think about which tendons they were going to break, the sound of footsteps came, followed by the sound of a heavy object being dragged. It's Shui Yun. Yushu should have breathed a sigh of relief, but she only felt a chill. She thought that they wouldn't harm Shui Yun's life. Who would have thought that they would cripple her? Since Shui Yun was like this, how could she live in peace? Just when Yushu was scared, there was a quiet voice in the cellar. What about the other one? Do you want to kill her? His Highness ordered us to keep this woman alive. When she wakes up, she will go back to report. This saves us a lot of trouble. By the way, the amount of medicine you gave her is enough. There won't be any mistakes, right? It's not good to wake up too early. Don't worry, Master Bear. You see, they are sleeping like dead pigs. This medicine is enough for them to lie in bed until night. That's enough. Do it quickly. Let's get away before the sun rises. As soon as she heard that this group of people wanted to spare her life, Yushu didn't have time to feel lucky. She heard the sound of weapons being unsheathed. She knew that they were going to attack Shui Yun. Her already pale face turned even paler like wax paper. Her heart was in a dilemma. It's not that she didn't want to help, but in the current situation, if she made a sound now, if he tried to stop them, he would most likely be silenced, and Shui Yun might not be able to keep her life. Perhaps there was a sliver of hope that would make these people feel fear, allowing Shui Yun to escape this calamity. But the chances were slim. How could she gamble with her own life for the safety of others? If it was for Xiaoxiu and Zhao Hui, she could protect them with her life. But Shui Yun, she was Jing Chen's junior sister. Because of Jing Chen, as Yushu's heart wavered, she suddenly remembered the divination she had given before. Water disaster, water disaster. Did this water refer to Shui Yun, who had the word water in her name? If so, wasn't it a fatal disaster? One wrong thought, and she might lose her life because of this word, water. As soon as this thought came to mind, Yushu's heart was alarmed. In a short moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth. She made up her mind and closed her eyes. She heard the sound of weapons being rubbed a few steps away. It was mixed with a few muffled groans, but she just turned a deaf ear to it. Until the tip of her nose smelled a faint smell of blood, her stomach rolled, and she almost vomited. "It's done, Master Bear. Just leave her like this. When night falls, she will be useless." "Well done. Check and don't leave anything behind. Don't lock the door of the cellar. Make it easier for her to break free when she wakes up, so that she can send a message and bring people here. When this is done, you can come with me to Prince Ning to receive the reward." Prince Ning Lu Hao. Yu Shu's heartbeat sped up. She never thought that she would be able to hear who the mastermind was. She tried to calm her breathing. When someone approached to untie her, she acted as if she was dead. She knew that if they found her awake now, even if she had 10 lives, she wouldn't be able to be silenced. But after a moment, Yu Shu's heart was in her throat, and she really wanted to faint. "All right, it's almost dawn. Let's go." The footsteps gradually faded away, and the cold wind came in through the crack of the cellar door. Yu Shu shivered and silently counted 100 times in her heart. When she was sure that those people had really left, she took a deep breath and struggled to get up from the ground. She desperately pulled the ropes on her body and spat out the cloth in her mouth. With the help of the faint light, she tremblingly crawled to Shui Yun's side. "Shui Yun." Yu Shu called her in a low voice while feeling her hands and feet. When she touched them, she felt that her hands were sticky, making her heart cold. That knockout drug was really powerful. She was injured like this, but Shui Yun didn't show any signs of waking up. Anyway, her godfather was a doctor. They usually chatted, so Yu Shu knew a little bit about the key to saving people. She forced herself to calm down, untied the sweat towel on her waist, and tore it into several pieces with her teeth. She searched for Shui Yun's wrists and ankles and tied them up tightly. This way, even if they didn't work, they could still buy time. Kim Bao came out from the crack of the wall and didn't dare to come close, shouting around her. After settling Shui Yun, Yu Shu sat on the ground and gasped for breath for a while. Because of dizziness, she reached out and hit her head a few times. She didn't dare to delay and wanted to quickly escape and ask for help. She grabbed Kim Bao with one hand and stuffed him into her arms. She climbed to the entrance of the cellar and opened the door. She turned her head to look at the limp figure on the ground. After hesitating for a moment, she turned her head and climbed out. It was not that she didn't want to escape from this damn place with Shui Yun, but Shui Yun was in such a condition. The tendons of her hands and feet were broken and she was unconscious. If she moved here and there, she would only waste more time. When Yu Shu climbed out of the cellar, it was already dawn. She looked around at the strange environment and recognized the direction. Then she stumbled along the path to the west. It seemed to be the backyard of a rich family, but she didn't know why it was deserted. The road was overgrown with weeds and wild crows. Yu Shu calculated the direction of the life gate and the death gate. She successfully found a dilapidated back door and escaped. Shui Rei and Lu Tan waited for the news in the Forgotten Machine building for an entire night. Unfortunately, that group of people was very clean. They only managed to find a few clues, but they gave up halfway. Even until dawn, they still couldn't find out the whereabouts of Yu Shu and Shui Yun. When they guessed that Jing Chen had already left the palace, Shui Rei and Lu Tan hurried to the princess's residence on horseback. Around 7 a.m., the two were waiting anxiously in front of the front hall. Lu Tan couldn't help but suggest, "Why don't I wait for him outside the palace?" Shui Rei's face was gloomy. Obviously, he was losing his patience. Wait a little longer. After a while, they finally saw a figure striding from the direction of the gate. It was Jing Chen, who had just left the palace and returned to the mansion. He heard the urgent report from the gatekeeper. "Martial uncle." Lu Tan hurried to greet him. He didn't care about etiquette and dragged Jing Chen into the hall. He ordered the guards to guard outside and slammed the door. Jing Chen got up early in the morning. He looked at the morning stars on the way and felt something was wrong. Just now, he vaguely heard that someone was missing at the door. Now, seeing Lu Tan's flustered look, the first thing he thought was that something had happened to Shui Yun. What happened? Where is Shui Yun? Lu Tan had always been mature. At this moment, he couldn't help but show a bitter face. "Martial uncle, youngest martial aunt has been taken away." What? Jing Chen was shocked. He pressed on Lu Tan's left shoulder and asked in a low voice, "When did this happen? Who took her away? Tell me quickly." Shui Rui stood at the side and didn't interrupt. Lu Tan was ashamed and angry. He said, "This is all my fault. Youngest martial aunt went with me to the Twin Sons Society and ruined the limelight of my brothers. They must have been dissatisfied because of this, so someone took advantage of her going out yesterday to take her away. Now we don't know if she is alive or dead. Shu was taken away with her," Shui Rui said with a cold face. It was understandable that Lu Tan didn't care about Yushu, but Jingchen couldn't be indifferent to Yushu's danger. He clearly saw how much Yushu cared for Jingchen. Even if he couldn't get what he wanted, he couldn't tolerate others not cherishing this feeling. As expected, Jingchen's complexion greatly changed. Now that he knew that two important women were in danger, he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he didn't pursue the matter of Lu Tan telling him a night late. He immediately turned around to leave. "Martial uncle, where are you going?" "I'm going to the palace to report to His Majesty." Since it was His Highness who took action, then let them release her. It wasn't that Jingchen was very scheming, but he was naturally quick-witted. That was why he could think of the key points so quickly and find a countermeasure. "Wait," Shui Rui reached out to stop Jingchen. He wasn't in a hurry to let him leave. He said, "If Daozi intends to enter the palace like this, do you know how to speak in front of His Majesty? If you say the wrong thing, I'm afraid you won't be able to save them, but will harm them instead." This was also the reason why Shui Rui let Lu Tan delay for one night and wait for Jingchen to return to the Fu this morning before making plans. He already had a candidate in mind regarding who was the mastermind this time. Since he knew the other party's methods, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't consider the two women. He was afraid that someone would hear the news and act in desperation, causing their lives to be in vain. He had guessed that the other party had plans to frame them, so he gave them one night's time to make arrangements to maximize the possibility of saving their lives. Jingchen stopped and turned his head to look at Shui Rui. He frowned and said, "Then what do you say we should do?" Shui Rui looked at the clock on the table not far away and calculated in his heart. He said, "It's only past the hour of the morning and the officials have just started court. Today's court session will end in 2 hours. A few of the adult imperial princes are present. Perhaps the mastermind is among them. Daozi has the waist token and can freely enter and exit the front court. I will rush with you to the Hall of Tai Brilliance to meet His Majesty in court and tell the whole story. Does Daozi dare to barge in with me?" To barge into the morning court session, one mistake would enrage the imperial countenance. Shui Rui originally didn't want to appear, but when the words came to his mouth, they became companions. "Why wouldn't I dare?" "Someone prepare the horse." Jingchen turned and walked away in quick steps. Shui Rui turned his head and exchanged a look with Lu Tan. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, stay here. There's no need to wait for us. If there's any news, send someone to look for them as soon as possible. Don't delay. In front of His Majesty, I will handle it properly." Lu Tan thought that Shui Rui's actions were planned for him. He felt very grateful and nodded his head. He sent them to the door and watched them leave quickly. Not long after they left, on the South Street, in the morning mist, a thin figure was holding on to the top of the wall and hobbling towards the door of the Princess Fu. Chapter 349. Let's not talk about how Jingchen and Shui Rui entered the palace to disturb the court. After Yu Shu escaped from the cellar, she found herself in the north of the city. The first thing she thought of was to go to the princess mansion to ask for help. In the early morning, not even a covered carriage could be seen on the street. Her clothes were messy and her hands and feet were bloody. She had scruples and did not dare to walk on the main road. She could only rely on her 2 legs to run and stop. She found her way to the door of the princess mansion and collapsed in front of the steps. She took out the jade linglong that Jingchen gave her a few days ago and threw it to the guard who came forward to drive her away. "Quick, take me to see your young master." Several guards outside the princess mansion looked at each other. No wonder they did not recognize Jingchen's token. In fact, they were the people that Lu Tan transferred from the guest house. Those from the princess mansion had already been sent out to look for her. Fortunately, there was someone who understood. He picked up the jade linglong and asked the others to look after Yushu. Then he turned around and went inside to report to Lu Tan. Lu Tan was walking back and forth in the living room. One moment he was worried about Shui Yun's safety, the next moment he was worried about whether Shui Rui and Jing Chen's entry into the palace was smooth or not. Suddenly, he heard the guard outside reporting that a girl in a sorry state with bloodstains was lying outside the door. She was asking to see Daozi. He was shocked and immediately took the jade linglong in front of him. Seeing that it was a pass from the princess mansion, he already had an 80% guess about the girl's identity. He was about to walk out. When he crossed the threshold, he saw the same thing in the east. His eyelids twitched and his footsteps also slowed down. Did you see the girl's appearance clearly? Lu Tan held the jade linglong and asked the guard who came to report in a deep voice. The guard gave a rough description of Yushu's appearance. Lu Tan had seen Yushu before. Now he confirmed who it was. His expression became complicated. He looked up at the rising sun outside the wall, and his eyes became deep for a moment. Bring her here. The guard hurriedly took the order and ran out. Yushu only had one breakfast yesterday. First, she knocked her head heavily when she ran away with Shui Yun in the tea house. Then she was tied in a sack and bounced all the way. Then, she was frozen in the cellar for a night. Her lips were blue from the cold and her body could not bear it. It was already his limit to run all the way to the princess residence. He didn't even have the strength to say a word. He lay on the steps, coughing and panting. She allowed the two guards to step forward, one on the left and one on the right, to lift her up and bring her to the living room. Lu Tan walked quickly and tentatively called out. Yushu raised her head in a daze. When she saw the man's face, she thought of Shui Yun, who was still in the cellar. She felt as if her brain had been pricked by a needle. Prince, use you, ling you, Lu Tian ling, you, and ling this you, and ling you, and you, do you, where is she? She's here. I'll take you. Yushu didn't finish her sentence. Yushu's body suddenly stiffened. She felt a numbness in her shoulders and head, and then she lost consciousness. Before she fainted, she heard someone shouting in panic. Miss you. Lu Tan squatted down to support Yushu, who had fainted. His eyes were red from staying up all night. He glared at the two bodyguards who were at a loss as to what to do. Quickly go and get the doctor. Asterisk. While Yushu was unconscious, Shui and Jing Chen had just entered the front court of the imperial palace with a token. Jing Chen led the way. No one stopped them until they were outside the Hall of Imperial Brilliance. They were stopped by the cold-faced imperial guards and ordered to retreat. Jing Chen ignored them and said that he wanted to see the emperor. In addition, Shui Rui deliberately raised his voice, so many of the officials in the hall heard the noise outside. After some twists and turns, the emperor summoned them into the hall. When he saw that the one leading the way was his nephew, the coldness on his face dissipated. He still looked displeased, but he allowed them to speak. Jing Chen wasn't good with words. As soon as he opened his mouth, he pointed out that one of the princes had kidnapped Shui Yun yesterday and wanted them to release her. Shui Rui added on from the side and explained everything. He included how he happened to pass by the princess's residence yesterday and saw the imperial guards looking for Shui Yun in a hurry. He didn't reveal anything. One was his nephew, and the other was his nephew. The emperor believed 70 to 80% of their words. How could this be? The Yin dynasty had respected Taoism for 300 years. Mount Longhu was the holy land of Taoism. The Tai sect was flourishing. The daughter of a Zhenren was kidnapped by his son under the emperor's nose. Wouldn't the imperial court lose face if it was spread out? The emperor was furious. He glared at his sons and secretly scolded them for being disappointing. They didn't want to lose their family's shame in the imperial court, but they couldn't get out of it. In order to prevent the officials from talking about it, he could only scold them and ask questions. The princes were listening to the emperor's teachings in the morning court. Suddenly, they were criticized by Jing Chen in public. One by one, they walked out from the left side of the officials with red faces and cupped their fists to defend themselves. But how could this matter be explained clearly with just a few words? Jing Chen insisted that they were the ones who captured the people, and Shui Rui interjected with a few words at the right time. In the end, for some unknown reason, the emperor gave the order to send people to search the courtyards in the prince's residences. With a casual point of his finger, this task fell onto Shui Rui's head. The princes who thought they were innocent were already anxious. Which mansion didn't have some secrets? How could they just ask people to search so openly? However, the emperor's words were like gold and jade. The imperial edict had been issued. Who dared to disobey it? Even though the officials in the imperial court wanted to persuade them, they were afraid of getting into trouble. They wanted to say something, but they didn't dare to do so. As a result, the unlucky princes were left in the Hall of Tai Brilliance, waiting for people to come to their courtyards. Lu Haojing was among them. Compared to his other brothers, he was much more indignant and wronged after being suspected by the emperor. However, when his gaze swept past Shui Rui and Jing Chen, a trace of coldness unconsciously flashed past his eyes. He had not expected that these two people would make a ruckus until the morning court session, and it disrupted his original plans. Fortunately, he had already made arrangements. This time, one of them had to be implicated. Shui Rui didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He came without an announcement and intruded into the morning court. He had come with the intention of getting beaten. Who knew that the emperor didn't even scold him? Instead, he said everything and went along with Jing Chen. A trace of suspicion was buried in Shui Rui's heart, but he didn't think too much about it. He glanced at his grandfather, who was standing at the head of the officials, from afar. Seeing that the old man was looking straight ahead and was standing with his head lowered, Shui Rui secretly muttered that he would be reprimanded after this. He knelt down to accept the imperial edict and pulled Jing Chen away. Shui Rui and Jing Chen's trip to the imperial palace took almost 2 hours. By the time they received the imperial edict and returned to the princess's residence, the sun had already risen. Lu Tan was anxiously waiting in the front courtyard. As soon as he saw them return, he didn't have time to ask if their trip had gone smoothly. Instead, he said with a terrible expression on his face, "Miss, you just came back. She's unconscious, so we couldn't ask where Junior Marshal Ant is being held." "Where is she now?" Shui Rui and Jing Chen asked in unison. "She's in the back wing." "The doctor is?" Jing Chen didn't wait for him to finish speaking. He stuffed the imperial edict into Lu Tan's hands and quickly ran to the back courtyard. Lu Tan held the imperial edict in his hand and lowered his head in a daze. Then, he heard Shui Rui ask in a deep voice, "Your Imperial Highness, did my sworn sister get hurt?" Lu Tan came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. She didn't get hurt. She was just too shocked and fainted from exhaustion. However, there was blood on her body. "I'm afraid that it was Junior Marshal Ant's." When Shui Rui heard that Yushu was fine, he finally felt relieved. As for Shui Yun, he didn't have the mind to care about it. He secretly sighed in relief and looked in the direction of the back courtyard. He didn't follow Jing Chen there. Instead, he thought about something else. His expression changed, and he pressed down on the imperial edict in Lu Tan's hand. In a low voice, he told him what had happened in the morning court. Lu Tan's eyebrows twitched as he listened. In the end, his voice changed in surprise. "Imperial father ordered you to search their residence?" Shui Rui nodded. Lu Tan hesitated. "It's good if Miss Yu is awake. She can show you the way and save you the trouble of offending people. However, we don't know when she will wake up. If we delay for too long, I'm afraid that Junior Marshal Ant will be in trouble." Shui Rui saw that he was in a dilemma. He frowned and opened his mouth to persuade him. However, he suddenly remembered the advice of his grandfather, Shui Lingnan, so he didn't say anything and waited for him to make a decision. Lu Tan saw that Shui Rui didn't want to answer. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and pushed the imperial edict forward. A touch of determination appeared between his eyebrows. "Thank you, cousin." Shui Rui looked at the young man in front of him who seemed to have grown a few years older overnight. In his memory, there was always a quiet and clingy child beside imperial concubine consort. His vision became blurred. He gently pursed his lips and his eyes flashed. He took the edict in his hand and said softly, "I'll arrange it. Your Highness, listen to me." Lu Tan looked at him gratefully. He didn't know why. Looking at Shui Rui's back as he left, the previous struggle and regret in his heart disappeared. Holding the imperial edict in his hand, Shui Rui led a few groups of imperial guards to search from the prince's mansion in the north of the city. They searched the mansions one by one, and in addition to the clues they already had, they finally found Shui Yun in the cellar of a deserted mansion in the evening. And this mansion was under the name of the fourth prince, Jia Wang Luci. Shui Rui sent people to carefully carry Shui Yun back to the princess's mansion. He turned around and reported to the palace. After the emperor heard this, he called Lu Si to the imperial study and smashed an ink stone on his head. Half of Lu Si's face was swollen. He was panic-stricken and didn't know what to do. He knelt down and cried out that he was wronged, but he was powerless to clear his name. In a rage, the emperor stripped him of his title and demoted him to a third-class duke. He ordered him to pack up and go to the Qianzhou in the south to reflect. At this point, the princes who had stood in the Hall of Tai Brilliance for a whole day were allowed to leave the palace and return to their mansions. After Shui Rui reported his orders, he brought along 2 imperial physicians and rushed back to the princess's mansion without stopping. He followed the servants to the wing room in the backyard to treat Shui Yun. On the way there, he inquired about Shui Yun and found out that Yushu was still unconscious. Yushu and Shui Yun were arranged to live in the same courtyard. There were 2 doors on the east and the west. At a glance, Shui Rui knew that the person lying in the room Lu Tan was guarding outside the door was Shui Yun. He glanced at the deserted room outside the door and hesitated for a moment. Then he went to Lu Tan and comforted him. Lu Tan's expression was gloomy. He smiled bitterly at Shui Rui and blamed himself. "Martial uncle is inside to treat youngest martial aunt." He said that it would be difficult for her to walk for the rest of her life. Fortunately, Miss Yu stopped her bleeding. Otherwise, her hands and feet would have been crippled. Chapter 350. When the moon was in the middle of the sky, Yushu woke up. She groaned and opened her eyes to see the dim yellow gauze curtain above her head. There was an unfamiliar fragrance in the quilt on her body, which made her realize that this was not her bedroom. Cough, cough. There was phlegm in her throat, so she couldn't help but cough. She wanted to sit up, but she vaguely heard a man's low voice outside the room. Then the door was pushed open, and a man ran to her and hung up the bed curtain. With the candlelight in the room, Yushu saw a young face. "Yundo?" In a daze, Yushu looked at her maidservant who shouldn't be here. She stretched out her hand for the maidservant to support her and put a pillow behind her back. Miss, you're awake. I'll pour you some water." Yundo's eyes were red. She tucked Yushu in the quilt and hurriedly picked up the soup and tea that was simmering on the stove. She held the cup and fed it to Yushu's mouth. Yushu felt that her mouth was dry, so she took a small sip and took a breath. She felt a slight pain in her head. Her eyes were dull for a while and she said, "Where is this?" "Miss, we are in the princess mansion." Yundo answered carefully. "The princess mansion." Yushu suddenly looked over and sat up straight. She looked at the hazy night outside the window and said with a pale face, "The 9th prince, Jingchen, cough, cough, cough." Shui Yun Yushu was too anxious to speak, so she coughed hard. She blushed and wanted to get out of bed. Yundo was shocked and didn't know whether to stop her or not. At this time, a voice came from outside the door. The tone was gentle, but it was clearly conveyed with a sense of comfort. "Shu, you don't have to panic. Miss Shui has been saved." "Big brother?" Yushu asked uncertainly, looking at the swaying figure on the door. "Yes, it's me." Yushu seemed to be emptied. She lay back down, panting, and closed her eyes. He asked softly, "How is she?" Standing behind the door, Shui Rui can almost imagine Yushu's hesitation at the moment. After a moment of hesitation, he avoided the topic and dwelled on the trivial. "There are Daozi and imperial physicians taking care of Miss Shui, so you don't need to worry about her. You should take care of yourself first. Lie down for a while, I'll call the doctor over." There was no sound in the room. Shui paused for a moment. As he had been standing there for too long, his legs were a little numb. He had to take a few slow steps before his qi and blood flowed smoothly. Yun Do stood at the head of the bed and timidly looked at Yushu's sallow complexion. She timidly said, "Miss went out yesterday and didn't come back. Master and Madam were worried. It was Mr. Shui who sent a letter last night. I hid it from Furin and told Master that you lost your footing and fell into the river. Today, I brought this servant over to take care of you." Master originally wanted to follow, but he was persuaded by Mr. Shui. Yushu was not surprised that Shui would come forward to help her lie. After all, the matter of her and Shui Yun being taken away had a lot of implications. How could it be spread around? Moreover, from Shui tone, Shui Yun's situation didn't seem to be good. Yushu pressed her throbbing forehead. There was something hidden in her heart, but she didn't know who to tell or bury it in her heart. Not long after Shui left, he came back with an old doctor. There were 2 imperial physicians in the princess mansion now, but they didn't dare to leave Shui Yun's side. Moreover, they came from the palace, so they didn't know how many eyes and ears there were. Shui was careful and didn't want Yushu to be exposed. So, he would rather the imperial physicians be busy. This old physician was invited over by Shui from the inner courtyard of the minister's estate. Normally, he would treat the young masters and young ladies of the Shui residence to treat their headaches and fevers. He didn't have any false title, and his medical skills were pretty good. When they were not in their own house, men and women should observe etiquette. Yun Do had been taught by Zhao Hui, so before anyone came in, she covered Yushu's body with the quilt inside and outside, only revealing a thin wrist. She put down the gauze curtain, and her face could be seen clearly. Shui was worried, so he followed them into the room. He stood by the side of the screen and waited for the old doctor to make his diagnosis. During this period of time, his gaze fell onto the corner of the bed. When he saw the 2 deep bruises on Yushu's skinny forearm that had distinct muscles and bones, his expression turned ugly. Even the sympathy he felt for Miss Shui, who was heavily injured and unconscious in the other room, had lessened. In his view, this time, Yushu really suffered an undeserved disaster and was implicated by others. If it wasn't for Shui Yun running to find her, she wouldn't have encountered such a disaster. Yushu absent-mindedly replied a few words to the doctor, asking where she felt unwell. She only said that she had a headache. The old doctor didn't mind. After observing her pulse, he and Shui went outside to talk. "Eldest young master, this young lady's pulse is restless. Her liver is not strong enough, and she has signs of exhaustion. The prescription should be to calm the nerves, and also to stimulate fluid and moisten the lungs. After a few days of rest and sweating, she will be fine." The old doctor was old, and his prescriptions were more reliable. If it wasn't a serious illness, there would usually be 2 or 3 prescriptions. After Shui asked for a clear answer, he ordered someone to send him back to the residence, and then arranged for someone to get the medicine. When he returned to the room, he saw Yushu's servant girl carrying a bowl of porridge out and bowing to him in an awkward manner. Shui saw that there was still less than half of the porridge left in the bowl. He slightly frowned and waved his hand for her to send it down. He walked to the bedroom and stood outside for a while. Listening to the coughing inside, he turned and retreated to the chair in the central room and sat down. Even if he had something to ask Yushu, he didn't want to do it at this time. He would wait until she felt better tomorrow. After a night of silence, Yushu thought that she wouldn't be able to sleep. Who would have thought that after drinking the medicine in the middle of the night, when she woke up again, it was already bright outside. Yun Do slept on the short bed under the window. When she heard Yushu coughing, she immediately got up and put on her clothes. At Yushu's request, she poured the warm water on the stove, wiped her face, and washed her hands and feet before going out to get breakfast. Yushu hugged the quilt and lay on her side. She stared at the wisteria incense burner on the tea table not far away. She heard someone outside the door asking, "Shu, are you awake?" It was Shui. Why didn't he go back last night? Yushu was puzzled. Half a beat later, she answered, "Yes, I'm awake." She couldn't see Shui's slightly haggard appearance outside the door. She only heard his refreshing voice, Are you better? I heard that you are still coughing. After breakfast, drink the medicine. Yu Shu hesitated and said, I'm much better. What about Miss Shui? This was the second time that Yu Shu asked about Shui Yun when she woke up in the middle of the night. Shui Rui thought that even if he hid it from her, she would know sooner or later. So, he tactfully told her about Shui Yun's situation. She injured the vital parts of her hands and feet. Daozi and the imperial doctors tried their best to save her limbs. Finally, they saved her limbs and she will recover in the future. I'm afraid it will be difficult for her to walk again. Yu Shu's lungs were blocked. When she heard him say this, her face quickly turned blue. She didn't blame herself at all. That was impossible. She vaguely remembered that yesterday morning, she ran out of the cellar and rushed to the princess mansion to ask for help. When she saw Lu Tan, she wanted to lead the way back to save her. Who knew that she didn't live up to her expectations and fainted until the night. Although she didn't know how Shui Yun was rescued. But it was obvious that they were late. It was hard for Yu Shu not to guess that Shui Yun's treatment was delayed because of this, which resulted in her crippled legs. She had no enmity with Shui Yun in the past. Not counting the quarrel in the tea house, there was no grudge at all. Seeing such a young and intelligent girl end up like this, she couldn't help but feel pity. Thinking of Jing Chen's love for his little martial sister, she faintly didn't know how to face him in the future. Shu Shu. Shui Rui called Yu Shu a few times outside the door. She came back to her senses. While thinking, she asked, How did you find Miss Shui? Shui Rui knew that she would ask, so he didn't hide it. After you were drugged and taken away in the tea house, His Highness Jiao and I looked around. We guessed that someone was targeting Miss Shui. So, the next morning, Daozi came back from the palace and went to the palace to ask the emperor to make a decision. The emperor ordered us to take people to search the prince's mansions. Finally, we found Miss Shui in King Jia's guest house. King Jia? Yu Shu was bewildered. At that time, she clearly heard that group of people say that their master was Lu Hao of Ningguang. Could it be that there was something fishy about this? So, King Jia sent people to capture us? Shui Rui's voice came from the other side of the door, slightly flat. They did investigate King Jia. In a rage, the emperor removed the title of the fourth prince and banished him from the capital to reflect. No, it wasn't King Jia. Yu Shu opened her mouth, wanting to tell Shui Rui what she had heard in the cellar when she pretended to be unconscious. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she suddenly became alert and swallowed them back. No, she couldn't say it. Things had gotten to this point. A Wang Yi had been used as a scapegoat. With just a few words from her and no evidence, how could she hope to uncover the true culprit? If she said it, at most, she would bring trouble to herself. Wasn't there enough trouble on her body? Yu Shu's mind settled and she tried her best to ignore the guilt she felt towards Shui Yun. She made up her mind to bury what had happened that night in the cellar in the back of her mind and never mention it to a second person. At the same time, she felt a wave of resentment towards Lu Hao of Ningguang, whom she had met several times. She blamed him for being cunning and ruthless, making her become a villain for nothing. Shui Rui heard that there was no sound in the room and was afraid that Yu Shu's imagination would run wild. He was pondering how to open his mouth to comfort her when he heard Yu Shu plead, I want to go home. Can you send me back? Shui Rui had the intention of sending her back earlier. She just happened to bring it up, so he said, Her Highness is still in the Princess Fu. I will go say goodbye for you. After you drink your medicine, I will send you back. Yu Shu was afraid that someone would detain her and not let her go. With Shui Rui's guarantee, she felt at ease. When Shui Rui went to find Lu Tan hadn't slept a wink last night. He had a tired expression on his face. When he heard that Shui Rui wanted to send Yu Shu away, he didn't immediately agree. Instead, he said, There's no harm in keeping Miss Yu here for another half a day. I still have something to ask her. Since Shui Rui had opened his mouth, he didn't have the slightest intention of keeping her, so he said, I've already asked. She was the same as Miss Shui. She was drugged and taken away. She didn't know anything. She only woke up a little earlier, so she ran back to ask for help. I won't be able to get anything out of her. Shui Rui deliberately hid the fact that Yu Shu wasn't drugged from everyone else. It was because he didn't want others to target her. He didn't intend to explain it even to Lu Tan. Lu Tan didn't doubt Shui Rui's words. He thought that Yu Shu, a woman, wouldn't be of much use, so he nodded and agreed to let him take his people away. Chapter 351. After Yu Shu returned home, she lay in bed for 2 days. During this period, Shui Rui and Jing Chen sent people to greet her and brought many high-quality medicinal materials, but they didn't show up in person. Zhao Hui thought that Yu Shu fell into the water, and her face turned pale with fear. He Fangji diagnosed that there was something wrong with her symptoms, but he didn't expose her. He read the prescription given by the old doctor of the Shui mansion, so he added 2 more ingredients and made her drink 3 bowls a day. He watched Yu Shu drink the medicine. When her complexion improved, he inevitably reprimanded her like a father. Yu Shu knew that she had survived this disaster, so she was much more relaxed than before. It was worth mentioning that the 2 copies of Chaotic Sky Divination that Shui Yun gave her in the tea house that day were not lost during the binding. They were firmly in her arms and she brought them back. However, because of Shui Yun, Yu Shu was not in the mood to read them for the time being. She put them in the cabinet and locked them up, waiting to see Jing Chen. Kim Bao made another contribution this time. Although Yu Shu couldn't fulfill her promise to make a golden nest for it, she released the golden abacus given by Pei Jing for it to play with. The cut on Yu Xiaoxiu's head just healed a few days ago. He was supposed to go back to school, but Yu Shu happened to have an accident, so he refused to go to school. With Zhao Hui's consent, he stayed at home. During the day, he went to Yu Shu's room to read and write, leaving Bai Ran, who had been playing well recently, to the side. After all, there was no one dearest to him than this sister. Yu Shu's body was tough, and within a few days, her illness was gone. Only her head would hurt from time to time. Yi Fangji found a fist-sized lump on the back of her head, and with a straight face, she placed a needle on her head. She didn't say anything else. The next day, Zhao Hui asked Yun Do to put a thick gray rabbit fur hat on her head. She wasn't allowed to take it off at any other time except when she was sleeping. She wasn't even allowed to tie her hair up. Yu Shu felt guilty and didn't dare to ask more. She just wore the funny 4-cornered hat and let her hair down. However, He Fangji, the ancient brain expert, was there. She was very relieved. On the 5th day after the accident, Yu Shu finally saw Jing Chen. In the reception hall, Yu Shu looked at Jing Chen, who was sitting across from her, with complicated emotions. It was not difficult to see that he looked tired, and it was unknown how many days he had not slept well. "Are you feeling better?" Jing Chen looked at Yu Shu. Although his eyes were as caring as before, there was a lack of intimacy in them. Unknowingly, there was a lack of intimacy in them. Yu Shu smiled bitterly in her heart. It was hard for him to still remember her at this time. She said, "I'm fine." "How is your junior sister now?" If it was possible, Yu Shu didn't want to mention Shui Yun in front of Jing Chen. But between the 2 of them, it seemed that they couldn't avoid this topic. It was better for her to mention it openly so that it would be less awkward. Jing Chen's face darkened. He shook his head and said, "Shui Yun couldn't escape this disaster. Her legs were crippled." Yu Shu was silent for a moment. She felt a little reluctant to say it. She was a sentimental person. She couldn't be more honest with Jing Chen, who was her best friend. She was too pitiful. "Actually, Miss Shui's situation is all my fault. It was a delay. That day when I went to the princess mansion to ask for help, if I could have held on for a quarter of an hour and brought people to find her earlier, maybe you could have saved her in time. She wouldn't have been crippled. I'm sorry." Yu Shu's apology came out. The breath that had been stuck in his lungs for many days. Finally, she vomited it all out. She thought that Shui Yun's danger had nothing to do with her. But the fact was that she had escaped unscathed, while Shui Yun had become a cripple. No matter what, this couldn't be justified. Even she couldn't help blaming herself, let alone others. To Yu Shu's relief, Jing Chen didn't show any resentment after listening to her apology. Instead, he said very sensibly, "It's not your fault. Shui Yun should have had this disaster. People who practice Taoism have a strong moral nature. They won't lose their will because of this. Shui Yun is fine. But she felt sorry for implicating you in her. Yesterday, when she woke up, she asked me about you and asked me to apologize to you on her behalf. Hearing that Shui Yun experienced such a disaster and could get over it so quickly, Yu Shu was both surprised and impressed. She said, "If it's convenient, can I go to the princess mansion to visit her tomorrow?" Who knew that Jing Chen also had the same idea? It's just right. Shui Yun also wants to see you, so she asked me to invite you. Yu Shu's eyes flickered. She thought that Shui Yun must have thought that she would mind her aggressiveness in the tea house that day, so she asked Jing Chen to come in person. It seemed that Jing Chen didn't know what they talked about in the tea house that day. Nodding, Yu Shu also didn't intend to tell Jing Chen about the conversation that day. Instead, she told him another thing. "A few days ago, Miss Shui sent me the astrolabe you mentioned, as well as the 2 copies of Astrolabe Divination that you copied." Jing Chen said, "You can take a look at the copy first. It's best to memorize it from the beginning. As for the astrolabe, I'll have time to teach you how to recognize it after this period of time when Shui Yun's injury gets better." "All right." Yu Shu comforted him in a gentle voice. "Miss Shui has no relatives in Anling City. You are the only senior brother she can trust. Even if she is sad and depressed, she can only talk to you. You should accompany her more these days so that you can enlighten her at any time. I'll visit her tomorrow morning. I have nothing else to do here. You can go back first." Yu Shu tactfully asked him to leave. Regardless of whether Jing Chen had anything else to say, she got up to send him off. And because Jing Chen was concerned about Shui Yun's situation, he didn't notice that Yu Shu was more or less alienated. But Yu Shu sent him to the door. Then she remembered and said, "I don't need the treasures you lent me last time. You can take them back." Jing Chen said, "You keep them. Those worldly possessions are useless to me." Yu Shu smiled faintly. "Then don't leave them here. I'm afraid that thieves will remember them. Wait here. I'll go get them." After that, she didn't let him refuse again. She called Yun Do to the bedroom in the backyard. She found the Guanyin statue, the Bixia sword, and the literary star scroll. She let the guards take them and carry them to the carriage. "Then I'll wait for you tomorrow." Yu Shu stood at the door and watched as the carriage of the princess's residence turned around. She didn't wait for it to go far before she turned around and entered the courtyard. Her eyes, which were usually full of spirit, were now covered with a layer of gloominess. Since when did she not feel happy when she saw him? Coincidentally, Yu Shu and Jing Chen made an appointment to go to the princess residence to visit Shui Yun the next day. When they went out in the morning, they met Shui Rui, who came down from the carriage. "Why you here? Are you done with your work?" Yu Shu was a little surprised. Shui Rui sent Lao Chui to send her some herbs the day before yesterday. The letter said that he was busy recently, so he couldn't come to see her. He asked her to take care of him. Shui Rui first looked at her complexion. Seeing that her complexion was rosy, he smiled and said, "Not yet. I'm just passing by here. So I came to see you." As he spoke, he carefully looked at Yu Shu again. He saw that her long hair was hanging softly at the back of her head, and she was wearing a gray fur hat that covered her entire forehead. Her bangs were black and tidy. Only a pair of almond-shaped eyes could be seen. She looked like a naive mole. Although she looked a little ridiculous, she was so cute that she looked a lot younger. He raised his hand and pressed on the brim of her hat. He said intimately, "Why did you come out like this?" Yu Shu also knew that her image was not good. She awkwardly stroked her hair and muttered, "There is a bump on the back of my head. Godfather said that I can't be exposed to the wind. He didn't let me pull my hair, so I wore a hat." "You knocked your head?" Shui Rui frowned. "Is it okay?" Yu Shu shook her head. "Then why don't you rest at home? Where are you going?" Shui Rui saw that she wanted to go out, so he disagreed. "Oh, I'm going to the princess residence to visit Miss Shui." Shui Rui said, "Then I'll send you." Yu Shu waved her hand. She didn't want to bother him. "Don't you have something to do? Go ahead. I'll go to the street ahead and hire a sedan chair. It's only a few steps." Shui Rui looked at her and said, Then, you're going to visit him empty-handed? Yu Shu was speechless. She had really forgotten to bring some stuff for the accompaniment. Let's go. We'll go to Wangjilu first. We'll see if there are any fresh fruits and snacks. Other princess residences have them. Shui Rui turned around and boarded the carriage. He lifted the curtain and waved to Yu Shu. Yu Shu hesitated for a moment. She had no choice but to follow and boarded the carriage. The carriage started moving, and Shui Rui talked about a serious matter with Yu Shu. I've already found out some information about that Chu Hai. I'll look for you again when I have definite information in these 2 days. Yu Shu just remembered that there was a fugitive locked up in the courtyard of Huixing Street. She said in annoyance, I almost forgot about him. I haven't seen him for a few days. Don't let him escape. Shui Rui laughed. Don't worry. I've gone to see him. He's still there. He's still fine. Yu Shu didn't hesitate to look at Shui Rui and praised, Big Brother is really reliable. With your help, it saved me a lot of trouble. Who would have thought that when Shui Rui heard what she said, an ashamed expression appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, How could that be? If I had repeatedly told you to wait for me at home that day, you wouldn't have gone out with them. You would have been captured and suffered a fright. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Shui Rui was shocked. He knew very well who were the most ruthless people in the capital city. Yu Shu was able to return unscathed from a certain someone's hands. It could be said that she was very lucky. Seeing that he couldn't blame himself, Yu Shu hurriedly said, What does this have to do with you? Didn't I tell you earlier? I predicted that I would be in trouble on that day. In the end, I still got into trouble. I can only blame myself for being careless. Only now did Shui Rui raise his eyes, and he followed along with her intentions, and he glanced at her with a reproachful gaze as he said, Then tell me, you clearly knew that it was dangerous, yet why didn't you obediently stay at home? Why did you run to the tea house in the busy city with Miss Shui that day? With this sentence, he finally got to the point. Yu Shu was speechless. She couldn't help but dodge his eyes. She stammered, It's a girl's private matter. It's not convenient to tell you. Shui Rui secretly narrowed his eyes and cooperated, It's fine if it's not convenient to say. But you must be careful next time. Don't make me anxious again. Yu Shu pretended to smile and said, Okay. When he saw Yu Shu's reaction, the bewilderment in Shui Rui's heart grew even greater. His intuition told him that Shui Yun surely had something important to tell Yu Shu when she went to look for her that day, and it was related to Jing Chen. Otherwise, how could she have coaxed Yu Shu out of her nest? Chapter 352. Shui Rui sent Yu Shu to the princess residence after wrapping a few drawers of exquisite flowers in Wangji Tower. There were already servants waiting at the door. Shui Rui sat in the carriage and did not get out. He only let Lao Chui leave after he saw Yu Shu being led into the door. After visiting the princess's mansion again, Yu Shu was no longer in the mood to covet the row of royal court wood planted horizontally in the front yard. She followed the servants through the garden corridor and came to an independent hexagonal embroidery building in the backyard. There was a pair of graceful maids standing at the door. The one on the left bowed to Yu Shu and said, You must be Miss Yu. Please come in with me. Young master is waiting upstairs. Yu Shu nodded and followed them through 2 purple cloud cabinets. This embroidery building was decorated very elegantly. Obviously, it was specially built for a beautiful woman. She guessed that it was the favorite residence of the late Princess Royal Liyue. Even the calligraphy on the wall had an ancient charm. It was a pity that Yu Shu didn't know how to appraise, so she passed by without paying much attention. Young master, Miss Yu is here. On the 2nd floor, the maid stopped at the door of the bedroom to report. Hearing the response from inside, she rolled up the curtain and invited Yu Shu to come in. When Yu Shu came in, Jing Chen had just fed Shui Yun medicine. He turned around with a porcelain bowl in his hand, revealing a pale girl lying on the bed. Her red and swollen eyelids were slightly closed, and she seemed to be asleep. Yu Shu stood at the door and hesitated. She was afraid of waking up Shui Yun. Come in, she is not asleep. Jing Chen saw Yu Shu and signaled her to come in. Okay. In the end, Yushu still walked in and stopped 4 or 5 steps away from the foot of the bed. As soon as she stopped, Shuei-yun opened her eyelids without warning and met Yushu's eyes. She blinked and revealed a weak smile. "You're here." Yushu felt strange seeing her like this. Yesterday, she heard from Jing Chen that Shuei-yun was not worried. She thought that this little girl was pretending to be strong. Now that he saw her, she didn't seem to be complaining at all. In her previous life, she took care of Yu Lei, whose legs were paralyzed. She had seen her younger brother's depressed and suicidal side. How could she be like Shuei-yun, who calmed down in just a few days? Senior Marshal Brother. I'm in better spirits today. It's rare for Miss Yu to visit me, so I want to talk to her. You've been busy since morning and haven't had breakfast yet. You should go now. Shuei-yun gently sent Jing Chen away. Yushu understood that she had something to say to her in private, so she said to Jing Chen, "I will accompany you here. You should go and eat something." Jing Chen nodded at Yushu and took the bowl of medicine downstairs. Now, there were only Yushu and Shuei-yun in the large bedroom. The door was separated by a screen, so the maidservants guarding outside the door couldn't hear their conversation unless they pressed their ears against the door. However, the servants of the princess's residence were all carefully selected from the imperial palace, so they wouldn't be so unruly. "Sit." There was an armchair next to the bed. Shuei-yun motioned for Yushu to sit down. She slightly twisted her neck and faced her. Her eyes swept over her face. Suddenly, there was a bit of apology in her eyes. "I implicated you." Yushu didn't know how to respond. She was indeed implicated, but compared to Shuei-yun's fate, what else could she complain about? Shaking her head, Yushu could only say, "I came today to apologize to you. That day I escaped first. Originally, I went to the princess's residence to find someone to save you. Who knew that I would faint and couldn't save you in time? I'm really sorry." After hearing Yushu's blame, Shuei-yun didn't blame her. Instead, she looked at her meaningfully and faintly said, "There's no need for you to feel guilty. I should thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape this time. How could I have kept my life?" There was a hidden meaning in her words. Yushu cleverly heard that there was something wrong. When she saw the lucky expression on Shuei-yun's face, she immediately became suspicious. "Does Miss Yu know that it's a tribulation?" Shuei-yun asked inexplicably. Without waiting for Yushu to speak, she muttered to herself, "The so-called tribulation is a great disaster. The so-called number is a fixed number. It means that it's hard to escape a great disaster. It's not easy for us Taoist disciples to cultivate. We know that there are 3 great tribulations in one's life. One is death, one is wealth, and one is sex. Only 1 in 1,000 people can escape these 3 great tribulations. If one is lucky enough to escape, then one's good fortune and longevity will increase by 1 level. After a great disaster, one will be fortunate. This time, I came down the mountain to experience the death tribulations." Yushu had heard about Shuei-yun when she asked Jing Chen to borrow the yellow frost stone. Now that she mentioned it again, it seemed that there was a hidden story. "My father, Taoist Master Huai-yun, has been cultivating for 50 years. He studied the 3 great tribulations and was able to see through them. He predicted that Senior Marshal Brother and I would each have a tribulation. Even if there was an entanglement between us, Senior Marshal Brother's tribulation was the death tribulations. A few months ago, my father asked me to go down the mountain to find Senior Marshal Brother in order to break our tribulations. He said that if I could find the one related to the death tribulations in him, he would help me deal with the death tribulations." Speaking of this, Shuei-yun looked at Yushu meaningfully. "I observed Senior Marshal Brother, and it wasn't difficult to find that he had a different opinion of you. I guessed that you were the key. So a few days ago, I felt that my great tribulation was coming, so I avoided Senior Marshal Brother and avoided getting involved with you. Sure enough, with a little trick, I transferred 3 parts of the tribulation to you. Only then did I save my life and escape one of the 3 tribulations. I, Shuei-yun, would like to thank you." Shuei-yun explained without hesitation. Yushu was suddenly enlightened. She knew that it wasn't an accident that she became a fish in the pond under the burning city gate. She had been plotted against long ago and was dragged out to be a scapegoat. This time, Yushu could no longer maintain her composure. She stared at Shui Yun with a cold gaze and said, "Dare I ask, Miss Shui, when you transferred your fate to me, did you ever think about what kind of fatal disaster you would bring upon me?" It turned out that her guess was right. The fatal disaster was caused by the word, Shui, in front of her. Fortunately, she didn't stand up for Shui Yun at that time. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she died. In the face of Yushu's accusation, Shui Yun's expression didn't change. She looked at Yushu calmly and said, "Don't be angry. I told you the truth. I didn't want to make you angry. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked Senior Marshal Brother to invite you here. Today, I'm trying to remedy it and show you a bright path." A bright path? Yushu smiled coldly. She wasn't in a hurry to turn hostile. She wanted to see what other tricks Shui Yun had up her sleeve. "Tell me, what bright path can you show me? I'm currently bedridden and can no longer accompany Marshal Nephew Zhongyun to the Double Sun gathering." "Go in my place," Shui Yun said. Go in her place to attend the Double Sun gathering? When this thought appeared in Yushu's mind, her expression changed again. She narrowed her eyes and said, "You're afraid that I'll suffer one after another, so you want to add another one to my list?" Yushu more or less knew why Shui Yun had been arrested this time. It was because of the battle between the princes. Now, because of Shui Yun, Prince Jia had been demoted, and the mansions of several princes had been searched. Under such circumstances, wasn't it asking her to accompany Lu Tan to participate in the Double Sun's gathering? Wasn't this asking her to be a target for people to poke at? Yushu was so angry that she almost laughed. She straightened her back and glared fiercely at Shui Yun. There wasn't the slightest bit of pity in her eyes as she asked in a deep voice, "I have no enmity with you in the past, but you keep dragging me into danger. What is your intention?" Shui Yun sighed softly, and her chest heaved up and down. "You've misunderstood. I have no selfish motives in asking you to go to the Double Sun gathering. I just want to give you a fortuitous encounter." Now that it had come to this, how could Yushu still believe her words? She raised her hand to stop her from explaining and said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense. Forgive me for not daring to accept young Lady Shui's gift. I came here today because I want to ask you something." "Go ahead. I'll tell you everything I know." Yushu said solemnly, "How many of the things you told me in the tea house about the secrets of Jing Chen's past were true?" Shui Yun was silent for a moment, and then she said faintly, "3 pure ones. If there's even half a word of falsehood, then let me suffer another calamity." Yushu frowned and stared at her for a while. She then stood up and said, "If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Take care." With that, she clenched her fists and turned to walk out of the room filled with the strange smell of medicine. Yushu walked down the stairs with a heavy heart and saw Jing Chen, who had just returned from breakfast. "Xiaoyu, are you leaving just like that?" Yushu looked at the completely ignorant Jing Chen. She really wanted to tell him the truth about Shui Yun's scheme to deal with her tribulation, but what could she do even if she told him? Jing Chen couldn't drag her crippled junior sister out of bed to vent her anger on her behalf, right? She could see that the reason why Shui Yun dared to tell her the truth so openly was because she had no fear. She was sure that she would not say anything in front of Jing Chen, because it would be useless even if she said anything. "Hey, I'm leaving. Then I'll see you off." Yushu suddenly felt tired. She hastily said a few words to Jing Chen and thanked him for seeing her off. She then left alone. Jing Chen went up to the second floor and returned to Shui Yun's side. He poured a cup of tea and fed it to her before asking, "What did you and Xiaoyu talk about just now?" She seemed to be in a hurry. Something didn't seem right. Shui Yun was helped to lie down by Jing Chen. She replied calmly, "I said it was a girl's business. Why did you still ask?" Jing Chen opened his mouth, but he saw that Shui Yun had closed her eyes tiredly. In the end, he did not ask further. Instead, he carefully covered her with the quilt and sat back on the chair beside the bed. He picked up the ancient book on the coffee table and flipped through it while watching her sleep. Yushu still felt angry until she walked out of the door of the princess's residence. She had been calculating and calculating, but in the end, she had suffered such a big loss. She could not find anyone to settle the score with. She had nowhere to vent her anger towards Shui Yun, so Yushu was also dissatisfied with Jing Qin. She turned her head and glared at the door of the princess's residence before leaving angrily. Chapter 353. When Yushu returned home from the princess residence, the first thing she did was to take out the 2 copies of Chaotic Sky Divination from the cabinet and read them while sitting in the light. With the Greater One Dao's unique technique in her hands, Yushu previously had an awkward thought of taking advantage of others, but after seeing Shui Yun today, she finally felt that she had no qualms about it. Celestial Divination was written by Taoist master Huai Xian of Mount Longhu. This Taoist priest, who was well-read and knowledgeable about the past and present, was very organized when it came to writing. The first introduction systematically covered the content and thoughts of the entire work, and emphasized on his greatest understanding of the art of stargazing, heaven's perception. Taoist master Huai Xian believed that the heavenly Tao and the Tao of humanity were interlinked. They complemented each other and could sense each other. Heaven could interfere with human affairs, but humans could also sense the heavenly Tao. Yushu sat in front of the table for the whole afternoon and roughly skimmed through all the chapters and quotations. It was not difficult to find that the study of this strange technique could be divided into 4 stages. First, she had to learn to recognize the constellation palaces, then she had to understand the universal astrolabe in detail, then she had to use the astrolabe to draw, and finally she had to think of all kinds of ingenious ideas. When it came to astrology, Yushu had been enlightened by Taoist Qing Zheng in Yang City. It was not a problem for her to identify star palaces, but most of it was due to her ingenuity. She could not deduce too much information from the astrology. Therefore, in the face of the magnificent astral art, Yushu regarded herself as a beginner who had just started, and her attitude was quite positive. Since Yushu knew that it would be difficult to accomplish in one go, she planned to find time every day to memorize the contents of the handwritten notes. The next day was the 19th of February. The results of the 3rd subject of the Dian were released, which was the subject of astrology. Yushu did not refer to it, but she got up early in the morning to wait for the results to be released at the entrance of the Department of Taiching. She wanted to know how the Celestial Commissioner would make up for this mistake. However, what was unexpected was that the Celestial Commissioner actually posted a clean white list. In other words, there was no one who could pass the astrology exam this year. Such a notice was posted. The area in front of the Taiching department was immediately thrown into chaos. Disputes arose one after another, and the topic of the exam was leaked. The news spread like wildfire. Seeing this scene, Yushu thought to herself that the Celestial Commissioner was decisive. She did not try to cover up and did not lose her magnanimity. After leaving the Celestial Commissioner, Yushu went to Wangji Tower to check the accounts. She was busy until lunch before leaving. She finished her chores and returned home. Unexpectedly, a rare guest was waiting for her return. When Yushu saw the carriage parked in front of Zhao Hui's house, she knew that there was a guest. She quickened her steps and entered the door. When she saw Lu Tan's figure in the living room, she couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, she hurriedly bowed and cupped her hands. "This commoner girl has offended you. Greetings, Ninth Highness." Lu Tan sat there and raised his hand to help her up. "Miss Yu, you may rise." Only then did Yushu get up, pondering the purpose of Lu Tan's visit. She looked at him from head to toe, but didn't interrupt him. When Lu Tan saw Yushu's cautious appearance, he inwardly nodded. His expression softened as he said, "You don't have to be so formal. Sit." Yushu nodded and picked a chair not far from him. She had just sat down when Lu Tan's next words made her jump up again. "This lowly prince came here today to invite Miss to go with me to the twin sons gathering the next day. What do you think?" Yushu gritted her molars and cursed Shui Yun in her heart. Then she pulled out a bitter face to deal with Lu Tan. "Your Highness is really flattering me. This kind of heavy responsibility is too much for me. This commoner girl is afraid that I can't do it and delay your official business for no reason. That would be a crime. Needless to say, Lu Tan must have been persuaded by Shui Yun to come find her. Seeing that Yu Shu refused without thinking, Lu Tan seemed to have expected this. He raised his eyebrows and calmly smiled at her, saying, "I won't let Miss work for nothing. If you are willing to be my guest until the end of this year's Twin Sons gathering, I will write a letter and recommend you to study at the Imperial Historian's Library." When she heard these words, Yu Shu's heart suddenly jumped. She looked up at Lu Tan in disbelief. Did she hear wrong? Did he just say that he would recommend her to study at the Imperial Historian's Library? Could these words be believed? That was the Imperial Historian's Library, which people from the north and south could not easily enter. Even if Lu Tan was a noble prince, he might not have a say in it. Seeing her doubt, Lu Tan was not angry. The corners of his mouth curled up as he explained, "Miss probably doesn't know. Every year when there is a Twin Sons gathering, the great tipping point will allow the princes who attend a place to enter the Imperial Historian's Library." Yu Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. She was indescribably moved. She had originally hoped to perform smoothly in this year's Dain examination so that she could be chosen by the Celestial Commissioner and be sent to study at the Imperial Historian's Library. He looked at her angrily and smiled, saying, "How can I let you suffer a loss?" Chapter 354. The next morning, Lu Tan sent someone to ask for a reply. Yu Shu readily agreed. The person who came said, "His Imperial Highness said that if Miss Yu needs to prepare anything, you can leave it to our subordinates to handle. If there's nothing else, we will send a carriage to take Miss to and from the guest house tomorrow morning." Why would Yu Shu bother Lu Tan's people to run errands? She immediately declined and said that she would wait for someone to pick her up at home tomorrow morning. As soon as Lu Tan's people left, Yu Shu went out with Yu Xiaoxiu. She had promised to take him to visit Aunt Cui when he recovered. If she didn't make time to go there now, she didn't know when it would be delayed. The siblings rented a carriage and passed through the busy market. They carried 2 bags of rice and flour, a few caddies of oil and salt, and weighed a dozen caddies of hind leg meat in the shop. They pulled it to the alley in the east of the city. Yu Shu asked Yu Xiaoxiu to stay in the carriage to look after things. She went in and called Aunt Nyo, who was boiling water and cleaning, to carry the grain and rice into the courtyard. Late in the morning, concubine Cui had just woken up not long ago. She lazily combed her hair and was sitting in the main room eating sunflower seeds. She looked at Yu Shu with the corner of her eyes as she moved things into the courtyard. When she saw the figure of Yu Xiaoxiu, who was the last to enter, she let out a cry of surprise. She waved the sunflower seed shells on her knees and ran up to her son in small steps. She hugged her son tightly and cried out sweetly, forcing out a few tears. "You bastard, you separated our son. I thought I would never see you again. My son, you are so thin. Do you want me to die?" The bastard. Yu Shu rolled her eyes and put down the oil pot in her hand. She walked over and fished out Yu Xiaoxiu, who was almost suffocated by Aunt Cui. "Mother, please don't cry. Isn't little brother alive and kicking right now?" Aunt Cui glared at her angrily and pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's hand into the house. Yu Xiaoxiu looked at Yu Shu helplessly. When he saw his sister waving her hand, he let Aunt Cui take him away. Mistress Cui pulled Yu Xiaoxiu into the room and closed the door. She muttered something to herself, but Yu Shu didn't want to listen. She went to the kitchen to take a look. Seeing that all the pots, bowls, ladles, and bowls were present, it seemed like they cooked every day at home. She went out and called for her maid Xiang Sui to a corner to question her. "I haven't been here for a while. How does my mother spend her days?" Xiang Sui understood that both of them now had to rely on Yu Shu, so she was very honest in front of Yu Shu. "Inyang sleeps until the morning every day. After breakfast, she lies in the room and talks. In the afternoon, she talks with the aunties in the neighborhood at the door. There is no other work, so she goes to bed early after dinner." "Oh yes, the day before yesterday, Inyang took me out. We went around the city and said, Inyang didn't let me tell you." Yu Shu raised her eyebrows and gave her courage. Don't worry, it will be fine. Xiang Sui stammered. From Yinyang's tone, it seems that she wants to find her former master in the capital. Master? Yu Shu was puzzled and suddenly remembered Aunt Chui's background. Aunt Lu, who lived in a large courtyard, once mentioned to her that her mother used to be a maid in a rich family. Her and Xiaoxiu's father was a scholar. When he came to the capital to take the imperial examination, he stayed in a rich family's residence. After a few visits, he got together with Aunt Chui. In the end, the scholar failed the imperial examination, so Aunt Chui was released by her master. She said that she was married to Yu Shu's father and was brought back to the south to start a family. Unfortunately, Yu Shu's father was short-lived. Not long after Yu Xiaoxiu was born, he died in an accident. Later, there was a story about Aunt Chui being chosen by the third master of the Ji family because of her beauty. Thinking of this, Yu Shu changed the topic. Presumably, Aunt Chui had been living too peacefully recently, so she wanted to find her former master. But in the future, if she wants to go out, just follow her. Don't stop her. Tell me later. Yu Shu was not interested in asking about Aunt Chui's former master. This woman was not knowledgeable and couldn't do anything. Moreover, so many years had passed. Maybe they had already moved away. It was uncertain whether they could find the door. Yu Shu and Yu Xiaoxiu stayed at Aunt Chui's place for lunch and dinner. From beginning to end, Aunt Chui's eyes never left Yu Xiaoxiu, as if he was her hope for the future. After dinner, Aunt Chui wanted to force Yu Xiaoxiu to stay with her. However, Yu Shu dismissed her by saying that she had to go to school tomorrow. She dragged Yu Xiaoxiu away and promised to visit her at the end of the month. Seeing that Aunt Chui was living a good life, Yu Xiaoxiu was finally relieved. After all, she was his biological mother. No matter how careless she was still his flesh and blood. On the 21st of February, the heavenly fire rushed to the bull. Good luck was in the east. It was suitable to go out and live in peace. Last night, Yu Shu calculated the almanac. Today was good and there were no big ups and downs. So, she got up early to feed the horse and cleaned up. With He Fangji's permission, she took off her hat and put on a new dress. She brought some common tools and went to the front door to wait for Lu Tan to send someone to pick her up. The carriage arrived at the door of the house on time. It was the same two guards who came to receive her yesterday. They politely invited Yu Shu to get on the carriage. She didn't see Lu Tan in the carriage. Yu Shu asked the guards and found out that they were going to take her to the guest house where Lu Tan was staying. Then, they would go to the Chunlan River together in a sedan chair. Yu Shu didn't have any objections to this. She knew that she couldn't compare to Shui Yun in terms of status. Shui Yun could make an imperial prince send and receive her all day long. She wouldn't dare. When Lu Tan saw Yu Shu, he didn't waste time talking to her. One bowed with his hands in front and the other dispensed with the formalities. He introduced Mr. Heelan to the Qianxi. After greeting him, he got on the sedan chair. One after another, they got on two sedan chairs and headed towards the Shuangyang Association. The reason why they didn't take the carriage was because there were too many people near the Chunlan River. It wasn't convenient for a carriage to move. It was faster to squeeze and squeeze than a sedan chair. The three palanquins stopped in front of the Cheongyu building. Yu Shu followed Lu Tan and got off the palanquin. Then she sized up the surroundings. She saw that there were many bodyguards standing guard nearby. They had surrounded the building in a circle. She then raised her head to look at the seats upstairs. Many people had already arrived. Yu Shu and Mr. Heelan followed Lu Tan up the stairs from the west corner. Just as they were thinking about how to kill time later, they heard Lu Tan suddenly stop and say, "The seat next to seventh brother is the young lady of the Ji family. You know her? She's from the right judge who was found to be practicing favoritism and cheating." Knowing that he was talking to her, Yu Shu made a sound. She looked up at Lu Tan's back and pondered his meaning. She said in a low voice, "Your Highness, don't worry. This commoner will not cause trouble for you." Ah! Lu Tan gave an inexplicable laugh. Without turning his head, he walked upstairs. Yu Shu blindly followed. When she reached the third floor, the scenery in front of her immediately changed. To the east, there was a long corridor. The floor was covered with thick Persian carpets. There were rows of tea tables and soft chairs. To the south, there was a railing with carved sculptures. Facing the Chunlan River, the view was vast. With every breath, there was the fragrance of the wind, making one feel comfortable. Yushu didn't just admire the beautiful scenery of the river. She followed closely behind Lu Tan to his seat. On the way, she passed by a seat. She heard someone say in a strange voice, "Oh, ninth brother is here." Yushu looked over and saw a youth wearing a small crown with golden wings sitting on the grand tutor's chair. With one foot on the footstool, he looked at Lu Tan with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. It was the 11th prince, Lu Yi, the one who was on good terms with Ning Wang Lu Hao. Seeing this tyrant, Yushu quickly looked away and lowered her head to look at the road. She was afraid that he would find trouble with her if he saw her. She was worrying too much. The banquet at the Princess Fu had already passed. Lu Yi had long forgotten who she was. 11th D. Lu Tan nodded at Lu Yi, who was half a year younger than him. Ignoring the sarcasm in his words, he walked past him and sat down on his seat. Lu Yi lightly grunted and turned his head. For some reason, he didn't continue to pester him. Yushu saw that next to Lu Tan's seat, there were two other soft seats, one on the east and one on the west. One back was embroidered with a golden rooster and the other with a 5-colored snake. She guessed that they represented the Qian and Kuan seats. She waited until Sir He Lan sat down before choosing the last seat. Not long after, more people came up. It was the 8th prince, Lu Du. Because Lu Tan was young, he stood up to greet his elder brother. Lu Du smiled and said a few words to him before sitting down separately. Because of what had happened to Shui Yun, the 4th prince, Lu Si, had been banished from the capital overnight. So the 7th prince, Ning Wang, who had arrived late, had become the oldest among the princes present in Xiongyu Tower. 7th brother is here. 7th brother. As soon as Lu Hao came up the stairs, the atmosphere immediately changed. Everyone on the floor stood up to greet him. Lu Tan was no exception. Yushu knew that Ji Xingxuan was following Lu Hao. Very quickly, she found the figure of a veiled woman behind Lu Hao. This was the first time that Yushu saw Ji Xingxuan so clearly in public since the trial of the Supreme Court. She was dressed in plain silver jewelry. She was still in mourning and had lost a lot of weight. She followed behind Lu Hao with light brows and eyes. A veil blocked people from peeking at her. It was impossible to see whether she was happy, angry, sad, or happy. Instead, there was a faint sense of loneliness. Because Yushu knew that Lu Hao had sent people to catch her and Shui Yun and then framed Lu Si, she became more suspicious of Ji Xingxuan. She couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She didn't know if she was involved in this matter. "Hey, 9th brother, this is..." Lu Hao noticed Yushu, who was beside Lu Tan. With just the right amount of surprise on his face, he turned to cast a puzzled look at Lu Tan. Lu Tan glanced at Yushu and reluctantly explained to Lu Hao, "I'm attending the Shuangyang gathering, so the seat can't always be empty. Marshal Uncle Jingchen helped me ask Miss Yu to temporarily take my place." Hearing that Lu Tan was using Jingchen as a cover, Lu Hao smiled and didn't ask any more. Hearing Lu Tan's words, Yushu complained in her heart, but there was no change on her face. Ji Xingxuan, on the other hand, acted as if she didn't even see Yushu, her enemy. She followed Lu Hao and walked past them without looking sideways and sat down. Chapter 355. When all the spectators in Qiongyu restaurant had arrived, the drums on the banks of the Spring Wave River began to beat, calling all the heroes who had come to attend the meeting to the side of the arena. Today was a literary contest. On the 3 High Arena, there were several long tables, complete with the 4 treasures of the study. Yushu only treated herself as a decoration. Sitting there, she placed the tools she had brought on the table and pretended to listen to the discussions upstairs. From time to time, she would jot down a few strokes on a piece of paper. It looked like she was divining something, but in fact, she was just scribbling. Lu Tan did not care about what she was doing. He turned to the side and whispered to Mr. Heelan. Occasionally, he would glance at the situation on the arena. When he saw something that caught his eye, he would make a hand signal to somewhere downstairs. Spies would then run to investigate. On the tea table, there were some flour cakes and wine. Yushu ate and looked around. She was quite at ease. Just like that, she spent the entire morning. Midway, she even went to the toilet. At noon, everyone moved to the dining room in the building. Inside, a banquet had already been laid out. The private rooms were separated and the princes brought their own people to the banquet. There were also those who were close to each other, such as Lu Hao and Lu Yi, who entered the same room. Not mentioning how awkward it was for Yushu and Lu Tan to eat lunch together, Lu Hao entered the inner room and avoided being seen. He frowned and coldly snorted. He said to his left and right, "Lao Jiao is making things difficult for us. He found someone to make up the numbers to make us unhappy. He's afraid that people don't know that he's close to Daozi." Lu Yi curled his lips and disdainfully said, "Isn't it to see what he found? Which one of US brothers did not invite a descendant of an aristocratic family? Today, that stinky girl, I really did not recognize her at first. Tiske." Without a word, Ji Xingxuan sat down beside Lu Hao. She picked up the wine pot and poured him a cup. Lu Hao took it and turned to look at her. His expression softened. "If you feel uncomfortable with that person, you can go back today." Ji Xingxuan paused and nodded. Hiding the flash of hatred in his eyes, he hugged the wine pot and bowed his head. "Many thanks for your understanding, but I can't hide forever." Xingxuan still has this much patience. Lu Hao sighed and looked at her lovingly. He said indulgently, "Up to you." Before the sun went down, the honored guests of Cheongyu House dispersed one after another. Yushu sat on the sedan chair that she came in, following Lu Tan and the others back to the guest house. Lu Tan returned to the rear courtyard to change his clothes while Yushu and Mr. Heelan sat in the reception hall, waiting. The servants served tea and fruits and handed them hot handkerchiefs for them to wash. What Yushu didn't expect was that Mr. Heelan, who looked to be in his 40s and had a scholarly appearance, would take the initiative to talk to her. "I heard that Miss Yu is an examinee for this year's major examination?" Yushu raised her head to look at him. Seeing that the other's expression was amiable and didn't look like he wanted to cause trouble, she smiled and nodded. "It's the first major examination this year." "Which subjects did you take?" Mr. Heelan asked again. He seemed to be purely curious. Yushu said, "Other than Ili, which is a compulsory subject, I also took the arts of mystery and mathematics." "Why don't you try a few more subjects?" Yushu shook her head. "I know that I'm not a genius. How can I study everything? It's better to only choose subjects that I'm confident in." Mr. Heelan looked at her approvingly and said, "I think that Miss Yu is a down-to-earth person, which is good. Young people shouldn't bite off more than they can chew. I've seen many young people try to eat their fill the first time they take the major examination, but in the end, none of them got what they wanted. Who would have thought that the major examination isn't a place to test one's luck?" Then he changed the topic and asked Yushu, "I don't know about the arts of mystery and mathematics. Which subject is Miss more confident that you can enter the rankings?" Yushu was asked directly. She hesitated for a moment and then answered, "Mathematics." Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed across Mr. Heelan's face, but he quickly concealed it. It wasn't seen by Yushu. The two chatted for a while more before Lu Tan changed into casual clothes and entered the reception hall. Yushu and Mr. Heelan stood up and bowed. "The two of you, please sit and serve some tea." Lu Tan was actually only 16 or 17 years old, but he already had some experience in his conduct. He had the arrogance of an imperial prince, but he didn't lack modesty and amiability. In Yushu's eyes, compared to people like Lu Hao and Lu Yi, the person in front of her was the most pleasing to the eye. This is the list of names that the spies have collected in the past few days. Some of them were outstanding in the literary duels, and some of them are popular candidates for the next subject of physiognomy. The two of you can take it back and look at it. Lu Tan indicated for the personal attendant behind him to hand 2 stacks of books to Yushu and Mr. Heelan. Yushu took the list and flipped through it. She saw that a few people were listed on it. Their names, birthplaces, dates of birth, as well as their strengths and weaknesses were all listed in great detail. The next Great Yuan examination results will be released on the 26th. There are only a few days left. I'll have to trouble the two of you to draft a list as soon as possible so that I can send someone to post it. Is there a problem? Lu Tan's last words were clearly directed at Yushu. Yushu immediately felt a headache coming on. She was clearly here to mingle, so how could she help Lu Tan choose talents? However, she couldn't show any fear on her face. Otherwise, if Lu Tan regretted asking her to be his substitute, then what would she do if the quota for the Taisher library flew away? I will definitely do my job well, but how many people do you want on this list? Will it only include the examinees of the Great Yuan examination, or will it include the scholars? Yushu was puzzled. She was still unfamiliar with this new business and didn't want to make a mistake while being muddle-headed. Lu Tan glanced at Sir Heelan. The latter understood and explained on her behalf. Miss has seen the list that His Imperial Highness gave you. You only need to select the best. Usually, it's fine to limit it to 3 to 5 people. You need to separate the scholars and martial artists from the merchants. You just need to rank them according to the ones who have the highest chance of passing the examination. Yushu thanked him. Then I understand. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. After they finished discussing business, Lu Tan said to Yushu, if there's nothing else, miss, you can go back first. Servants. Lu Tan called the servants to send Yushu home. Yushu could see that he and Sir Heelan still had things to talk about, so she tactfully got up to leave. Little did she know that after she left, the subject of their conversation was none other than someone else. What does Sir think? It's hard to say. I saw that this woman seemed to have a card up her sleeve, but when I asked her about it, it turns out that she's an expert in mathematics. You have to know that there are 2 direct disciples of old mathematician Han who are taking the mathematics exam this year. It's not a joke that there are 3 mathematicians in one subject. In this way, the chance that this self-taught Miss Yu will amaze the world with a single brilliant feat is very slim. Lu Tan frowned and said with uncertainty, but my martial aunt has predicted that this woman has great luck and has already shown signs of a bright future. She will rise greatly in the imperial examinations, so it shouldn't be false. Sir Heelan stroked the short beard on his lips and smiled slightly. Since the immortal aunt said so, then there must be a reason. Your Imperial Highness, there's no need to worry yourself. If it's true, then congratulations to your Imperial Highness for having a good eye for talent. You'll definitely be able to sweep away the previous dark clouds and not make this trip to the Shuangyang Imperial College a waste. If it's a failure, then it's just a waste of a place to enter the school, but you'll also owe eldest young Master Shui a favor. You won't lose anything, so why not? Lu Tan mulled over his words and the suspicion between his brows gradually dissipated. He cupped his hands toward Sir Heelan and said with a serious expression, Sir is willing to work for me and do your best for me. This humble prince is grateful for this and will definitely treat you well. This Sir Heelan, whose real name was Cho, was 39 years old this year. If one were to look into it, he was a famous person in the early years of Anling City. He was originally a talented person recommended by Shui Rui after Lu Tan returned to the capital. However, it was unknown what happened in between that allowed Lu Tan to surpass Shui Rui and finally recruit him for his own use. When Yushu returned home in the evening, the food had already been laid out. After washing her hands, she was called over by Zhao Hui. Why are you only back now? You haven't recovered for a few days and you're running around again. Zhao Hui held her stomach with one hand and sat down with the other on Yushu. She had a worried expression on her face as she scolded her. I'll come back earlier tomorrow. Yushu touched her nose. She was afraid to startle Zhao Hui, so she didn't dare to tell them that she was now going out with a prince. She only said that she had found a proper job outside. Zhao Hui thought that she was working for someone in a barter house. To prevent Zhao Hui from asking, Yushu hurriedly changed the topic and asked Yu Xiaoxiu, today is the first time you took Bai Ran to the academy. Did you see Shui Wenjie? After visiting Aunt Chui yesterday, Yu Xiaoxiu had no worries and went back to school today. Yushu couldn't send him because she had something to do. He Fangji naturally took the task and sent the 2 children to school. He also paid for the tuition fees. When Shui Wenzhou was mentioned, Yu Xiaoxiu was annoyed and said, "The academy is only so big. Of course I saw him." Yu Shu noticed that his tone was not right. She frowned and asked, "Why? He dared to bully you? You didn't let Bai Ran beat him?" Ahem. He Fangji suddenly coughed twice and glanced at Yu Shu. She blamed her for not teaching Yu Xiaoxiu well. Yu Shu noticed the dissatisfaction of the elder and smiled apologetically at him. But she didn't change her words. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiu hurriedly said, "It's nothing. Last time, I had to apologize to him. He was so embarrassed that he didn't dare to provoke me. He just stared at me a few times. It was really annoying." Yu Shu snorted, "It's him who does things immorally. He still has the face to stare at you. He is several years older than you. He doesn't look like a boy. Don't learn this kind of temper. It's so useless." Yu Xiaoxiu said gloomily, "I won't learn from him." "Okay, good boy." Yu Shu smiled as she picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his bowl. Zhao Hui saw that the siblings were getting along well, and her face was filled with motherly love. She touched her round belly and thought about how she would soon have a child. With such an elder sister and brother taking care of them, they would not be lonely in the future. They would definitely grow up well. She did not ask for this child to become a dragon or a phoenix. As long as she could see them with her own eyes start a family, marry a wife and have children, and live a safe and sound life, she had nothing else to ask for in this life. Chapter 356. One update. At night, Yu Shu lit up the candlestick on the desk and took out the list of candidates given by Lu Tan. She studied it while thinking about countermeasures. Lu Tan's intention was for her to select the best and rank these people in first, second, and third place. However, she didn't know how to judge people at all, so how could she judge whether these people's future was good or bad, let alone speculate which one of them was likely to enter the honor roll? Helpless, Yu Shu stared at the list for half an hour. Finally, she had a brainwave and came up with a compromise. Since she couldn't see their future, she would have to see if their luck was good or bad. The next list would be released on February 26th. She would calculate the misfortune of all the people on the list on that day using her time of misfortune law. She would eliminate the candidates who would have minor disasters on that day, and the rest would naturally be those who had good luck. Although this couldn't be accurate, a person's luck and future were closely related. This method of eliminating the bad and keeping the good was much more reliable than her randomly choosing. Yu Shu takes out a large piece of white paper and prepares an abacus. She compares the birth date and the 8 characters on the register. Because she only needs to calculate a specific day, the progress is very fast. She can determine a person's time of misfortune in a short time. There are more than 30 people on the register. Yu Shu originally wanted to wait for a while and solve it in one go. However, halfway through the calculation, there is an unexpected problem. She had calculated a total of 6 people's horoscopes, and the result actually predicted that misfortune would happen to all 6 people on the day the results were released. What was even stranger was that the calamity of these 6 people all showed the same value. It was a value that Yu Shu had never seen before. She could not find any corresponding calamity from the values that she had recorded before. In other words, on the day the results were released, all 6 of them would suffer the same kind of misfortune. This kind of event with such a low probability did not make sense. Yu Shu didn't believe it. She looked through the name list given by Lu Tan with a strange expression. At first, she thought there was a problem with the 8 characters of these 6 people, so she reversed the order on the name list. Starting from the last person on the name list, she calculated the 8 characters of 2 people. This time, it was back to normal. In the end, it indicated that on the day the results were released, the 2 of them did not suffer from any illnesses or disasters. This time, Yu Shu was even more confused. She frowned as she looked at the 8 people whose time of misfortune had been calculated. She seemed to feel that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. She stared at the name list for a long time, and suddenly noticed that next to each candidate's name, there were 2 small inconspicuous characters. The first 6 people that she calculated had the word Dian, and the next 2 people that she calculated had the word Imperial Examination. Yushu was stunned. It was as if a string in her brain had snapped, and her eyes lit up. She gripped the name list tightly, dipped her finger in her saliva, and quickly flipped through the pages. When she reached the 7th person, who was also a candidate with the word Dian, she held a pen in her hand and quickly used the formula of the time of calamity. Then the 8th person, the 9th person. By the time the 10th person had finished counting all the people on the name list, the sky outside had turned from dark to dawn. Yushu finally stopped writing. She grabbed a thick stack of paper and examined the densely packed numbers on it. Her eyes were red from working too hard, and the corners of her mouth curled into an extremely excited smile. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. There were a total of 32 people on the name list. There were 21 people who participated in the Dian examination, and 11 people who participated in the Imperial examination. On the day the results of the Dian examination were released, a total of 18 people met with the same unknown misfortune. They were all coincidentally Dian examinees, and there was only one person who had a known misfortune, and that person was a scholar who participated in the Imperial examination. However, among the 21 examinees, only 3 people had a smooth omen on the day the results were released. Yushu boldly hypothesized that if the same unknown misfortune that caused 18 people to meet with the same unknown misfortune referred to failing the Imperial examination, then the other 3 people who had no misfortune that day were most likely high school graduates. This conjecture made Yushu so excited that her face and ears turned red. She stood up and paced around the room. She hadn't slept all night, but she wasn't sleepy at all. If her conjecture was true, then her time of misfortune law would have a new use, and it could be used as a type of physiognomy. For a guest, was there anything more wonderful than this? Wonderful, wonderful. The more Yushu thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. She couldn't contain her excitement, and only calmed down after drinking half a pot of tea. She couldn't wait for the day the results were released, so that she could verify whether her conjecture was right or not. Yushu's good mood continued until the day the results of the physiognomy course were released. She had drafted the name list and presented it to Lu Tan 2 days in advance. But she was afraid that it would be too disgraceful if it came true. So, Yushu paid attention to it. She didn't write all 3 names on the list. Instead, she only chose one name to write at the forefront. Then, she added 2 names to make up the number. What Yushu didn't know was that after Lu Tan received her name list, he had privately discussed it with Heelan Cho. Coincidentally, he only kept the first person on her name list, along with the other 2 candidates who had a good background. After writing down the 3 people, he sent someone to exchange their name cards. The day before the results were released, the names were sealed and pasted in Cheongyu Tower, waiting to be revealed. On the 26th day of the 2nd month, Yushu was sent to the guest house by a horse carriage as usual, and sat in a sedan chair with Lu Tan to watch the twin suns gathering. It was just after dawn, and the sun was completely red. As always, there was a sea of people on the spring river. Yushu sat in Cheongyu Tower, leisurely playing with a pink teacup, her eyes looking down at the arena below. Today was the day of the martial arts competition. The time for the results to be released had not yet arrived, so the 2 people currently fighting on the arena were the 2 martial artists who had won the previous competition. One used a whip, and the other used a pair of hammers. It was a very interesting fight. 9th brother, I heard that after you returned to the capital, Imperial Father assigned 2 bodyguards to you. They are both first-rate experts. How do they compare to the 2 people downstairs? The one speaking was 8th Prince Lu Du-hee, and Lu Tan were sitting next to each other. The people Imperial Father assigned are naturally good, Lu Tan said ambiguously. However, there was someone who did not let him go. Sitting a few seats away, Lu-yi did not know how he overheard their conversation. He suddenly sighed and raised his voice, saying, "This martial arts competition is getting more and more boring after watching it for a few days. Since 9th brother has experts by his side, why don't you ask them to go down and show us something new?" A cold light flashed through Lu Tan's eyes. How could the bodyguards assigned by the imperial father be entertainers? If he really did ask them to go down, wouldn't he be humiliating himself? With his mind clear, Lu Tan did not fall for the trick. He smiled at Lu Yi from afar, avoiding the topic and dwelling on the trivial. He said, 11th brother is still young and will inevitably find the twin sons gathering boring. It is normal for him to not be able to sit still. Since there are Chen Kuan and Chen Kuan, why don't you go down and take a stroll around and find something delicious to eat and play with? When Yu Shu heard this, she almost laughed out loud. Lu Tan was not much older than Lu Yi. Such a childlike way of talking, wasn't he secretly cursing Lu Yi for being ignorant and incompetent and purposely disgusting? She had been watching from the sidelines for the past few days in Xiongyu Lu and had become accustomed to the secret fights between the princes. It was common to see a battle of tongues and needles hidden in silk floss. As for Lu Tan, who was always being attacked, he never fell into a disadvantageous position. Chapter 357. The second watch, there's still one watch ahead, don't miss it. Yu Shu's ears were quiet for a while. She looked up at the sun and saw that it was about time. Then she heard a bell ring from the top of the building. The two martial artists on the stage who had yet to decide a victor were asked to leave and the arena was cleared. A moment later, two imperial censors wearing black veils walked out from the bottom of the building. Behind them, they carried out a 4-chi-tall notice board and placed it horizontally on the stage. Yu Shu knew that the names on the notice board were the names that the princes had sent up. Now that it was revealed, when the Minister of Imperial Studies released the results, someone would make a copy of the list and compare it. Then the results would be clear. Someone at the side of the stage beat a gong and the surroundings quietened. An imperial censor came forward to remove the seal on the notice board and started to read Ning Wang's name list. Yu Shu perked up her ears to listen. There were 3 people in total. When the last one read Ji Xingxuan of the Imperial Historian's Library, she was not surprised at all. 4th Miss Ji of the Yishua aristocratic family was most skilled in astrology and physiognomy. Yu Shu had heard of this before. Ji Xingxuan was truly talented. Otherwise, she would not have been able to coax Ning Wang into publicly bringing her to the Shuangyang gathering after her family fell. A few days ago, Yu Shu had received the name list from Lu Tan. Originally, she had found it strange that Ji Xingxuan's name was not among the candidates for the subject of physiognomy. After thinking about it, she understood. Ji Xingxuan was clearly Ning Wang's person. If Lu Tan chose her again, regardless of whether she passed or not, it would be putting gold on Ning Wang's face. Therefore, she decided not to consider it. Following that, the imperial censor announced the names of Lu Du, Lu Tan, Lu Yi, and an unremarkable 12th prince Lu Chan. Among the names, there were 2 or 3 that repeated each other, but they were not the same. For example, the Yiku that Yu Shu had chosen with the surname Zhou was not chosen by anyone else. Ning Wang Lu Hao's name list, there was a name that overlapped with Lu Yi's. It was not known if they had discussed it privately. After the list was announced, the imperial censor wrote it down on the notice board. Another hour passed. Yu Shu stretched her neck and waited anxiously. Suddenly, she heard a series of drumbeats from the shore. Thump, 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 thump. He raised his head and saw someone riding a fast horse rushing over from the riverbank. "We're here," Lu Tan said softly. Yu Shu looked around and saw that many people upstairs had left their seats and stood up, approaching the railing. The official in charge of copying the results stopped at the edge of the arena and nimbly dismounted. He held a roll of names in his hands and jumped onto the stage, handing it over to the imperial censor. Yu Shu watched as the imperial censor unfurled the name list. She cleared her throat and reported in a clear voice. Year Zhaoqing, Year 14 of the Great Yen Examination's 2nd month spring roll, Section 4, Physiognomy. A total of 46 people have ascended the roll. Rank 46, Shangshi's Taiyuan examinee Qiu Yuping. Rank 45, Jin Province's Huai County examinee Zhou Yan. 44th place. The imperial censor started reading from the last name. Occasionally, there would be a commotion from upstairs and downstairs. When it came to the 37th name, Lu Yi suddenly laughed loudly and shouted, "Got it, got it." He ran over to Lu Hao's side and congratulated him. Yu Shu thought for a moment. The 37th name seemed to be the person that Lu Yi and Lu Hao had chosen. When it came to the 22nd name, Lu Yi shouted, "Got it again." He congratulated Lu Hao and did not mention himself. Yu Shu looked on coldly. She glanced back at Lu Tan and saw that his expression was calm. It was as if he was not displeased that Lu Hao had chosen 2 people in a row. Following that, the imperial censor read out a long list of names. Upstairs was silent. Soon, the top 10 names were announced. Yu Shu still had not heard the name of the examinee with the surname Zhou. This made her a little anxious. She was afraid that her hopes would be dashed and she would be happy for nothing. She could not help but stand up and walk to the railing to look down, wanting to listen more carefully. 9th place, no. 8th place, no. 7th place, 6th place. No, none of them. Just as Yu Shu was feeling vexed and disappointed as she returned to her seat, a melodious announcement came from downstairs. 3rd place, Huzhou's Lin and County, Zhou Jiming. Yu Shu stood there dumbfounded for a moment before she reacted. She could not contain the joy in her heart. She clenched her fist and shook it lightly. She said in a low voice, "Got it." When Lu Tan heard Yu Shu's shout, he was stunned for a moment. However, before they could rejoice, they heard a commotion from the other end of Cheongyu Tower. The commotion almost drowned out the imperial censor's announcement downstairs. 2nd place, Taisher Library, Ji Xingxuan. The smile that had not appeared on Lu Tan's face froze in an instant. He turned to look at Lu Hao, who was surrounded by a group of people. His left hand, which was hanging in his sleeve, slowly clenched into a fist. Alas, this Ji Xingxuan is only a few years old this year. She has already become a great e-master. At this age, she is also a woman. I'm afraid she has never done it before. She is the 2nd. Hide one, hide one. No wonder 7th brother. Lu Du shook his head and sighed at Lu Tan with jealousy. The top 3 in the Dian exam were similar to those in the imperial examinations. The first was the champion, the second was the Hide one, and the third was the Xianglong. Looking around, most of the top 3 were seniors in their 30s to 50s. Ji Xingxuan was 17 this year. It was already amazing that a woman could become a Hide one, not to mention a new great e-master. As Yu Shu listened to Lu Gu's rambling, she was bewildered. Only a person who passed 2 subjects in the same year would have the title of Great Master of Change. How did Ji Xingxuan pass 1 subject before this? Yu Shu looked towards Lu Dong and saw that Ji Xingxuan and Lu Hao were both surrounded by people. She was dressed in an elegant blue gown and had a charming appearance. She had taken off the veil that had never left her body at some point. She walked through the crowd and met Yu Shu's eyes. When their eyes met, her lips curled into a faint smile. There was not a trace of warmth in her smile. It was as cold as a cicada in winter. Yu Shu could read too many meanings from her smile. There was hatred, disdain, and even determination. How could Yu Shu feel comfortable seeing Ji Xingxuan so proud and elated? This meant that Ji Xingxuan had climbed back up after experiencing that disaster. This was something that she didn't want to see. Yu Shu should have been overjoyed that the rules of the time of calamity had come true. However, Ji Xingxuan's high score had diluted her happiness. She silently sat back down and was about to pour a cup of tea to calm herself down when she heard someone say, "Miss Yu is indeed a knowledgeable person. Since you helped me invite a Xianglong, I will naturally reward you according to your contributions. There are still 2 more exams in the Dian exam, as well as the spring liturgical examinations. I will have to trouble you to take care of them." This was the first time that Yu Shu had heard Lu Tan praise her in the past few days. She hurriedly stood up and bowed to him humbly. "I don't deserve such praise. Don't worry, Your Imperial Highness. I will do my best." Lu Tan smiled and waved his hand for her to sit back down. He stood up and straightened his robe. He changed his expression and went over to congratulate Lu Hao. It was rare for him to be able to keep his composure. Originally, a Xianglong had already overshadowed the other imperial princes. who knew that a hideous master of great change would appear and firmly suppress him. It went without saying how sullen he was. Yushu leaned back in her chair and flipped an empty teacup in her hand. She listened to the people upstairs calling her Miss G again and again. She sneered and flipped the teacup upside down on the table. Chapter 358. Because the results were released today, the Double Sun meeting ended in the afternoon. The only ones who were happy were the guests whose names were on the list and the princes who liked to find talents. Yushu followed Lu Tan back to the guest house. The three of them sat in the hall where they conversed daily. Helinshu praised Yushu generously. Perhaps he was afraid that she would be discouraged by the Hyde One from Prince Ning's side, so his words were full of encouragement, with the intention of urging her not to be discouraged and to continue working hard. I was able to choose a fragrant husband because of the reliability of the list your highness gave me. Yushu modestly accepted these words and pushed the credit back to Lu Tan. She saw that Lu Tan's expression was good, so she took advantage of the situation and said, "It's true that the list given by His Royal Highness is very thorough. But the number of people that I can compare with is somewhat small. May I ask your highness if you can relax the limit on the number of candidates so that I can have more candidates?" Yushu had made this request to Lu Tan after careful consideration. This time, it was a coincidence that there were 3 people on the list that Lu Tan had given her. The reason why Yushu had deliberately chosen the fragrant boy surnamed Zhou to hand over to Lu Tan wasn't because she had blindly guessed it. Although these 3 people were people who had no calamity on the day the list was released, but according to the data value calculated by the law of calamity, the one surnamed Zhou's luck was the smoothest. She couldn't see what was good about him, but she could completely infer which one was the least bad. Reality proved that this kind of inference was not wrong. In this way, as long as she was willing to spend time, she had enough candidates in her hands. She could completely cut down another round from the candidates on the list and select the best. It was not an exaggeration to say that if she counted all the examinees who took part in a certain subject and asked for the time of misfortune on the day the results were released, she could completely infer a list. Of course, this was too laborious and she could not do it without 10 days to half a month of hard work. Back to the main topic. Now that Ji Xingxuan has won the hideous title of the Great E-Master, she is enjoying the limelight. Ji Xingxuan's physiognomy was exceptional. She had been overshadowed by Shui Yun previously, so it was not obvious. Now that there were no more opponents, and with the release of the 2 major rankings, she would be able to dominate the Twin Sons meeting and solidify her reputation. It would not be easy to suppress her in the future. Hence, Yushu decided to borrow Lu Tan's hand to take down Ji Xingxuan's prestige. Coincidentally, she had discovered the magical use of the time of calamity. It would be a waste not to use it. Although doing so would make her a target, compared to letting Ji Xingxuan get what she wanted, she couldn't care less about hiding it. However, Shui Yun had already chosen a champion out of 10,000. Yushu thought that even if she was correct in every round and didn't miss anything, she wouldn't attract much criticism. Moreover, there wouldn't be any prince who would be stupid enough to do that after the 4th prince was expelled. They would still dare to go against the wind and attack her. When Lu Tan heard Yushu's request, he didn't immediately agree. After thinking for a bit, he turned to look at Helinshu. "What does Sir Helinshu think?" Helinshu was very good at dealing with people and went with the flow. "There is no harm in doing as Miss Yu says." Lu Tan nodded and then asked Yushu, "How do you think we should expand the pool of candidates?" Yushu hurriedly said, "Anyone who has participated in this exam and is found to be truly talented can be considered." Lu Tan said, "Okay, I will have someone reorganize the list and give it to the 2 of you in 3 days." After receiving his approval, Yushu immediately stood up to leave. She didn't care what Lu Tan and Helinshu talked about after she left. She was anxious to go home and organize her new discoveries about the time of calamity and record them in her personal notebook. On the 2nd day after the results of the physiognomy exam were released, Yushu punctually stood at the main gate waiting for the carriage to pick her up. However, Lu Tan's gifts arrived. "These are all gifts from His Imperial Highness to Miss Yu." The steward of Lu Tan's guest residence personally ran over. He instructed the coachman to move the stacks of gift boxes down from the carriage and bring them into the living room. Then he politely told Yushu, "His Imperial Highness told this lowly one to tell Miss that you can rest at home for the next 2 days. You don't need to go to the Twin Yang meeting with him." Yushu was instantly delighted. Lu Tan actually gave her a break. She didn't want to face Ji Xingxuan's smug face. "Thank you for making this trip. Please thank His Imperial Highness for me." Yushu accepted Lu Tan's favor and sent the steward to the main gate. After the steward left, she went back to the living room to count the gifts that Lu Tan had given her. She opened the gift boxes on the table one by one. When Yushu saw the things inside, she couldn't help but secretly praise Lu Tan for being a good person. The gifts he gave her were all good things that could be used by a merchant. Looking at the color, they were all good goods that were hard to find in the market. There were 4 boxes of high-quality ambergris, a set of white-backed tortoiseshell, 12 packets of all kinds of fortune thread, a tube of carved blank sandalwood sticks, and a hardcover edition of the Zhuan. All in all, it was no less than 1,000 taels. It seemed that this 9th prince, Lu Tan, was someone who had real money in his hands. Yushu called Yun Do and together, they brought these gifts back to the room. She only took 1 box of ambergris and put the rest into a large box next to the wardrobe. She would take it when she entered Taisher Library to study in the future. She didn't need to follow Lu Tan to the Shuangyang Association. Yushu didn't plan to go out and run around. With Shui Yun as an example, she wouldn't wander around on her own at such a sensitive time. It was rare that she had time and the weather was good, so Yushu didn't stay idle. She went back to her room and changed into a dirt-resistant robe. She asked the servant in the kitchen to boil a bucket of hot water and brought it to the stables to serve her, Little Red, for a bath. Miss Ma was very gentle and quiet. She was washed and rubbed by Yushu, but she didn't get angry. She obediently let her finish and took her to the sun. After washing the horse, Yushu found Kim Bao in Yu Xiaoxiu's room. She pulled him out from under the mattress. Regardless of his struggle, she pressed him into the basin of water and washed him. Finally, she closed him in a bamboo cage and put him on the windowsill to bask in the sun. She didn't want him to run around wet and get muddy again. It was almost noon, and the sun was very bright. Yushu and Zhao Hui discussed for a while and called 2 maids to bring out bedding and pillows from each room. They pulled a rope in the yard to dry the quilt. Tomorrow was an auspicious day. Zhao Hui and her husband were going to live in the yard next door to make room for old Madame He, who was about to go to the capital. After finishing these chores, Yushu didn't feel tired. She wiped the sweat on her forehead and stood under the sun, breathing in and out. Her whole body felt warm, and her spirit was several times better. However, her stomach was growling. Zhao Hui was sitting on a soft chair in front of the door to bask in the sun. Her sharp ears heard the growling and she shook the towel in her hand. She called Yushu over to wipe her sweat and asked Shen Nanny to urge the cook to make lunch with a smile. He Fangji often stayed at the clinic at noon. When it was time for lunch, Zhao Hui would ask the servant to bring him a lunch box. Yushu took a nap. After asking Yundo to prepare the bathtub, he washed up and rubbed his hair until it was half dry. He loosely tied his hair into a braid and burned some newly obtained dragon saliva in the incense burner. Feeling refreshed, he sat in front of the desk and picked a brush to mix the ink. She picked up the brush and recalled for a moment. She accurately wrote down Shuirui's birth date on the paper. The last time she was in trouble, she was grateful for Shuirui's affection for her. She promised him that when she was safe and sound, she would pay more attention to this big brother. She couldn't help him with anything else, but with what she had learned, she could help him to be safe. The law of calamity had to be combined with the 8 gates life and death art. It was related to the sunrise and sunset, so to ensure accuracy, she could only calculate it for 3 months at most. With Yu Shu's proficiency in those complicated formulas, she could calculate it in 1 day. The time it takes to drink a cup of tea was enough to calculate a day's misfortune. In this big family, including He Fangji, Zhao Hui, and even little Xiu, as long as she sensed that something was amiss, she would calculate it. Normally, she could slack off and ignore them, but she did not see Shuirui every day, so she could only put in more effort to keep an eye on him. Yushu sat in front of the desk for the whole afternoon. With the help of the pot of ambergris, she concentrated. She actually wrote down all the disasters of Shuirui in the past month in one breath. She copied the detailed results on a clean piece of paper. Yushu silently wrote down a few of his small disasters. Then she pressed the paper in the drawer. She didn't plan to show it to Shuirui. She just waited to see him one day and pretend to remind him inadvertently. Yundo was ordered by Zhao Hui to urge her to eat dinner several times. Yushu stretched, simply sorted out the papyrus for calculation, and put it in a small bamboo basket under the desk. These papers with foreign numbers couldn't be kept. She would burn them every 2 days. After dinner, Yushu went to Yu Xiaoxiu's room. According to He Fangji's order, she checked his homework and looked at Bai Rance. Yushu used to think that Yu Xiaoxiu's writing was good, but compared with Bai Rance, it looked clumsy. Among the people Yushu had seen, Jing Chen was undoubtedly number one in terms of artistic conception in writing. Shuirui's writing was also very good, but the tip of his brush was slightly sloppy, just like the hint of arrogance hidden in his character. However, both of their writing were not as neat and beautiful as Bai Rance. The horizontal and vertical strokes were as if they had been measured with a ruler. It was so neat that it made one's hair stand on end. It could be imagined how many years of hard work they had practiced. Yushu couldn't help but praise Bai Ran. She also told him to correct Yu Xiaoxiu's strokes. Bai Ran modestly agreed. Yushu saw that the desk was big enough, so she simply asked Bai Ran to bring a chair over and sit down. She reviewed his homework with Yu Xiaoxiu. She took one of Yu Xiaoxiu's textbooks and walked around. The room was full of books. Suddenly, they heard Yundo's crisp voice outside the door. She was calling Yushu, Mr. Shui is here. He is waiting for you in the front." When Yushu heard this, she stopped in her tracks. When she heard that Shuirui had come, her face instantly lit up with joy. She didn't know what this big brother of hers had been busy with recently. Ever since she went to look for him at the forgotten airport because of the matter regarding the enrollment quota, she hadn't seen him for quite a few days. If he still didn't come to look for her, she was prepared to look for him tomorrow. "Got it? I'll go there." Yushu walked quickly to the door and found that she was still holding the book in her hand. She quickly turned back and put it down. She said to Yu Xiaoxiu, "Be good and review. I'll go talk to your brother Shui for a while. I'll call you later." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded and watched her walk away with her hands behind her back. He turned his face and saw Bai Ran's dazed look. He stretched out his hand and waved in front of him. He said, Bai Ran? What's wrong with you?" Bai Ran suddenly came back to his senses and realized that he had lost his manners. He reluctantly smiled at Yu Xiaoxiu and covered up, "I'm fine. I was hysterical just now. Let's read. Teacher will ask questions in class tomorrow." Chapter 359. Yushu saw Shuirui in the living room of the front yard. She saw that he didn't have time to change out of his scarlet official robe. She walked towards him and sat down. She asked suspiciously, "Big brother, did you come directly from the yamen?" Shuirui nodded. He put his elbows on the armrest and clasped his fingers in front of his abdomen. Because he had been working for a whole day, he looked a bit lazy. He said in a hoarse voice, "I have investigated Chu Hai's case. You should release him as soon as possible." Yushu asked in surprise, "What's going on? What did Big Brother find?" Shuirui raised his hand and pressed his 2 fingers between his eyebrows. He said in a low voice, "Chu Hai is in trouble. It has nothing to do with you. You will only arouse suspicion if you keep him. I will go outside the capital tomorrow for 5 to 6 days. So I came to you at this time to inform you. You should release him tomorrow." Yushu was curious. She hesitated and asked, "Is it convenient for you to tell me what happened? I always feel that Chu Hai has something to do with me. If I don't figure it out, I will feel disgusted." Shuirui put down his hand and looked up at her face. He seemed to be thinking about whether he should tell her or not. Yushu felt a bit uncomfortable under his stare. She twisted her shoulders and said considerately, "It's fine if you don't want to tell me." It's not that Chu Hai wanted to fake his death to escape from prison. Someone wanted his life. Shui Rui suddenly said. Yushu was surprised at first. Then she felt confused. She didn't understand what Shui Rui meant. She asked, "What do you mean?" Shui Rui said, "I've sent people to investigate in private for many days and found out that on the night Chu Hai committed suicide in prison, there was an outsider who entered the prison to visit him. The jailer who was on duty that night and found Chu Hai's corpse was transferred away the next day. I asked someone to find him to inquire about it, and after some investigation, I found out that there was indeed a person who claimed to be Chu Hai's brother who entered the prison. Not long after that person left, the jailer found out that Chu Hai had died after hitting his head on the wall." "I knew it." Yushu slapped her thigh. He interrupted, "It's not like he's sentenced to death. Was there a need to risk his head and pretend to be dead to escape from prison? There must be something wrong with that prison scout." Shui Rui nodded. He told her, "Chu Hai is not a native of Anling City. He used to be the deputy leader of a small gang in the south of the city. I investigated his family and learned that he only has a wife and a daughter and no brothers." Yushu suddenly understood. He has a wife and children? No wonder. No wonder a fugitive like him would take the risk to stay in the capital and refuse to leave. He must be worried about her. Chu Hai's wife and young daughter jumped into the river 2 months ago. Shui Rui's cold words stunned Yushu. It took her a long time to find her voice. Dead? Yes, they were already gone before Chu Hai escaped from prison. Shui Rui used his finger to press his aching brows again. He slowly told his speculation to Yushu. The gang that Chu Hai used to be in was backed by the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights, Song Xixian. Later on, Song Xixian was impeached by the censor for corruption. The Evergreen gang then scattered after the fall of the tree. Chu Hai was a killer in the pugilistic world. He had done many bloody things for others in secret, but his hands and feet were very clean. Who knew that he would be killed by you and be executed? According to my speculation, it should be one of the rich men who hired him to kill. When he learned that he was arrested, he was afraid that he would leak something to the authorities. So, he made the first move and sent someone to threaten him in prison. Most likely, he used the lives of his wife and daughter to force him to commit suicide. Yushu's mouth opened wide. Only now did she understand what Shui Rui meant. She took a deep breath and continued, "But Chu Hai was worried about the safety of his wife and daughter, so he faked his death. On one hand, he hid it from the eyes and ears of the rich man. On the other hand, he escaped death. When he returned to look for his family, he found that both his wife and daughter had been killed. If I'm not wrong, his wife and daughter didn't commit suicide like they did on the surface. Someone must have killed them secretly to eliminate them." Shui Rui sighed and said, "The mother and daughter's deaths were indeed strange. I've seen Chu Hai before. Now that I think about his situation, it should be because he still has a big grudge against him and couldn't find the burial place of his wife and daughter. So, he lingered in the capital, unwilling to escape." After sorting out this hidden story, Yushu's expression suddenly became complicated. She used to regard Chu Hai as a person who deserved to die. She hated and guarded against him. But who could think that such a cold-blooded killer would be willing to die for the sake of his family? She couldn't help but sympathize with him. Sure enough, a pitiful person must have something hateful. After explaining these, Shui Rui warned Yushu with a serious look, "I think it's not a trivial matter. Maybe there's a bigger implication. We don't know who wants to kill Chu Hai. The other party is in the dark, while we are in the light. It's really inappropriate for you to keep Chu Hai as a hot potato. Why don't you let him go?" Yushu deeply agreed. She thought for a while and said with a headache, "According to what you said, Chu Hai probably wants to take revenge now. If he can't figure it out, he will vent his anger on me for the death of his wife and daughter and come to me again. What should we do? Instead of letting him go, it's better to send him back to the yamen and lock him up again." Shui Rui shook his head and said, "He won't come to you for revenge. Seeing his resolute attitude, Yu Shu was not convinced and said, "Why not?" Shui Rui flicked his fingers on his knees and taught her in a light voice. That pitiful pair of mother and daughter had no one to hold a funeral for them, so their corpses were randomly buried in the countryside by the memorial hall. Chu Hai was a fugitive who hid in the capital city, and he couldn't even find the place where they were buried. You told him the place where his wife and daughter were buried. A hot-blooded man like him wouldn't even have the time to kowtow and thank you, so how could he possibly seek revenge from you? Yu Shu stared straight at Shui Rui. She couldn't hide the admiration in her eyes. She moved her lips and squeezed out a dry sentence, "Thank you, big brother." When Shui Rui saw her awkward expression, a thought flashed across his mind. He turned around and smiled, then intentionally said, "I've solved a difficult problem for you, yet you're only going to thank me? Show me something practical, don't just say empty words." Hearing his words, Yu Shu's face blushed. She scratched the back of her right hand with her left hand. She can't use her usual cleverness at this moment. She doesn't know what benefits she can give him. After thinking for a while, she simply asked, "Then tell me, how do you want me to thank you?" Shui Rui was just teasing her. Seeing that she took it seriously, he couldn't help but feel itchy. He curved his lips and tentatively said, "Is it okay if I say it?" Yu Shu felt that she owed Shui Rui a great deal, and she couldn't help but lose some confidence before Shui Rui, so she didn't fuss about it so much and nodded. "Just say it. So long as it's within my ability, I'll surely do it without delay." Shui Rui narrowed his eyes and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you?" Yu Shu rolled her eyes and said, "You don't know how." Yu Shu didn't know that when she said this, she unconsciously said it with a tone of trust. In the ears of Shui Rui, it was very useful. He felt that he didn't worry for her in vain. This little ungrateful wolf finally knows how to be close to him. Shui Rui was happy in his heart. The fatigue of the past few days disappeared. But being happy is one thing. How can he reject the benefits that are sent to him? He looked at Yu Shu's delicate and obedient face. Then he noticed the pair of slender hands on her knees. Suddenly an idea came to him. Shui Rui leaned back on the chair and relaxed his body. He raised his chin toward her. With a smile hidden in his eyes, he ordered, "Come here and massage my back." Yu Shu was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Shui Rui would make such a request. She suddenly hesitated whether she should listen to him or not. It must be known that she has never massaged a man's back except for her little brother Yu Lei. "What? Who said you wanted to thank me earlier? You want to go back on your word now?" Shui Rui teased in a neither hurried nor slow manner. "Who is regretting it?" Yu Shu was stubborn, but she knew in her heart that she couldn't get away with it, so she stood up and slowly walked to Shui Rui's back. Her gaze moved along the back of his neat and tidy hair before it descended onto his broad back. She hesitantly raised her hands and gestured a few times on his shoulders from a distance, but she just couldn't move them down. Shui Rui waited patiently and didn't rush her. When he approached like this, he was instead able to smell a strand of pleasant fragrance from her body, and it seemed like dragon saliva yet was slightly different. It carried a slightly calming aura, causing his mind to relax, and he couldn't help but close his eyes. Right when Shui Rui was about to fall asleep, a gentle force came from his shoulder, and it pushed past his sore cervical vertebrae with an extremely strong force. Instantly, it caused him to open his eyes in comfort, and he was barely able to restrain the moan that was on the tip of his mouth as his body froze. "Relax." Yu Shu noticed that his muscles were stiff. She frowned and patted his shoulder. Back then, Yu Lei was paralyzed on the bed. He couldn't even turn over. She spent a whole month learning from a physical therapist in Guangdong. She didn't use it for a long time. Although she was a little rusty, she also noticed that Shui Rui's body condition wasn't good. She was worried and forgot about her embarrassment. She just wanted to help him relieve some of his fatigue. Shui Rui obediently relaxed his shoulders. While enjoying Yu Shu's service, he asked, "You know how to press stilts?" Yu Shu exerted strength in her hands and said vaguely, "My godfather is a master of martial arts." Shui Rui thought that Yu Shu must have learned a few moves from He Fangji, so he paused for a moment and pretended to casually praise her. Not bad. You must have practiced it often. How many people have you tested it on? Shui Rui couldn't be blamed for being a little narrow-minded. So long as he thought about how Yu Shu's small hands that were used to divine fate had even stayed on another person's shoulder, how could he possibly remain calm? As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Rui let out a muffled groan. He felt Yu Shu's fingers scraping his neck. The force was so strong that he clenched his teeth in pain. Do you think that I'm a servant girl who massages other people's backs for no reason? Yu Shu stared angrily at the back of Shui Rui's head, and she grumbled with dissatisfaction. Besides my younger brother, you're the only one who does that. Shui Rui was still in pain earlier, yet when he heard Yu Shu's words, all the pain in his heart vanished without a trace. At a place where Yu Shu couldn't see, the corners of his mouth curled up high, yet he couldn't seem to mind too much, and he said calmly, "Yes, Big Brother made a slip of the tongue earlier. However, I'm still young, and it's not suitable for me to exercise my muscles and bones often." Yu Shu didn't know what was on Shui Rui's mind. She only thought that he misunderstood that younger brother was referring to Yu Xiaoxiu. Chapter 360. On the last day of February, Zhao Hui asked Yu Shu to tidy up the house and move the house. During breakfast, Yu Shu told Zhao Hui that she was going out. She was afraid that Zhao Hui would hurt herself, so she told her to arrange for the servants to clean up the house and not to walk around with a big belly. Fortunately, He Fangji said that he would not go to the clinic today and would stay at home to look after Zhao Hui. Yu Shu was relieved. She went back to her room and changed into men's clothes. After half an hour, Yu Shu came to the door of the courtyard on Huixing Street in the south of the city. She knocked on the door and the person who answered the door was the tall and strong Zhou Hu. Seeing Yu Shu who had not come for a long time, Zhou Hu was surprised. He quickly bowed and let her in. "Close the door." Yu Shu asked Zhou Hu to bring her to the place where the prisoners were locked up. It was the room that Jing Chen used to live in. She pulled open the bolt and pushed the door open, only to see a figure curled up in a ball tied up on the empty bed. "What's wrong with him?" Yu Shu pointed at Chu Hai, who was lying on the bed. Zhou Hu said helplessly, "I don't know why this person always said that he had a headache. 2 nights ago, he suddenly hit his head against the wall. I was afraid that something bad would happen to him, so I tied him to the bed." Yu Shu turned around and looked at the courtyard. She did not see the honest-looking Song Dali. "Why are you alone? Where is your brother?" Zhou Hu said, "There is no oil in the house. I asked him to go out and buy some." Yu Shu nodded and sent him away. "Go outside and guard for a while. I have something to say to this person." "Yes, I will be at the door. Miss, call me if you need anything." Zhou Hu left. Yu Shu closed the door and walked to the bed. She looked at Chu Hai who was lying on the bed with his back facing her. She thought about what happened to him and said with mixed feelings, "I know you are not asleep. Chu Hai, I want to ask you a few questions. If you tell me the truth, I will let you go today." The body of the person tied to the bed moved. He slowly turned around to face Yu Shu, revealing a face with an ugly scar. His bloodshot eyes looked at her with hostility. He said in a hoarse voice, "What do you want to ask me?" Hearing the hidden meaning in his words, Yu Shu just frowned and decided not to argue with this poor guy whose family was ruined. She calmly asked, "Last time, you said that you have a wife and a son at home?" Chu Hai was stunned. His face instantly revealed a painful expression, and he tightly clenched his fists that were bound in front of him. Trembling slightly, he said in a hoarse voice, "It's all gone. It's all gone. I killed them. They're all killed by me." The last time Yu Shu heard Chu Hai say this, she thought that he was crazy and full of nonsense. Last night, she heard Shui Rui's investigation. Just now, it was confirmed that Chu Hai did have a wife and child, but they had already been killed. Since it was done by Chu Hai's enemies, Chu Hai painfully blamed himself and claimed that he had killed his wife and child. "I asked someone to inquire about it. Your wife and child had already committed suicide by jumping into the river before you escaped from prison. Their bodies stayed in the memorial hall for half a month. Because no one claimed them, They were hastily buried in the graveyard. Do you know where they were buried? Before Yu Shu finished her words, she was interrupted by Chu Hai's urgent voice. He looked agitated and struggled to sit up from the bed. Unfortunately, he was tied tightly, so he fell back heavily. His head hit the bed, but he didn't cry out in pain. He just stared at Yu Shu, as if he would pounce on her and bite her if she dared to say that she didn't know. Yu Shu didn't intend to keep him guessing, so she nodded and said, "I know." "Tell me." The blue veins on Chu Hai's forehead bulged, and he shouted at Yu Shu. With her hands behind her back, Yu Shu turned around and said in a low voice, "I see that you are a pitiful person. Although your sins are deep, you still have a bit of humanity left in you. There is no harm in telling you, but you must swear in the name of your deceased relatives that you will never oppose me in your lifetime. Not only will I tell you where they are buried, but I will also let you go and let you worship the dead." "I promise." Chu Hai blurted out almost without thinking. He didn't know where he got the strength from, but he rolled from the bed to the ground. He knelt up, tied his hands behind his back, and kowtowed to Yu Shu several times. He said hoarsely with all his strength, "I, Chu Hai, swear today that if I go against you or make things difficult for you, I will be smashed to pieces, and my wife and daughter will die in the netherworld with everlasting regret, and my soul will scatter." Yu Shu's back was facing Chu Hai, and a trace of pity flashed across her face. She secretly apologized. She didn't mean to be disrespectful to the dead, but Chu Hai was a vicious person. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't turn his back on her after he recovered. She could only let him go with a peace of mind if she could make him make such a vicious oath. They were buried outside the western suburbs of Enling City. Yu Shu squatted in front of Chu Hai, slowed down her voice, and told him the place where his wife and daughter were buried. Because the place was remote, she repeated it twice, and Chu Hai nodded to show that he remembered it. In fact, Yu Shu was very curious about the person who could send people into the prison to threaten Chu Hai, force him to fake his death to escape from prison, and then kill his own flesh and blood. However, if she inquired about it at this time, it was inevitable that she would be suspected of blackmailing a dead person. It was not for self-protection, and Yu Shu did not want to do such a thing that would damage her virtue, so she had to avoid trouble. After Yu Shu and Chu Hai reached an agreement, she opened the door and called Zhou Hu in. She pointed to Chu Hai, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, "Untie him." Zhou Hu was surprised and said with uncertainty, "Miss, you want to let him go, but this person?" Yu Shu raised her hand and interrupted him. "It's okay, let him go." Zhou Hu took out a dagger from his waist, stepped forward and cut the rope, but he was in a defensive position. As long as Chu Hai made a move, he would capture him. Chu Hai didn't pay attention to his little movements. When the rope was loosened, he got up from the ground, moved his hands and feet a few times, and then looked up and asked Yu Shu, "Can I go now?" Yu Shu took out the money bag that she prepared in her sleeve and threw it to Chu Hai. "Take this money. If you can find a place to live, bury the dead well. Be careful not to be caught." Chu Hai caught the pouch and held it in his hand. He nodded to Yu Shu and said gratefully, "Don't worry, Mississippi. Although I am a vicious and evil person, my words carry enormous weight and I will keep them. I owe you a favor, and I will repay it in the future." Yu Shu looked at him and secretly sighed that this person did have the courage to achieve great things, but unfortunately he didn't take the right path. If he took one wrong step, he would never be able to turn back. She nodded and moved to the side of the door, indicating that he could go. Chu Hai cupped his fists towards her and quickly walked past her. Without looking back, he opened the courtyard door and disappeared in a flash. With Chu Hai gone, Zhou Hu and Song Dali had nothing to do. As for where they should go, Yu Shu thought about it for a while. Zhao Hui's family already had a lot of people, so she didn't lack people to order around. In a few days, old Madam He would enter the capital, so there would be no place to settle them. It would be very inconvenient, so she decided to leave the two of them in this small courtyard and give them other tasks in the future. When Song Dali came back from buying oil for the lamp, Yu Shu left enough money for their daily expenses and said to the two of them, "I told you, I am a barter. Now that the Dian results are released, I have no distractions. Stay here for a while, and I will give you other tasks later. Zhou Hu and Song Dali were happy that no one was controlling them and readily agreed. Yushu told Zhou Hu to send her back to her residence in the west of the city. Before noon, she left Huaxing Street again. Yushu rested for 2 days and just finished dealing with the chores around her. On the morning of the first day of the 3rd month, Lu Tan sent someone to take her to the guest house again. The weather was getting warmer and Zhao Hui was pregnant, so it wasn't convenient for her to take care of the household. The clothes for this season hadn't been cut yet, so when Yushu came to the capital, she was empty-handed. She only had clothes for autumn and winter. She couldn't even find a skirt for spring. This morning, she delayed getting up for a long time before she put on an autumn robe as a spring outfit. However, she looked energetic and her complexion had been nourished by He Fangji's 3 bowls of Chinese medicine a day. She wore a man's robe with a belt and her hair was neatly combed at the back of her head, which made her look taller and more attractive than in women's clothes. When Lu Tan and Helan Cho saw Yushu's attire, they both looked at her a few more times. The former subconsciously furrowed his brows while the latter shook his head and recited, "People don't recognize the joy of the heart." It said that slacking off to learn from youth, Yushu didn't understand what he meant. She only smiled and followed behind Lu Tan onto the sedan. The journey to Cheongyu Lu was silent. When it was time, everyone was seated. There were still the same few people, but Ning Wang's side was more lively than usual. Yushu took a closer look and saw that it was Lu Du and Lu Yi's seats. They were all leaning against Ji Xingxuan's side, talking and laughing intimately around her. This wasn't strange. As a young Haidwanda master, her future was limitless. There were many in the trade who wanted to get close to her. Moreover, there was also Ning Wang's face. One could imagine how popular Ji Xingxuan was now. Yushu's mouth twitched. She looked to the other side at 12th Prince Lu Chan's seat, which was as lonely and ignored as she was. There was a 13 or 14-year-old girl with large eyes. Who would have thought that the little girl was also looking at her? When their eyes met, Yushu couldn't help but smile kindly at her. The little girl's eyes lit up and she actually pulled on the sleeve of Lu Chan, who wasn't much older than her. She mumbled a few words and Lu Chan nodded. She stood up and left her seat, rushing excitedly towards Yushu. 9th Prince. The little girl first bowed to Lu Tan, who was sitting on Yushu's seat. Her eyes glanced in Yushu's direction. Lu Tan didn't make things difficult for the little girl. He nodded and pointed to Yushu, introducing, "This is the seat I invited, Miss Lotus Room. This is my 12th brother's seat, 6th Miss of the Xan family." When Yushu heard the word family, she then realized that this child-looking girl in front of her was from a famous e-school. She stood up and bowed. "Miss Xen." Miss Lotus Room, 6th Miss Xen winked at Yushu, "May I sit next to you and we can talk?" Yushu turned to look at Lu Tan, waiting for his signal. Lu Tan still gave Yushu face. He waved his hand and ordered the attendants behind him, "Set up a seat for Miss Xen." Chapter 361. Miss Xen of the Xen family sat together with Yushu. At first, she was a little shy, but after a while, she revealed her lively nature. She shook her feet in her kingfisher-embroidered shoes and complained to Yushu in a low voice about the boredom of the Shuangyang Association. "I found it interesting a few days ago, but it's getting more and more boring recently. On this stage, if it's not fighting, then it's writing and drawing without a sound. Sitting upstairs, there's no one to talk to, and they're not even allowed to doze off. If it weren't for my father coaxing me and saying that he would send me to Taisher Shuangyang Association, I wouldn't have come." Xan Lu's words were naive, and Yushu laughed to herself. Because Lu Tan was not far away, it was not good for her to say that it was indeed boring to sit upstairs and watch the Shuangyang Association, but she agreed with her in her heart. Hearing her mention Taisher Shuangyang Association, Yushu thought of the quota in the hands of the princes. Presumably, the 12th prince's quota was given to this little girl in front of her. "I wanted to talk to you 2 days ago, but I was afraid that you would be like the others, with eyes on the top of your head, and I wouldn't be able to talk to you." When Xen Lu said this, She glanced meaningfully at a place on the east side of the building. Yu Shu followed her gaze and looked in the direction of Ji Xingxuan. Her eyes flashed, and she turned back and said humorously, "Then you're willing to talk to me today because you found out that my eyes are under my eyebrows?" Xen Lu chuckled, covered her mouth, and nodded. She did see that Yu Shu did not approach Ji Xingxuan, the favorite, today, so she thought highly of her and took the initiative to get to know her. With someone to pass the time, the morning passed quickly. With Yu Shu's ability to deal with people, it was not difficult to coax a young girl to like her. When it was almost noon, Xen Lu reluctantly returned to her seat. She did not know how she persuaded Lu Chan, but during lunch, the 9th prince and the 12th prince successfully sat at the same table. As for Xen Lu, of course, she followed. Lu Chan was a young man who had just turned 15. He looked fair and clean, and treated people gently and politely. When he smiled, there was a pair of shallow dimples on his cheeks, which easily gave people a good impression. Lu Chan's birth mother was concubine Su, the daughter of a military general. Because she was somewhat favored by the emperor, Lu Chan, who was still young, was able to catch up with this year's double yang gathering and recruit a few subordinates in advance instead of waiting for 3 years. Lu Tan cultivated in Longhu Mountain all year round. He did not have a close relationship with his brothers, and Lu Chan did not seem to have a close relationship with any princes. When the two of them sat together, their personalities were congenial, and they even had some things to talk about. They got along well. Lu and Lu Chan were Lu. In less than a day, Xen Lu had become familiar with Yu Shu. He dispensed with the formalities and went straight to her lotus room. Yu Shi Lu Lu Qian Lu, and Dao Shu, and Xian of Shu. Lu, this young lady from an aristocratic family, had been influenced since she was young. Between the lines, she had unintentionally imparted some general knowledge of the studies to Yu Shu. For example, in the capital city, there were 5 trading centers and 12 aristocratic families, all under the Celestial Commissioner. The chief supervisor of the Celestial Commissioner's surname was Zhu, and he was a junior supervisor. Under the junior supervisor were the left commander and the right commander. Under the 2 orders, they were the left magistrate and the right magistrate. Among them, the current magistrate of the right, Lady Lu, was the only woman. The 6 of them were all high-ranking officials in the Celestial Commissioner Division. Even the right judge, who was ranked the lowest among them, was a Celestial Commissioner. He was also a 4th-ranked official in the capital, and the Great Advisor was equivalent to the position of Prime Minister and was known as the Hidden Minister. Yu Shu was fortunate enough to see her in the Celestial Commissioner's office. She felt that her appearance and demeanor were worthy of being bestowed the title of Prince or Prime Minister. The right commander, Lady Lu, was another ironclad proof that a woman in the imperial court could become an official. When the meeting was over, Xen Lu said goodbye to Yu Shu and left with Lu Chan. Yu Shu and Helensha followed Lu Tan back to the guest house and sat in the meeting hall. Lu Tan had his subordinates give them 2 lists of candidates that had been sorted out. The list in Miss Yu's hands was drawn up according to your requirements. The restrictions on the candidates have been relaxed. Take a look here and see if there are any problems. Lu Tan said. Yu Shu flipped open the relatively thick list in her hands and saw that the first page indicated that there were a total of 93 candidates, which was almost twice the number of candidates from last time. When she looked at it more carefully, she found that the information on these candidates wasn't as detailed as last time. However, for Yu Shu, it was enough to have her birth date and horoscope. Everything else was secondary. This is very good. There are no problems. Yu Shu expressed to Lu Tan that she was very satisfied with this revised list. She paused for a moment, and then opened her mouth to request, "Your Highness, can you allow me to stay at home for the next 2 days to do divination? I will present the list of candidates to you 2 days later." "Then aren't you going to the Shuangyang meeting?" Lu Tan didn't agree and said, "You will be able to see a small half of the candidates on this list at Cheongyu Pavilion in the next 2 days. If you don't see them in person, how can you judge whether they are good or bad?" Before the results of the subject of physiognomy were released, Lu Tan was too lazy to care about where Yu Shu fell in love with. However, after the results were released and he saw that she had some skills, he couldn't help but pay attention to her. There was a layer of hope in him, so he couldn't let her do as she pleased. Yushu could see that Lu Tan still didn't trust her abilities. In order to buy more time to calculate this list, she couldn't show any fear in front of him. Thus, she smiled confidently at him and said, "Your Highness, you may not know this, but I know the art of physiognomy. I don't need to look at a person's face like most people. As long as the horoscope is accurate, I will be able to see through it. It doesn't matter whether I see the person or not." Lu Tan was still hesitating, so Helinsha chose this time to help Yushu say a few words. The world is big and everyone has their own strengths. There are many schools of thought that different paths can lead to the same goal. Since Miss Yu is confident, there is no need for your Highness to restrict her. After listening to Helinsha's advice, Lu Tan looked at Yushu again. He saw that she seemed to have a card up her sleeve and didn't look like she was going to slack off. In the end, he nodded and agreed. "You don't need to go with me for the next 2 days." After getting Lu Tan's permission, Yushu looked gratefully at Helinsha, who smiled back. The three of them sat for a while longer before Yushu said goodbye and left as usual. By the time Yushu returned home, Zhao Hui and her husband had already moved to the courtyard on the west side, which was the place where Jing Chen had lived before. They had only moved to a different room, but the empty main room had already been tidied up. The bed and bedding had all been changed, and they were just waiting for the day that old matriarch he would come to the capital. For the next 2 days, Yushu stayed at home and didn't do anything else. After getting up early and eating breakfast, she buried her head in front of her desk. Her left hand held an abacus while her right hand held a pen. Other than drinking water and going to the toilet, she didn't leave her chair. Even for lunch and dinner, Yun Do picked up the dishes and brought them to her. In order to catch up, she didn't go to sleep until late at night. At dawn, she got up again and continued to study the list in her hands. Yushu also took the exam for the strange arts. Speaking of which, the topic was very different. She still remembered it vividly. Last year, Prince Xiang traveled far to the capital and on his way back, he lost a precious painting scroll. He couldn't find it, so the Celestial Commissioner called for the Dayan examinees to help find it. Thinking back, Yushu ran a lot of errands for this exam. In the end, she had to rely on Shui Rui's face to meet Prince Xiang at Dinghua Hall. She begged for an incomplete 8 characters that only had the year and month of birth. She used the rules of the time of calamity to calculate carefully, racking her brain to find a result. Who would have thought that she would make a mistake, causing her to work for nothing? It was exactly like when Xiao An's maxim of drawing water with a wicker basket. But until the last moment, Yushu didn't give up on the strange arts. She first begged for Prince Xiang's worry character, then went to the Ren training hall to find Wen Xiao and to calculate her character. When she returned home, she deduced the incomplete 8 characters several times. In the end, she was forced to come up with an unimaginable solution and didn't hand in a blank paper. Thinking of her answer, Yushu felt that it was ridiculous. Therefore, when she saw her name in the list of candidates that Lu Tan had given her, she decisively skipped over it. It wasn't that she wasn't curious about whether or not she could pass the exam, but that her 8 characters didn't correspond to her fate. It was simply impossible to accurately predict, and thus, she couldn't use the laws of calamity to calculate. She could calculate others, but not herself. This was one of Yushu's biggest regrets. After a brief recollection, Yushu turned her attention back to the list in her hands. Flipping to the last few pages, she wasn't surprised to see Wen Xiao An's name. But the simple words below his name made Yushu secretly shocked. The 7th-generation descendant of the Wenqin clan. There was Xia Jiang in the south and Wenqin in the north. The poor youth in the Ren training hall who needed to rely on others to survive was actually the head of the E-school in the north, the descendant of the Wenqin clan? Wen Xiao An's impoverished appearance appeared in Yushu's mind. Then she recalled the descendants of the Xia Jiang clan in the south, Xia Jiangying and Xia Jiangmin, the 2 pampered sisters. It was hard not to suspect that there was a wrong person on the list. But Wen Xiao An also had the characteristics of a descendant of the Wenqin clan. First, he had the ability to calculate characters. There weren't many people in the world who didn't know that in the north and south, Xiaojiang knew about dreams and Wenqin comprehending characters. This was a special skill that these two great families of E-School each mastered. One was related to dreams, the other was related to characters. Because she knew Wenxiao, Yushu paid more attention to Wenxiao. She wrote down his horoscope and calculated his fortune on the day the results were released. Sure enough, he was very smooth that day and had the tendency to be on the list. Yushu didn't have extra time to think about where Wenxiao got Prince Xiang's handwriting and calculated it. Because there were still more than a dozen people's horoscope that she hadn't calculated, she quickly shifted her attention. It wasn't until midnight that Yushu finished counting the names of all the examinees who had participated in the Deinchi technique. Unfortunately, she wasn't as lucky as the previous time when 3 out of 21 people had passed. This time, there were only 4 people among the 70-odd people who had passed the exam. There wasn't much room to pick and choose. Yushu compared their disaster value and ranked them in order. She crossed out the last candidate and looked at the remaining 3 people for a while. "Miss, it's late. You should go to bed." Yun Do yawned and rubbed her sleepy eyes. She poured a cup of tea for Yushu and reminded her that it was late. Chapter 362. The next morning, when Yushu handed over the name list to Lu Tan, she said, "These 3 examinees have been carefully selected by me. From their horoscopes, it can be seen that each of them will have a period of good luck in recent days. If your highness has another candidate in mind and needs to delete my name list, then the last person on this list can be used as a replacement. Or, if your highness is willing to trust me, then it would be best to not change these 3 people." Lu Tan looked at the name list in his hand and bluntly asked Yushu, "How confident are you?" 8. Yushu didn't dare to say too much. Lu Tan thought for a moment, then handed the name list to the servant behind him and ordered, "Quickly arrange for someone to change the name card." Yushu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Lu Tan wouldn't trust her and would change 2 people on her name list like last time. That would be a waste of her hard work for the past 2 days. By the way, Lu Tan suddenly said to Yushu, "Shirgu's injury is getting better. My Shirshu should appear at the Double Suns meeting in 2 days." Yushu was already used to hearing news about Jingchen from other people. She calmly nodded to Lu Tan, indicating that she understood. Today was the 4th day of the new year. The results of the course of strange arts would be released on the 6th day. Tomorrow, the names of the princes would be sealed in Cheongyulu. Today, the participants of the Double Suns meeting were a group of traders. Yushu hadn't been here for 2 days and just happened to be here. As soon as Exen Lu saw Yushu, he came over and sorrowfully asked her why she didn't come 2 days ago. Yushu lied that she wasn't feeling well and pointed to the lively scene on the riverbank. She asked Exen Lu, who had arrived earlier than her, "Why are there so many people on the stage and they are all dressed the same? What's the meaning of this?" Exen Lu glanced downstairs. "Oh, these people are all arranged by the Celestial Commissioner. Don't be fooled by their clothes. In fact, some are teachers and some are butchers who kill pigs and cows. Some people have good lives while others have bad lives. It is used to test the methods of the traders who came to attend the meeting, to be able to distinguish between the real and the fake." "I see." Yushu had not rested well for the past 2 nights. After leaning against the railing and gazing down for a while with Exen Lu, he felt a little sleepy. Returning to his seat, he poured himself a cup of tea and rested his chin on his hand, his eyelids drooping. Cough. A light cough made Yushu suddenly sit up straight. She turned her head to look at her temporary boss, Lu Tan. Lu Tan stared downstairs. Without turning his head, he told her, "There's a resting room in the building. It's still early, so let the attendant take you there." It was not that Lu Tan was really considerate, but he was afraid that Yushu would fall asleep and snore in front of everyone and embarrass him. Yushu was indeed very sleepy. She gave an embarrassed smile to Lu Tan and said, "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll be back after a short rest." Lu Tan waved his hand. Letting the attendant lead the way, Yu Shu and Xen Lu excused themselves and followed him into the building. But they did not notice that not far away, there was a pair of lazy eyes that swept over their movements. This Cheongyu building had 3 floors and was very well equipped. There was a meeting hall, a dining hall, and a balcony. Of course, there was no lack of places for people to lie down. Yu Shu was brought to the corridor behind the building by the attendant. She pushed open the door to a room with a spring grass brushing orchids sign. Inside, there was a living room, a bedroom, a couch, and a bed. The windows were bright and clean. There were new branches in the vase at the door. It was clear that someone cleaned it every day. "I'll sleep for a while. Wake me up in an hour." Yu Shu was afraid of oversleeping. She told the attendant to leave. Closing the door, she entered the inner room. She took off her outer robe and hung it at the head of the bed. She took off her shoes and lay on the bed. She pulled over the fragrant quilt and closed her eyes. Lu Yi twisted left and right on his chair. He saw that the seat beside Lu Tan was empty. In the end, he could not sit still anymore. He suddenly stood up, attracting the attention of both Chen Kuan and Shen Kuan. "Xiao Wang, go in and change." Lu Yi made an excuse and left his seat with his hands behind his back. He only brought a personal guard with him. Avoiding everyone's sight, he went around to the back of the building. There were 7 to 8 rooms in this row. Lu Yi squinted his eyes and pushed open the doors one by one. When he reached the 5th room, the door did not budge. Lu Yi pointed at the door that was closed from the inside. He ordered, "Open it." Lu Yi's bodyguard lifted his leg and pulled out a thin dagger from his boot. He inserted it into the gap of the door and easily pried the door open. It was clear that this was not the first time he had done such a thing. "Guard the door. Do not enter." With that, Lu Yi walked in and closed the door behind him, isolating himself from the outside world. The door to the inner room was ajar. Lu Yi entered in a flash and immediately saw a bulging figure on the bed. He lowered his head and saw the person sleeping soundly on the pillow. Her hair was clearly tied up in a youth bun, but her cheeks were flushed red from sleep and half of her slender neck was exposed outside the quilt. It was obvious that this was a girl at the right age. When Lu Yi saw this face, he couldn't help but remember the humiliation he had suffered in the princess's residence that day. An evil fire surged and the expression in his eyes changed. He raised his hand and used the back of his hand to gently rub the cheek of the person on the bed. He licked his lips and reached his hand into the blanket as he lowered his head. In her sleep, Yu Shu suddenly felt an itch on her face. She twisted her neck and wanted to scratch it, but she found that she could not move. It was as if a ghost was pressing down on her. She opened her eyes in a daze and saw darkness in front of her. A heavy breathing that did not belong to her was right beside her. After a moment of sluggishness, Yu Shu suddenly woke up from her dream. She realized that she was being pressed down by a man. There was also a cold hand under her quilt trying to pull open her clothes. She immediately turned pale with fright. Without thinking, she used brute force and clenched her teeth to hit that person. Ah! Lu Yi wasn't affected at all and Yu Shu bumped into him. The moment he kissed her face and touched her waist, he felt a sharp pain in his nose. He immediately rolled down from Yu Shu's body and covered his nose as he squatted by the bed. Yu Shu sat up in a fluster and tightly held onto the quilt. Her face was pale as she looked at the figure on the bed. Her body trembled and she was shocked and angry. She wanted to scold him, but just as she opened her mouth, she held it back. The people sitting in Cheongyu Pavilion were all high-ranking officials and nobles. If they really called someone over and saw this scene, then what kind of reputation would she have as a woman? Lu Yi covered his burning nose and stood up. He turned around and fiercely glared at Yu Shu. He opened his mouth and scolded, "I gave you face, but you don't want it." This time, Yu Shu clearly saw who it was. When she heard his scolding, she saw that this animal still had the guts to be angry at her. Her shoulders trembled and she gritted her teeth. She raised her leg and used all her strength to kick his lower body. Who cares if he was some bullshit prince? She would first waste this bastard. Seeing her move, Lu Yi quickly moved to dodge. He barely managed to move his body to the side, and that kick landed on his hip, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Lu Yi gave a muffled groan as he held his hip. He thought that his waist was going to break. His face turned red and blue and his forehead was covered in a cold sweat. He only cared about the pain, and how could he care about threatening Yushu? While he was in a daze, a blanket covered his head, trapping his hands and feet. Following that, a series of kicks landed on his body. Lu Yi was caught off guard and could only cover his head as he endured the beatings. From within the blanket, he shouted for the guards outside. Yushu stood barefoot on the ground. Her hair was a mess and her eyes were filled with fire. She stomped on the person under the blanket. Her teeth chattered and she was so angry that she was muddled. Even when the guards outside the door rushed in and separated her and rescued Lu Tan from under her feet, her mind was still ringing. Beat her to death for me. Lu Yi's face was covered in blood as he was helped to a chair by the guards. His words were unclear as he trembled and pointed at Yushu. There was no longer a trace of desire in his body. Fire. The guards hesitantly looked at Yushu. They recognized her as the 9th Princess Kun Shi and hesitated on whether or not they should obey the order to make a move. After venting her anger, Yushu quickly calmed down. She looked at the master and servant not far away, and her gaze landed on Lu Yi, who had a bloody nose and swollen face. Her heart sank as she knew that she had caused trouble due to her impulsiveness. It would not be easy for her to get away from this. She had hit a prince, and this was not something that could be easily resolved with just an apology. Yushu's mind raced, and she quickly sorted out the situation. First, she could not afford to lose. Second, she could not attract the attention of the people in front of her. Third, she could not let this brat take advantage of her. She clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and took 2 steps back. She pulled her coat over the head of the bed and sat on the head of the bed. She combed her hair and said in a deep voice, "I dare you to touch a single hair of mine." Lu Yi wiped the blood from his nose and gritted his teeth. "You are just a commoner. You dare to make a move on this prince and offend your superiors. Even if I beat you to death, you deserve it." Yushu coldly smiled. "Then you better beat me to death right now. Let this year's Twin Sun gathering have one more life. If word gets out that the 11th prince molested a female customer and killed someone to vent his anger after failing to use force, then that would be spectacular." Lu Yi glared and felt a little guilty. However, his entire body was aching and he did not want to go around Yushu. He took a deep breath and said, "You are trying to scare me. Do you think I will be afraid? I will not kill you, but I will break your legs. You can go and complain to Lu Tan and see if he will help you." Lu Yi was waiting for Yushu to be afraid. Who would have thought that there was no fear on her face? Instead, she gave him a disdainful look and said in a tough voice, "There is no need to find the 9th prince to help you. When my master enters the capital and goes to the palace to complain to his majesty, you can forget about being a prince. Just wait to be banished from the capital like the 4th prince." Lu Yi was taken aback when he heard how confident she sounded. "Your master?" Yushu sarcastically said, "You are not stupid enough to think that I, a woman with no one to rely on, can escort the Daozi back to the capital, can call the eldest young master of the Shui family brother, and can be invited as a guest by the 9th prince? Let me tell you the truth. I am not afraid of you knowing. My master is a reclusive spiritual master of Mount Longhu. Even spiritual masters Huai Xian and Huai Su of the Tai sect have to respectfully greet my master. I am his last disciple. It is only because my master wants me to go out and gain experience that I am not allowed to mention his name. You fool, do you really think no one can help me?" Chapter 363. I dare you to touch me. Lu Yi was stunned by Yushu's roar. He did not even react when she pointed at his nose and scolded him. Not long ago, Jing Chen had caused a ruckus in the morning court. Lu Tan's direct descendant of Mount Longhu had been killed and the 4th prince, Lu Si, had been demoted. Even the inner palace had heard of the news. The emperor's anger had not yet subsided. A few of the palace masters and imperial concubines with status had privately warned their sons to be well behaved. The princes did not say that they were all in danger, but they were especially careful. At this time, if he caused trouble and implicated the Dao sex, he might become the second Jia Wang. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the back of Lu Yi's neck and his face turned ashen. Because Yu Shu's words were half true and half false, it did not arouse his suspicions. Looking at Yu Shu, who was even more arrogant than him, his anger at being beaten had mostly subsided. What was left was regret. He should not have been blinded by greed and gotten involved with this trouble. Counted as Xiao Wang's bad luck today, Lu Yi pretended to stand and warned Yu Shu without confidence. I did take advantage of you, but you also beat me to this state. At most, we are even. If you still want to protect your reputation as a woman, you are not allowed to speak of what happened today. Yu Shu coldly snorted. Seeing Lu Yi take a step back, she was still unrelenting. Are you unlucky or am I unlucky? I was just resting here and you, a dignified prince, snuck in here and tried to harm me first. Do you think I'm wronged for beating you up? Do you think we're even just because you say so? You did not even ask if I agreed or not. Lu Yi's expression changed. He wanted to explode but was afraid that he would force Yu Shu into a corner. If she did not care, he would be the one to suffer. He could only endure and said, "Then tell me, what do you want to do?" Yu Shu saw that Lu Yi was weak and did not feel relieved. Instead, her anger flared up again. She had not seen such a perverted person like Lu Yi before, but such a vexing thing had happened to her. This was the first time. Even though she was not a chaste woman, she still cherished herself. How could she tolerate Lu Yi's shamelessness? Yu Shu thought of what happened when she fell asleep. This little brat was kissing and touching her body, and when she woke up and bumped into him, he still had a self-righteous look on his face. She really wanted him to die without descendants. Yu Shu laughed at herself. She couldn't compare to Shui Yun, who had the backing of a large sect like Mount Longhu. If something happened, how could she have the confidence to make a prince pay with his life? Therefore, he could only fabricate a master to vent his anger. What do I want to do? Yu Shu narrowed her eyes and said coldly, "Unless you kneel down and apologize to me, this matter is not over." Lu Yi was tongue-tied as he looked at Yu Shu in disbelief. After a long while, he stammered, "You bastard! How dare you make this little Wang kneel to you? Dream on." Yu Shu did not utter a word. She stared at Lu Yi like a frog staring at a fly. "No, I won't kneel. I am a prince. How can I kneel to a little girl like you? Don't even think about it." Lu Yi was a little scared by her stare. He turned his head and said in a muffled voice, "If you change it to something else, this little Wang will do as you say." Yu Shu did not really want him to kneel to her. Seeing him admit defeat, her eyes flashed. She sneered and said, "It's fine if you don't kneel. From today onwards, don't come to the Double Sun group. Otherwise, when I see you, I will think of your shameless behavior. When I see my master, I can't guarantee that I won't complain to him and let him teach you a lesson on my behalf." The Double Sun group was only halfway through. There were still 2 more courses to go, as well as the main event of the imperial examinations. This was a once-in-3 years opportunity to form alliances. If Lu Yi backed out midway, he would definitely suffer losses. This lesson was not light. Lu Yi's expression was ugly. With his red and swollen nose, he clasped his hands together and weighed the weight. It looked like he was unwilling to agree. "Otherwise, you can kneel and apologize to me." Yu Shu was not in the mood to wait for him to consider. "Let me remind you, I asked someone to wake me up before I slept. It's about time. When the person comes down, I want to see how you explain yourself. As the saying goes, those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes." It should have been Yu Shu who cared about her reputation and didn't want to make it public, but she just had to act like she didn't care, which made Lu Yi worry. Lu Yi gritted his teeth and stood up suddenly. He glared at Yu Shu. This little Wang lost his footing and fell down the stairs. "His injuries are not light and I need to rest in the guest house. I won't come to the Double Sun group anymore. Are you satisfied now?" Yu Shu smiled mockingly and said, "As long as you don't let me see you again during the double sun group, when my anger subsides, I will just pretend that I was bitten by a dog and not remember." Lu Yi flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he could not lose his temper. He flung his sleeves, but it caused his muscles and bones to ache. He took a few cold breaths and did not look at Yu Shu again. He put his arm around the guard's shoulder and limped away. Yu Shu heard the sound of the door being slammed outside and relaxed her cold expression. She first closed the door to the inner room and silently returned to the bed. She sat down weakly and slowly lifted her numb legs to the side of the bed. She wrapped them around her knees and expressionlessly stared at the pile of brocade quilts on the ground in a daze. She sat there motionlessly until the servant outside the door asked her softly. She suddenly came back to her senses. "Miss Yu, are you awake?" "Oh, I'm awake," Yu Shu replied in a hoarse voice. Thinking that she could not let others see the mess in the room, she ordered the servant outside the door, "Please help me get a basin of water so I can wash my face and wake up." "Yes, please wait a moment, Mississippi." The footsteps outside the door faded away. Yu Shu wiped her face and cheered herself up. She bent down to pick up her shoes and put them on. She tidied up her clothes, cleaned up the bed and the floor, and wiped away the few drops of blood from Lu Yi's nose on the floor. When the servant came back with the water, she had already returned to normal. From her appearance, it was impossible to tell that she had been wronged. Yu Shu tidied herself up and followed the servant back to the long corridor of Cheongyu Tower. She sat next to Lu Tan and looked over Lu Yi's seat. When she saw the empty seat between Chen Kuan and Chen Kuan, her heart calmed down. As long as Lu Yi could take the scare, she was sure that he would not find someone to testify. Regardless of anything else, it would be shameful for him to be beaten black and blue by a woman. She was afraid that he would not even tell Lu how, let alone get to the bottom of it and care about whether she really had a Taoist master. Yu Shu was very experienced in deceiving people and was not overcautious. Although Lu Yi had been dealt with, such an evil thing had happened. Yu Shu was in a bad mood. She sat in Cheongyu Tower and did not pay attention to the liveliness on the arena. She could not let anyone notice her abnormality and get involved with Lu Yi's withdrawal. She could only sit there and not ask for Lu Tan's resignation. When it was almost time for lunch, Lu Tan was the first to notice that Lu Yi was missing and asked about it. After hearing the news, Lu Hao told the other brothers that Lu Yi had fallen down when he went downstairs and had gone back first. Although Lu Tan was puzzled, he did not ask much. He did not have a good relationship with Lu Yi. If he cared about his injury now, he would be suspected of putting on a show. Yu Shu kept her head down and followed Lu Tan into the dining room as if nothing had happened. She did not notice a gaze staring at her from behind. "Xingxuan?" Sensing that the person beside him was a little distracted, Lu Hao called out to her and asked worriedly, "Does your stomach still hurt? Do you want to lie down at the back and rest for a while? I'll get someone to send you food." Chapter 364. That night, Yu Shu lay on the bed, tossing and turning restlessly. Whenever she thought about what happened in Cheongyu Lu during the day, it was as if she had swallowed a bug. She couldn't calm down. Unfortunately, when encountering such a vexing matter, her heart was suppressed, but she couldn't tell anyone. She had a father and a mother, but she was just a commoner. She also had a sworn brother, but she couldn't implicate him. She even had a sect, but she only had a wandering master. She had yet to realize her own ambitions. To put it bluntly, she was just a guest whose words carried little weight. Just like what Lu Yi had said, no one could stand up for her. Thus, she could only bluff and come up with a backer to fool Lu Yi and scare him away. Yu Shu recalled the words she used to scare Lu Yi and couldn't help but laugh at herself. If I really had such an incredible master, I wouldn't have to be so timid. I'd probably be living a much easier life now. Yu Shu couldn't help but think of Taoist Qin Zheng. He was the old man who guided her through the door of his studies. He had the temperament of a reclusive expert. It was a pity that she didn't even know his real name, so she couldn't investigate his identity and background. Their master-disciple relationship had only been a few months, so it couldn't be considered a deep relationship. However, to Yu Shu, if she hadn't met Taoist Qing Zheng, she didn't know where she would be working hard to make a living. Yu Shu didn't forget her promise to Qing Zheng that when she had a firm foothold in the capital, she would help him find the fairy maiden Lu Ren book. Right now, she was just a small guest. She didn't know when she would be able to fulfill her promise to Taoist Qing Zheng. However, while she was still alive, she definitely had to find that book. Otherwise, if she really reincarnated as a mangy dog in her next life, she would definitely cry. AI. Yu Shu rubbed her head and let her imagination run wild. Suddenly, she remembered that Taoist Qing Zheng had given her a small item. After recalling for a while, she sat up on the bed. She put on her clothes and walked to the wardrobe. Opening it, she stuck her head inside to search. I remember that I put it away in the forest. Where did it go? Yu Shu muttered to herself as she rummaged through the cabinet. Finally, she found a half-worn snakeskin bag in the corner and fished out a ring-shaped hard object. She quickly took it out and showed it to Yu Shu. It was a ring made of black iron. Its surface was smooth, and there was not even a pattern on it. She tried it on a few fingers and finally put it on the index finger of her left hand. The size was just right. The metal felt cold against her skin. Yu Shu opened her palm and looked at it under the light. She vaguely recalled Taoist Qing Zheng's reminder when he gave her the ring. He told her to always carry it with her. She hadn't taken it off on purpose. It was only after she escaped from the merchant ship. When she was hunting sparrows in the forest by the river, she used this ring to catch bird feathers and kept them in her bag. With so many things to deal with, he had forgotten about it. Putting it back on her hand, Yu Shu didn't intend to take it off again. Although there was nothing special about this ring, the thing that Master Qing Zheng gave her must be useful. It wouldn't harm her. After tidying up the wardrobe, Yu Shu lay on the bed again and covered herself with the quilt. She gently fiddled with the iron ring on her finger and thought about future arrangements. She didn't fall asleep until dawn outside the window. On the 6th day of the 3rd month, the results of the Taoist unusual technique were finally released. Yu Shu didn't sleep well for 2 consecutive nights. This morning, she still woke up early to accompany Lu Tan. They went to the Spring Wave River together for the meeting. On the 3rd floor, another prince had left in the past 2 days. There were only 4 seats left in the corridor. It should have been much more empty. However, yesterday, Lu Hao proposed to invite several nobles who were sitting on the 2nd floor to sit upstairs. So when Yu Shu arrived today, she saw that not only was the space not spacious, but there were also a few more people. She recognized some of the people who were invited upstairs. Yu Shu saw Prince Yang's heir, Lu Jiong, and Commandery Princess Shiwen beside him. She recognized them, but she didn't greet them with a straight face. It should be known that she had some conflicts with that young Commandery Princess. On the contrary, Shi Wen and Ji Xingxuan had a good relationship. Not long after, they sat together. There was another seat in the corridor. It had been empty since the day Yu Shu came. It was arranged on the other side of Lu Tan. It was Jing Chen's seat. Yu Shu heard from Lu Tan that Jing Chen might come today. When she saw that the seat was empty, she thought that he wouldn't come. Unexpectedly, Jing Chen arrived not long after the drums were beaten. He only brought 2 palace guards with him. He wore a bamboo green Taoist robe with a silver totem embroidered on the hem. He had a jade hairpin in his hair and a sword at his waist. His eyes were as calm as the mountains and rivers. When the princes saw him, although they had different expressions, they all greeted him in a friendly tone. Jing Chen politely responded to everyone. When he saw Yu Shu sitting beside Lu Tan, he smiled at her and sat next to them. He turned his head to talk to them. "Uncle, how is youngest aunt these days?" Lu Tan asked with concern. "She has been taking medicine every day. She is in a calm state of mind and much better." "Then I'm relieved. Last time you mentioned using warm jade as medicine. I sent someone to find one and send it over tonight." The 2 of them talked non-stop about Shui Yun's injury. Chapter 365. Let's have a discussion. Yushu had been sitting in Qiongyu for so many days, and she and Ji Xingxuan had always ignored each other. Now that she was suddenly stopped by her and opened her mouth to talk, Yushu subconsciously became vigilant. There's nothing for us to discuss. Yushu directly bypassed Ji Xingxuan and walked out the door. She had only taken 2 steps when she heard someone say behind her, "I wasn't feeling well in the morning the day before yesterday, so I went to the back room to rest." Who knew that it would be noisy next door, and through the wall, I actually heard a good show. It was very interesting. Yushu's body froze, and her expression changed. She slowly turned around and looked at Ji Xingxuan. On one hand, she was trying to discern whether she was speaking the truth, but on the other hand, she didn't believe that it was such a coincidence that she had eavesdropped on the wall the day before yesterday. It was unknown when the green veil covering Ji Xingxuan's face had been taken off, revealing an extremely elegant face. She was a typical water beauty, and every frown and every smile was as gentle as water. Especially her pair of eyes, which were full of quiet, could cause one's heart to sway, and give birth to a desire to get close to her. If Yushu didn't know that Ji Xingxuan, this beauty, was born with a selfish and cold temperament, just looking at her face would make it hard for her to feel hostile. "Oh, what show did you see? Tell me, I want to hear it." Ji Xingxuan chuckled and muttered in a low voice, "I didn't know that Miss Lianfang has a Taoist master. If you are referring to Taoist priest Qing Zheng, then I can tell you that he is indeed a Taoist master, but he can't be compared to those few Taoist masters of the Greater One Path. How can he speak for you in front of His Majesty?" She caught the stiffness in Yushu's expression and stopped smiling. She asked again in a playful tone, "Can we discuss it now?" Hearing what Ji Xingxuan said, Yushu didn't show any signs of impatience on her face, but she was annoyed in her heart. It didn't matter who heard what she said to Lu Yi that day. If someone found out, at most, she wouldn't admit to it. However, Ji Xingxuan knew her background, so she used her as a scapegoat. It would be strange if he didn't use this opportunity to threaten them. It was a good day for her to go out in the morning and look at the lunar calendar. Casting the hexagram was also a good omen. Who would have thought that there was a villain waiting here? What do we have to discuss? Tell me. Ji Xingxuan was no longer in a hurry to speak. She lowered her head and flicked her sleeves. She raised her eyebrows and said casually, "You seem to have forgotten that I am now a Dai master. Why didn't you greet me when you saw me?" There was a difference in status among the masters. You are just a merchant who has not finished his apprenticeship and is not from a noble family. Do you think you can refute him? I want to see if you can still smile at that time. When Yushu heard Ji Xingxuan's malicious words, she couldn't help but frown. She knew that Ji Xingxuan wasn't just trying to scare her. Lu Yi, that unscrupulous bastard, was really capable of doing such a wicked thing. Thinking that she could be forcefully taken back by that kind of shameless person to be a concubine, Yushu wanted to vomit the food she ate the night before. How about it? Have you thought it through? Is the 6-line divination technique more important, or is it you? You're a smart person, so you shouldn't be confused. Ji Xingxuan calmly waited for Yushu's answer, as she was sure that she wouldn't refuse her request. Yushu's brows furrowed and then relaxed. Looking at the young girl in front of her who was an enemy and not a friend, she slowly nodded and said, "You are right. How could I be confused?" Finishing, she took a step forward without warning. Her eyes did not look sideways as she walked past Ji Xingxuan. Without another word, she wanted to leave. Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She quickly turned around and called out to Yushu with an ugly expression, "Are you not going to promise me?" Yushu stopped in her tracks but did not turn around. She only raised her voice and said coldly, "Since you know that I am a smart person, why would you still ask such a stupid question? Could it be that if I give you the 6 lines divination diagram, you won't talk nonsense to others? If I promise you, then I am the one who is stupid. If I am stupid, the ones who were sent to prison by the Celestial Commissioner to await death would not be you and your granddaughter. Lord Ji would still be doing his job as the magistrate of the right. How could he become a dead man just to protect you?" Ji Xingxuan's face turned pale after hearing Yushu's words. Especially the last sentence, it was like a knife stabbing into her heart. What happened that day? If you want to say it, just say it. Let's see if I will be at your mercy as you wish. Yushu sneered and went upstairs without looking back, leaving Ji Xingxuan standing alone under the tree. Her face turned green and then red. She held the tree trunk to steady her feet. After a long while, she muttered to herself, "Then I will see if you will die a horrible death as I wish." You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.